Wars are often remembered through maps, offensives, and the names of men who commanded them. But most people inside a war never saw the whole shape of it. They saw only the small part they had been placed inside. A hospital train moving east through endless snow. A prison camp hidden behind fences and silence. A desk inside an office where papers continued moving long after morality had stopped. A bunker beneath a collapsing city where the ceiling trembled night after night. This collection follows the quieter lives that existed inside larger systems. People who endured, adapted, obeyed, survived, and sometimes disappeared within structures too vast to control. Tonight, you move through those systems, one room at a time. Part 1. The Women Who Held the Line, German Nurses on the Eastern Front. The first thing that settles over the landscape is silence. Not peace, never that, but the kind of silence that lingers after a long, exhausted night. A faint drift of smoke hangs above the tree line, blurring the horizon where winter light presses against a sky drained of color. Somewhere beyond the birches, artillery has ceased for a moment, leaving only the brittle sound of frost tightening its grip on abandoned earth. In this pale quiet, the field hospital stands like a breath held too long. Canvas walls ripple in the wind, their edges hardened by ice. A lantern sways from a post near the entrance, its glow stretched thin against the cold. The ground is frozen in ridges, marked by stretcher lines, boot prints, and the wheels of supply carts that have not returned. Inside, a different world gathers, one of dim lamplight, hurried whispers, clinking metal trays, and the slow exhale of wounded men trying not to tremble. The air smells of pine disinfectant, damp wool, and smoke carried in from the last bombardment. Nurses move through this half-lit space with practiced steps, their boots nearly silent on the packed straw. Their hands lift, adjust, steady. Their eyes read the room before their voices do. Some are barely 20. Others have spent years in wards far from any front line, only to be sent east when the war demanded more than anyone imagined. Together they form the quiet spine of this place, women trained for care, now confronting a world torn apart faster than they can mend it. The Eastern Front does not tolerate gentleness, yet they bring it anyway. They carry it in small gestures, the smoothing of a blanket, the murmured reassurance to a man who no longer remembers his own name, the way they shield a wound from the cold air a moment longer than needed. Their duty is clear, but the reality around them is not. Each day brings choices no handbook prepared them for. Choices that stretch between compassion and survival, between protocol and what the human heart refuses to ignore. A nurse named Lise checks a soldier's pulse with fingers raw from the cold. Her breath clouds above him as she counts. He mumbles something about snow drifting over the trenches, a memory or a hallucination. She cannot tell. Behind her, another nurse, Johanna, unwraps a bandage stiff with frost and dried blood, pausing to warm it against her chest before easing it loose. Their movements are steady, but the weight behind them has become a constant companion. Beyond the hospital walls lies a world cracking under winter. Villages burned in retreat. Roads carved into mud and ice. Columns of wounded and retreating units stretching farther than the light can reach. The nurses see these shifts through the window each morning. The line of stretchers growing longer, the faces becoming younger, the silences deeper. Official orders encourage efficiency, discipline, detachment. But the Eastern Front blurs those lines. A Soviet civilian girl once arrived at the tent's threshold, frostbitten and mute. A German medic hesitated. A senior officer insisted she be turned away. The nurses exchanged quiet glances before pulling her inside during the next lull. Some choices remain unrecorded. This one lives in their memories like a soft ember shielded from the wind. This tension, between order and conscience, threads itself through every day. It shapes their thoughts as much as the cold shapes their breath. When the front shifts, the hospital must shift with it, sometimes packing in minutes, sometimes leaving behind beds still warm from the men who lay there. Retreat becomes a rhythm. The nurses learn to move through it without breaking the fragile calm that holds their work together. Yet even amid this constant upheaval, moments surface that feel almost human again. A kettle warming over a small stove. A letter read aloud on a rare quiet evening, its edges smudged from travel. A lullaby hummed softly by one nurse as she changes bandages on a boy too young to be at war. These brief kindnesses never last long, but while they do, they carve out a small pocket of warmth in the frozen expanse. As months turn to years, the landscape erodes around them. Supply lines falter, the front collapses inward. More wounded arrive than the hospital can hold. Nurses work through nights that feel endless, their hands trembling from exhaustion even as they steady someone else's fear. They watch trains carry away those who may never return. They watch the boundaries of duty stretch until they resemble something closer to survival. And always, the horizon waits with another storm, another advance, another moment when everything learned must be relearned in the cold. This is the world you drift through now, not as a participant, but as a quiet witness moving between lantern shadows, snow-laden trees, and the trembling breaths of those who endure. The story ahead does not seek triumph or spectacle. It traces the thin line between care and despair, showing how the women who served on the Eastern Front carried burdens few would ever truly understand. Arrival on the Eastern Front. The journey east begins with a train that feels older than the war itself. Its wooden compartments creak with every shift of the rails, as though the cold has seeped so deeply into the carriage frame that even movement becomes a rigid act of endurance. Frost rims the window panes, blurring the view into soft shapes of snow-covered fields, burnt villages, and tracks that seem to stretch into a place where the horizon forgets to rise. Inside the compartment, a group of nurses sits with their bags pulled close. Some cradle medical kits as if holding something familiar might anchor them to the world they came from. Others sit with gloved hands folded in their laps, watching the countryside slip past in muted colors. Their winter coats are too thin for what awaits them. They know this not from first-hand experience, but from stories passed along the line, stories that soften none of the truth. Elizabeth, the senior among them, rereads the assignment papers for the 5th time. Instructions for the new field hospital. Expected caseload. Protocols for triage under fire. The language is precise, but her instinct tells her the reality will not be. Across from her, a younger nurse named Marta presses her fingers to the cold glass, drawing a thin arc that disappears as quickly as it forms. She has been quiet since departure, absorbing every detail without speaking a word of it aloud. The train slows as it approaches a junction where supply lines converge. Soldiers board quickly, some limping, others carrying crates, all wrapped in layers of wool that cannot hide how the front has carved years into their faces. A corporal nods toward the nurses but says nothing. His eyes hold the exhaustion of someone who has seen the front shift back and forth like a tide no one can control. When the train pulls forward again, the landscape changes. Smoke columns rise from distant tree lines. Roads become rough, marked by ruts and frozen ridges. The nurses lean slightly as the carriage jolts over uneven tracks, instinctively holding onto their bags or the wooden bench beneath them. The rhythm of the wheels grows harsher, almost hurried, as if the rails themselves know what lies ahead. By late afternoon, the train stops at a small station transformed into a logistical hub. Lines of vehicles stretch into the distance, ambulances with cracked windshields, supply trucks patched with sheet metal, and artillery units half submerged in snow. The air bites sharply, enough to make breath feel like shards of glass. Officers move briskly along the platform, directing units toward the front or dispatching messages toward Berlin. The nurses gather their belongings and step down. The cold meets them instantly, its force so direct that several of them inhale sharply. Elizabeth straightens her posture, setting the tone for the group. A medical officer approaches and offers a clipped greeting before leading them toward a waiting truck. His voice, strained but controlled, hints that he has repeated this introduction many times in recent months. As they climb into the back of the truck, the boards underfoot creak with age and use. Blankets have been draped against the sidewalls, but the wind still pushes through every gap. The engine starts with a growl, and the truck lurches toward the front lines. The nurses brace themselves as the road shifts from icy stone to uneven dirt, then to a patchwork of frozen mud that shakes the frame violently. The further they travel, the more the landscape narrows into a corridor of tension. Abandoned trenches scar the ground. Charred remains of supply depots sit half-buried under snow. Along the roadside, units march toward the front in weary silence, their boots striking the ground with mechanical determination. The nurses watch them pass, aware that they will soon be treating many of these same faces, some within hours. As dusk gathers, the truck approaches the outskirts of the field hospital. The distant outline of tents rises like a cluster of pale shapes against the darkening sky. Fires burn in shallow pits, their flames subdued by the wind. Shadows move steadily between the tents, medics carrying stretchers, orderlies hauling water, officers conferring over maps lit by lanterns. The truck stops. The nurses climb down, their boots sinking into frozen mud that clings stubbornly to each step. The cold has deepened, settling into every breath. A senior medic greets them and hands out assignments with efficient precision. No welcoming speech, no warm introduction, only the stark reality of too many wounded and too few hands. Elizabeth nods, adjusts her coat, and leads the group inside the main tent. The flap closes behind them, muting the outside world. Heat from a stove brushes against their faces, carrying the mixed scents of antiseptic, sweat, and damp wool. Rows of wounded men fill the space, some groaning softly, others silent but alert. Nurses already on shift move quickly from bed to bed. The newcomers take in the scene. Their training prepared them for trauma, but the scale here is different. Relentless, immediate, and edged by the constant sound of distant artillery. Marta exhales slowly, steadying herself before stepping toward the nearest cot to begin work. Nothing about this arrival feels temporary. It carries the weight of something that will follow them long after the war is over. Night settles quickly on the outskirts of the front, pressing a deep blue curtain against the canvas walls of the hospital. Lanterns glow in a soft, trembling amber, their light pooling across metal trays, folded linens, and the pale outlines of bandages awaiting use. The air inside is warmer than outside, but only just enough to thaw fingers, not enough to remove the chill carried in from the road. The newly arrived nurses begin their first tasks with the cautious steadiness of people stepping into a world they must learn while already deep within it. A medic hands them a stack of patient cards, ink smudged from hurried writing, corners bent from use. Each card carries a brief summary: name, unit, wound, immediate needs. Some include notes left by previous shifts: stable for now, fever rising, check dressing again at dawn. None of the cards hint at the stories behind the wounds, and yet the women sense them immediately in the silence around each bed. Elizabeth moves first, setting the tone. She approaches a soldier whose leg is splintered with makeshift boards, the gauze beneath already darkening around the edges. His eyes open slowly as she adjusts the blanket covering him. "Nurse," he whispers, the word barely forming. She gives a small nod and begins assessing the dressing, her movements careful but confident. Behind her, Marta watches and imitates the gestures, noting every detail with an attentiveness sharpened by nerves and purpose. Across the tent, Johanna kneels beside a man whose hand trembles uncontrollably. His uniform sleeve is torn away, revealing burns that stretch from wrist to elbow. She prepares a bowl of warm water, steam rising faintly from its surface. As she cleans the wound, her breath remains steady, though her eyes flicker with the awareness that burns like these often come from weapons she has only heard described before today. The atmosphere inside the tent feels layered, urgency mixed with restraint, exhaustion intertwined with determination. The nurses absorb each of these layers while maintaining the calm expected of them. Their presence stabilizes the room in ways neither doctors nor officers fully articulate, though everyone recognizes it in the quiet around their movements. Outside, the wind hardens. Snow begins to fall in tight, glittering flakes that accumulate quickly on the tent's edges. The distant artillery resumes with a low, rhythmic thud. Each impact vibrates faintly through the ground, sending ripples through basins of water and through the nerves of those who have not yet grown accustomed to the pattern. The nurses continue working through the sound as though it were background noise, though their shoulders rise almost imperceptibly with every distant strike. During a brief pause between tasks, the group gathers near the supply table. Their cheeks are flushed from effort, hands stiff from switching between cold air and the warmth of patient skin. A medic passes by and offers a faint, approving nod. It's not much, but for newcomers, it signals acceptance. They are needed, and they are already part of this place. Elizabeth distributes their sleeping quarters, narrow cots set along the side of a secondary tent. The arrangement is simple: blankets thin, boots kept under the bed, kit stored within reach. Rest will be brief and unpredictable. Marta sits on the edge of her cot, loosening the laces of her boots with fingers that still tremble slightly. She glances toward the entrance each time the wind pushes the flap inward. Before they sleep, another wave of stretchers arrives. Lanterns sway with the rush of movement as medics shout for space. The nurses respond instinctively, stepping back into the main tent, their coats half-buttoned, their fatigue postponed. A soldier is carried in with shrapnel embedded along his side. Another clutches a blood-soaked scarf against his abdomen. The tent fills with a low murmur of instructions, breathing, and the rustle of fabric as blankets are pulled into place. This is the moment the nurses fully understand. Arrival is not a single instant but a series of them, each deeper, heavier, more real than the last. The front does not wait for orientation or adjustment. It absorbs them immediately. Hours later, when the last stretcher of this wave has been stabilized, they return to their cots. The wind has quieted. Snow taps softly against the canvas, shaping a muffled rhythm. Marta pulls her blanket up to her chin, the warmth barely spreading as exhaustion overtakes her. Across from her, Johanna closes her eyes with a long, measured exhale, the kind of breath that carries both relief and the awareness that sleep will be shallow. Elizabeth remains awake a little longer. She listens to the distant rumble of artillery merging with the softer sounds of the camp settling into night. The first day has revealed enough to reshape her expectations entirely. She knows the others feel it too, the shift from theory to reality, from training to something far more unforgiving. When she finally lies down, she keeps her boots close. Tomorrow will not wait for the morning light. Inside the field hospital. Morning arrives without sunlight. A low grey weight settles over the camp, spreading across the tents and frozen ground like a heavy breath that refuses to lift. Inside the main hospital tent, the night shift lingers in traces, half-emptied water basins, blankets in need of washing, and the faint echo of groans that rose and fell in the darkness. The nurses begin their day with a routine that already feels familiar, though they have only just arrived. They warm their hands over a small stove, gather their supplies, and check the patient cards clipped at the foot of each bed. The cards have multiplied since the night before. New rows of men occupy cots that were empty only hours ago. Elizabeth moves from patient to patient with practiced calm, her voice steady even when her eyes reveal the strain beneath. She checks fevers, examines wounds for infection, and dictates gentle instructions to the newer nurses. Each assessment requires more than medical skill. It requires judgment shaped by the harsh limits of the front. Supplies are low. Time is limited. Some treatments must wait. Some will never come. Marta assists a medic in redressing a wound that runs deep into a soldier's shoulder. The man clenches his jaw but says nothing. His breath hitches only once when the gauze pulls away from skin. Marta presses a warm cloth against the area, careful to shield the wound from the cold that creeps into every corner of the tent. Her hands remain steady, but her thoughts churn. Nothing in training resembled this, a wound both fresh and days old at the same time, battered by frost and dirt and the weight of retreat. On the far side of the tent, Johanna prepares an injection for a patient developing a dangerously high fever. She draws the solution slowly, watching the syringe fill with clear liquid. The man on the cot murmurs incoherently, reaching toward the air before his arm drops again. Johanna sits beside him, placing a hand on his wrist to calm him before administering the injection. His breathing steadies for a moment. It feels like a small victory, though she knows how fragile it is. Around them, the atmosphere pulses with quiet urgency. Doctors confer in low tones over cases that test the limits of what they can treat in these conditions. Orderlies maneuver between cots carrying bowls of water or stacks of used bandages. A medic sharpens a surgical tool on a whetstone, the rhythmic scraping cutting through the murmur of voices. Every sound, every movement is part of an unending cycle. Stabilize, clean, comfort, reassess, move on. Outside, the cold pushes through the seams of the tent. Breaths emerge in faint clouds. Metal instruments sting at the touch. Even the blankets seem to crackle with frost when unfolded too quickly. The Eastern Front has a way of working against every attempt to create warmth or order. During a brief pause, Elizabeth gathers the nurses near the supply table. She reviews the dwindling stock of morphine, the shortage of fresh bandages, and the ration of antiseptic that must last another 2 days. Their expressions tighten, though none of them question the adjustment she proposes. They have already begun to understand the math of scarcity. A shout from outside breaks the moment. Another ambulance has arrived. Medics rush toward it, pulling open the doors as stretcher teams step forward. The nurses exchange quick glances, then return to their stations. Moments later, a soldier is carried in with a wound that has frozen against his uniform. The fabric must be thawed before it can be removed without worsening the injury. Johanna prepares warm water while Marta adjusts the lantern over the cot. Elizabeth assesses the man's breathing, which comes in uneven bursts. Together, they work in a wordless rhythm that forms only under pressure. One warming, one cutting cloth, one steadying the patient. The process is slow and delicate, each movement calculated to avoid further damage. Hours pass this way, though time inside the tent feels suspended. The world becomes a sequence of hands moving through lamplight, faces tightening with pain, and voices offering reassurance that feels both necessary and insufficient. The nurses settle into the flow of this work, knowing that stopping, even for a breath too long, would allow the weight of everything around them to press too hard on the mind. When midday arrives, the hospital tent is as full as it was at dawn. The line of stretchers outside grows longer, and inside, The nurses prepare again, aware that the day's hardest moments have not yet begun. By afternoon, the field hospital settles into a rhythm that is less a schedule and more a continuous current. New wounded arrive every hour. Those stabilized in the morning require reassessment. The nurses move through each shift without the usual markers of time. No clear beginning, no natural pause, only the slow drift of lantern light as day fades toward evening. Marta begins her next round with a soldier whose breathing has become shallow. His chest rises unevenly beneath the blanket, each inhale a struggle between instinct and exhaustion. She soaks a cloth in warm water and wipes the grime from his face, careful not to jostle the fractured ribs beneath her hands. His eyes flicker open briefly. He murmurs something about the cold, then lets the words dissolve back into silence. Across the tent, Johanna crouches beside a younger soldier who refuses treatment. His hands tremble, not from pain but from shock. His uniform is shredded in places where shrapnel cut dangerously close to the bone. Johanna speaks to him softly, asking simple questions to keep him anchored. Her voice carries a warmth foreign to the frigid air around them. Eventually, he loosens his grip on the torn sleeve, allowing her to begin cleaning the wound. Small concessions like these feel as significant as major medical decisions. A doctor calls for Elizabeth. She crosses the tent quickly, her boots brushing against straw that has begun to frost over near the entrance. On a nearby cot lies a man with a deep abdominal injury. The doctor gestures toward the wound, explaining the situation in a tone that blends urgency with resignation. Surgery is needed, but the conditions are poor, light is limited, instruments are few, and infection has already taken hold. Elizabeth listens, then helps prepare the area. A canvas sheet is hung to shield the patient from the cold draft. Lanterns are brought closer, their flames wavering in the disturbance of movement. The surgery begins. The nurses assist without hesitation, passing instruments, steadying limbs, and working with the meticulous precision required in a place where there is no margin for error. The effort stretches long into the evening. When it ends, the man is still breathing, though faintly. It is more than they expected, and less than they hoped. Outside, the wind changes direction, sweeping snow against the tent with sharper force. The sound rattles the poles and mixes with distant gunfire, an erratic rhythm that pulses through the canvas. Inside, the nurses continue their work as if insulated by the narrow world of the hospital, though the front is never far from their thoughts. During a momentary lull, Marta steps outside to fetch more water. The air hits her like a physical blow. Frost has spread across the ground in pale veins, and the sky carries the muted glow of a sun already retreating. She walks carefully toward the pump, glancing at the line of ambulances parked nearby. Some are marked with fresh dents from shrapnel. Others bear streaks of mud so thick they obscure the red cross painted faintly on the side. The drivers lean against the hoods, smoking quietly before returning to the road. When Marta re-enters the tent with the water, the warmth inside feels thin, stretched across too much space and too much need. She fills basins, checks the supply of cloths, and returns to the patients. The hospital hums around her, voices low, footsteps soft, metal clinking in steady patterns. A medic approaches with news of more incoming wounded. The nurses exchange brief looks that convey everything they need. Fatigue acknowledged, resolve affirmed. They straighten their coats, adjust their hair beneath their caps, and prepare for the next wave. It arrives with the harsh scraping of stretcher poles against frozen ground. Men carried in by weary soldiers draped in frost. A fresh surge of urgency fills the tent. One patient's coat must be cut off entirely to access a chest wound. Another clutches a bandaged arm that has not been checked in hours. The nurses work quickly, weaving through one another with practiced fluidity. Johanna stabilizes a young corporal whose pulse flickers dangerously. Marta assists in stopping a bleed that began again during transport. Elizabeth moves from case to case, offering direction where needed and stepping in whenever the strain grows too heavy for the others. The tent becomes a blur of motion, sound, and lamplight, an enclosed world where the next decision matters far more than the last. By the time the surge subsides, night has claimed the camp fully. Lanterns burn low. The stove crackles faintly. The nurses gather near the table for a brief rest. Steam rises from mugs of weak tea poured by an orderly. None of them speak for a long moment. Their eyes carry the weight of a day measured not in hours, but in the number of lives briefly steadied against the pull of the front. When they finally return to their cots, exhaustion settles into their bones with a depth that sleep can barely touch. Outside, snow continues to fall, covering tracks, footprints, and the sharp angles of the camp in a soft, deceptive calm. Inside, the women drift into uneasy rest, knowing that at dawn, the field hospital will wake again with the same relentless needs. Moral pressure. The third week on the Eastern Front begins with a quiet tension that does not come from artillery or winter storms. It comes from the shifting expectations that press silently against the work inside the field hospital. Expectations shaped not by medicine, but by ideology. Orders arrive before dawn, delivered by an adjutant whose boots still carry frost from the morning march. He salutes stiffly and hands Elizabeth a folded packet sealed with the unit stamp. She opens it beneath the dim lantern, her breath hovering in the cold air. The directives are clear. Prioritization must align with operational needs. Treatment is to be rationed accordingly. Civilian cases are to be reported immediately for clearance before aid is offered. The language is crisp, distant, and unsettling. It reduces human need to categories that fit neatly into a chart but not into the reality surrounding the hospital. When Elizabeth finishes reading, she presses the papers flat against the table and glances toward the other nurses. Their faces reflect the same quiet understanding. They have been navigating these tensions since arrival, but now the rules are written plainly, leaving less room for discretion. Later that morning, a local family approaches the perimeter. 2 adults and a child, bundled in patched coats, walk carefully toward the entrance. A medic steps forward, blocking their path. The man speaks in hurried, accented German, gesturing toward the child whose leg is badly swollen beneath layers of cloth. The medic hesitates, caught between the direct order and the instinct to help. Elizabeth watches from inside the tent. She cannot hear the exchange, but the sight alone creates a knot in her chest. Eventually, the family is turned away. The father bows his head, and they retreat toward the tree line, disappearing into the snow. No one speaks of it. The silence that follows feels heavier than the cold. Inside, the nurses attempt to regain the rhythm of their duties. Marta checks a feverish patient, adjusting a damp cloth on his forehead. Johanna prepares bandages at the supply table, her movements careful but distant. They continue their work because stopping is not an option, and because the hospital is full of men whose survival depends on the speed and precision of their hands. But the moment outside lingers. It becomes a shadow that follows them across the ward. Later in the day, an officer arrives with a question that lands sharply. How much morphine remains, and can any of it be spared for frontline officers? The request does not mention rank explicitly, but the implication is unmistakable. The supply is already low, dangerously low. Elizabeth answers carefully, her tone composed, though her eyes reveal the calculations she is forced to make behind them. After the officer leaves, Johanna whispers, "We'll run out before the next supply train." Elizabeth nods. We'll manage until then. But they all know what manage truly means, choosing who receives relief and who must endure without it. In the late afternoon, a group of new casualties arrives, men from a nearby engagement that collapsed faster than expected. Among them is a soldier with a deep leg wound, shrapnel embedded dangerously close to the artery. A doctor examines him, then glances at the dwindling stock of anesthesia. He murmurs instructions to Elizabeth, his voice thin. They will have to improvise, rationing what little they have left. The procedure begins. Marta holds a lantern steady while the doctor works with intense focus. The patient bites down on a strip of cloth, his body trembling beneath the blankets. The nurses move quickly, their faces set with determination and quiet grief. It is not cruelty that shapes this moment. It is scarcity, sharpened by the moral constraints closing in on every side. When the procedure ends, the patient is stabilized, but the room carries a new strain. The nurses exhale slowly, each of them aware that this is only the beginning of the compromises they will face. That evening, a senior officer visits the hospital to inspect the facility. His coat is clean, his gloves unworn, his expression severe. He praises the efficiency of the staff, then warns them about unauthorized compassion. The phrase hangs in the air like frost that refuses to melt. He expects discipline. He expects compliance. After he leaves, no one speaks for several minutes. The tent feels smaller, the lantern light dimmer. Elizabeth finally breaks the silence. "Our work continues," she says softly. It is both reassurance and reminder. The nurses nod. They know what she means. Rules may tighten around them, but they will still find ways to uphold the quiet humanity that carries them through each hour. Outside, night gathers. Snow begins to fall again. Slow, drifting flakes that erase tracks and soften the world in pale light. Inside, the nurses continue their rounds, guided not only by orders but by the steady, stubborn instinct to mend what the war is breaking. The next morning begins with a pair of soldiers escorting a wounded man into the tent, a Soviet prisoner captured during a night skirmish. His wrists are bound loosely with cloth, more symbol than restraint, but the guards remain close. His face is pale beneath streaks of dried mud, and his uniform hangs stiff with ice. A bullet wound marks his shoulder, and blood has seeped through the fabric in dark, stiff patches. A doctor approaches, his expression unreadable. Protocol dictates that prisoners receive basic care only after all German soldiers are stabilized. Yet the tent is full, and there is no clear sequence to follow. The nurses glance toward one another, each weighing the unspoken question. Johanna steps forward first. She motions for the guards to bring him to an empty cot, the closest thing to a neutral corner in the crowded tent. The guards hesitate, then comply, their eyes fixed on the prisoner. Johanna begins cutting away the frozen uniform, using warm cloths to loosen the fabric without tearing skin. When the man flinches, she murmurs a few words, not in his language, but with a tone that softens his breath. Elizabeth joins her, giving quiet instructions. Together they assess the wound, which is serious but treatable. A guard shifts uncomfortably as they work, glancing toward the entrance as if expecting someone to intervene. The tension in the tent grows dense enough to feel in the air. Moments later, an officer appears. He pauses, taking in the scene. His jaw tightens. "Finish with the others first," he says sharply. Elizabeth turns, her voice steady. "He will bleed out before then." The officer's brow furrows. There is a brief, brittle silence where authority and conscience collide. Finally, he gives a curt nod, permission given only because denying it would cause immediate death, and the consequences of that would complicate the day's logistics. The nurses continue working. The officer leaves without another word. The guards exhale in relief they do not admit aloud. These moments accumulate, small decisions, each one bending the rigid structure imposed on them. They push against the expectations without breaking them entirely, finding seams in the rules where humanity can still fit. By midday, the prisoner is stabilized. His breathing has evened out, and the worst of the bleeding has stopped. Johanna adjusts the blanket over him before moving on to the next task. She never learns his name. Elsewhere in the tent, Marta treats a soldier whose injuries are minor compared to others. He sits upright, agitated, muttering complaints about waiting too long for care. His impatience grates against the exhaustion in the room. When she checks his bandage, he winces dramatically, insisting she use more morphine. Marta explains that supplies are limited and that others need it more urgently. He scowls. "I'm not some local peasant or enemy prisoner," he snaps. Marta says nothing, but her expression hardens, not with anger, but with the weight of knowing that suffering does not obey rank. On the far side of the tent, a doctor calls for assistance. A soldier with severe frostbite has been brought in, his fingers blackened at the tips. Elizabeth examines the damage and realizes that amputation may be unavoidable. The man, barely conscious, whispers a plea she cannot grant. She places a gloved hand on his arm, a gesture that feels like a promise she wishes she could keep. Outside, snow continues falling steadily, softening the outlines of tents and vehicles. The world appears quiet, almost gentle, but inside the hospital the moral pressure tightens with each passing hour. Later in the afternoon, a local woman arrives at the entrance. She carries an infant wrapped tightly in layers of old cloth. The baby's cries are faint, more whimper than voice. A guard tries to turn her away immediately. She pleads in a language the nurses barely understand. The guard grows impatient, raising his voice. Marta steps forward, holding up a hand. "Let me look," she says. The guard hesitates. Then, reluctantly, he allows it. The woman unwraps the child just enough to reveal skin mottled with fever. The infant's breathing is labored. Marta feels the heat immediately, the kind that signals an infection that will not wait for clearance or paperwork. Elizabeth joins her, assessing quickly. They exchange a look that contains a decision before words form. They take the child inside. The guard mutters a warning under his breath but does not stop them. The nurses work swiftly, cooling the fever with damp cloths, feeding drops of water between tiny gasps. The child is too young to understand where he is, too young to be bound to any side of the war. His mother waits outside, clutching the edge of the tent as if holding onto the only thing keeping her upright. Hours pass before his breathing steadies. He begins to cry, louder this time, with more life in the sound. The nurses exhale with relief. The mother is brought inside and nearly collapses with gratitude. No one reports the incident. No one asks them to. That night, the nurses gather at their cots, the lantern dimmed to a soft glow. Their faces reflect the weight of the day's choices. Each decision made in quiet defiance, each carried with quiet responsibility. They know the rules. They know the risks. But they also know what happens if compassion is extinguished completely. The front takes enough as it is. Winter, infection, frostbite, and quiet death. Winter tightens its grip on the Eastern Front with a kind of merciless patience. The cold no longer arrives as a sudden force. It settles gradually, seeps into everything, and reshapes the rhythm of the hospital. Frost gathers on canvas seams. Water freezes in buckets if left unattended for more than a few minutes. Breaths hang in the air long enough to resemble ghostly threads drifting past the lanterns. Inside, the nurses wrap scarves beneath their coats and warm their hands over the stove whenever the opportunity allows. Even so, fingertips remain numb, knuckles redden from the constant battle against the cold. Instruments chilled by the air must be warmed before use. Blankets stiffen if left too close to a draft. Patient skin grows pale and brittle, as if winter itself has drained the life from them. Infection becomes the enemy's silent ally. Wounds that seemed manageable only days ago darken at the edges. Fevers rise unpredictably. The nurses recognize the signs before the doctors confirm them. The slight change in breathing, the dull glaze forming in a patient's eyes, the way the body tightens in pain even during sleep. The cold slows healing, slows circulation, and sends small injuries spiraling into crises. Marta tends to a man whose arm wound has begun to smell faintly of decay. She removes the dressing gently, revealing skin mottled with spreading infection. A doctor joins her, nodding grimly. Supplies of antibiotics are nearly gone. They clean the wound as best they can, whispering reassurances that neither fully believes. The man's gaze flickers between them, the fear in his eyes softened only by exhaustion. Across the tent, Johanna checks on a row of soldiers suffering from frostbite. Their fingers and toes have turned shades of blue and black, the damage concealed beneath stiff wool. She works with careful patience, warming their extremities slowly to avoid worsening the injury. Some of them groan as sensation returns. Others remain quiet, too numb or too weak to react. She knows that several will lose digits, perhaps limbs, no matter how carefully she treats them. Elizabeth moves through the ward with steady determination. The cold exacerbates everything: pain, swelling, infection, dehydration. Her voice stays calm, but her breath quickens with the strain of constant decisions. She listens to each patient, evaluates their condition, and adjusts treatment plans with a practicality honed by necessity. There is no room for hesitation when the margin between survival and decline has become so narrow. Outside, the wind sharpens. It cuts through the camp, rattling tent poles and driving snow into drifts that bury supply paths. Ambulances struggle to navigate the frozen roads. Sometimes they arrive with engines steaming from the effort. Other times they arrive too late. The nurses watch the doors open, bracing themselves for what comes next. One evening, a stretcher team brings in a soldier found half buried in snow after a failed retreat. His face is pale blue, and his lips are cracked from the cold. When Marta checks his pulse, she finds it faint and irregular. They work quickly to warm him, stroking his limbs, wrapping him in heated blankets, and placing hot water bottles along his torso. For a moment, his breathing deepens. Then it falters again. The team continues until the doctor quietly signals for them to stop. Marta folds the blanket over his chest with slow, deliberate hands. She steps back, letting the silence settle around the cot. Winter has claimed another life without sound or struggle, only the slow, inevitable pull of cold. As night falls, the hospital tent glows with a dim amber light. The nurses move through the narrow aisles with heavy steps, their shadows stretching long across the floor. The stove flickers weakly, unable to fight the cold pressing against the canvas from all sides. Even within the warmth, the air feels thin, brittle, fragile. Winter on the Eastern Front is not simply a season. It is a force that shapes every hour, every decision, every breath. And the nurses, caught between duty and horror, carry on, steadily, quietly, and with a resilience that even the cold cannot fully extinguish. Nights become the true test of endurance. The cold deepens after sundown, settling so completely that even the lantern flames seem subdued beneath its weight. Every sound inside the tent is sharper: the crackle of the stove, the shallow breathing of the wounded, the soft rustle of blankets being adjusted. The nurses move through the narrow rows with deliberate care, each step measured to avoid jostling those who sleep fitfully beneath the haze of pain. Marta checks on a soldier whose fever has spiked since afternoon. His forehead burns beneath her touch, though the air around him remains freezing. She wets a cloth and places it gently against his skin, whispering a few calming words as he stirs. His delirium returns in waves. He mutters names, some familiar, some lost to memory, before sinking back into a trembling stillness. Infection has carved its path deeper into him, and she knows that the next hours will determine whether he survives the night. At the far end of the tent, Johanna listens to the labored breathing of a man with severe pneumonia. His chest rises sharply, then collapses with a rattling exhale. She adjusts his position carefully, propping him up against folded blankets to ease the strain on his lungs. When he opens his eyes, their glassy sheen reflects the recognition of someone aware of how close the end may be. Johanna offers water, steadies the cup as he sips, and remains with him longer than protocol dictates. Some patients need presence as much as medicine. Elizabeth makes her rounds, lantern in hand. The circle of light reveals every detail: frost forming along the tent seams, pools of condensation around the stove, the subtle tremor in her own fingers each time she adjusts a dressing. She pauses beside a soldier who has slept almost uninterrupted for 12 hours, too long for comfort. She checks his pulse and finds it faint but steady. Exhaustion, not infection, has claimed him. For now, rest is the only treatment available. Outside, the storm intensifies. Snow strikes the canvas in relentless waves, creating a rhythmic tapping that fills the spaces between lamplight and breath. The wind howls across the camp, pulling at ropes and threatening to collapse the thinner tents. A supply officer rushes through the storm, checking anchors and reinforcing lines. His efforts keep the structures standing, but the cold still seeps through every seam, settling into bones and hearts alike. Shortly before midnight, a stretcher team bursts through the entrance carrying a soldier whose skin is dangerously cold. His fingers are stiff, his lips gone pale. The nurses spring into motion. Hot water is prepared. Blankets are stacked. They work quickly, layering heat gradually along his limbs. Elizabeth checks his pulse, slow, almost imperceptible. She calls for more lanterns to increase the temperature in the immediate area. The man's breathing stutters. His eyelids flutter. For a brief moment, color returns to his cheeks, faint as a distant ember. Then the improvement slips away. Despite their efforts, the cold has taken too much from him. One final exhale escapes his chest, soft and shallow, and then he is still. Silence grips the tent. Johanna lowers her gaze, folding the blanket over his torso with the same tenderness she uses for the living. Marta closes her eyes briefly before returning to her tasks. Elizabeth releases a quiet breath, acknowledgement, grief, and resolve in one silent moment. There is no time to dwell. Winter does not pause for reflection, and neither can the hospital. The nurses move on to the next patient, then the next. Their hands remain steady even as fatigue carves deep lines beneath their eyes. Each loss lingers within them, but the weight must be carried quietly, stored somewhere deep where exhaustion and cold cannot reach it fully. Near dawn, the storm begins to ease. Snow still falls, but the wind softens, allowing the camp to breathe again. Inside the tent, the wounded sleep in uneven rhythms. Some breathe with renewed steadiness. Others slip deeper into fragile rest. The nurses finally take a brief moment to sit. Steam rises from cups of weak tea cradled in trembling hands. The warmth spreads slowly, barely enough to push back the chill, but enough to help them endure the next hours. Outside, the horizon lightens with a dull, grey glow. Another day is beginning, and winter, unyielding, remains their constant companion. Treating civilians beneath orders and fear. By midwinter, the lines between soldier and civilian blur beneath the pressure of the front. Villages around the camp have emptied slowly, some from evacuation, others from the silent insistence of hunger and cold. The civilians who remain drift toward the field hospital in small, hesitant groups. They come bundled in threadbare coats, carrying injuries wrapped in cloth and fear held tightly beneath their breath. Official orders remain posted near the entrance. Aid to civilians requires clearance. Treatment must follow strict categories. The rules stand rigid in ink, yet the reality pressing through the flaps of the tent is far less orderly. The first to arrive on this particular morning is an elderly man whose hands shake uncontrollably. Frostbite darkens the tips of his fingers. He tries to explain himself through broken German, apologizing as though seeking forgiveness simply for existing near the camp. The guard at the entrance raises a hand to stop him, glancing toward the posted directives. Marta, on her way back from the supply tent, pauses. She studies the man's face, lined by age, hollowed by cold, and sees a fear that needs no translation. With a quiet nod, she guides him inside despite the guard's hesitation. He mutters a warning about the rules, but does not interfere further. Inside, warming lamps glow faintly against the pale canvas. Johanna examines the man's hands with gentle precision. The frostbite is advanced, but not yet irreversible. She warms his fingers slowly, wrapping them in cloths heated over the stove. His breathing steadies. He whispers a thank you, barely audible. Elizabeth observes the scene from across the tent. She knows this is not the first time they've bent the rules, nor will it be the last. She walks over, checking the man's pulse and offering reassurance in simple words he can understand. Her expression carries the same quiet defiance that has grown within each of them since the winter began. By midday, word spreads through the nearby village that the nurses sometimes help. Civilians approach the hospital cautiously, never in groups large enough to draw attention, always stopping just short of the guard post as though waiting to be turned away. One woman arrives carrying her teenage son. His leg injury is bound in layers of torn fabric, stained with dried blood that suggests days of travel. The guard attempts to stop her, but the determination in her voice overrides fear. She insists he will not survive the night without help. Elizabeth steps out of the tent, intercepting the argument. She studies the wound quickly. It is serious but salvageable with immediate care. She gives the guard a firm look, one that leaves no ambiguity. He lowers his hand reluctantly. Inside, the nurses work swiftly. Marta cuts away the makeshift bandages, wincing at the sight of the torn muscle beneath. Johanna prepares a clean dressing and warm water. The boy grits his teeth, his face pale but resolute. His mother stands nearby, clutching his coat sleeve as though it anchors her to the present moment. For a while, the tent feels different, less defined by military order, more connected to the fragile human threads stretched across the conflict. Then a shadow appears in the entrance. A junior officer enters, expression tense. His gaze sweeps across the room and settles on the civilians. His jaw tightens. He steps toward Elizabeth. "These people are not authorized," he states. Elizabeth meets his eyes without wavering. "He will lose the leg if we wait. Possibly more." "That is not the point," the officer insists. "We have protocols. This is a military hospital." Johanna stops wrapping a bandage, her hands pausing in mid-motion. Marta holds her breath. Elizabeth's reply is calm. "And we are nurses." A long silence follows. The officer looks at the injured boy, then at his mother. His rigid posture falters, but only slightly. He gives a terse nod, half approval, half surrender, and leaves without another word. The nurses exhale quietly, returning to their work with renewed focus. As evening approaches, the civilians who received care wait near the tent flap, preparing to return to their village. The elderly man bows deeply to the nurses. The woman places a hand over her heart, murmuring thanks as her son limps gently beside her. The nurses watch them disappear into the dusk, the snow muffling their footsteps. Inside the tent, the lanterns sway with the shifting air. The hospital hums with the same tireless rhythm, yet something in the atmosphere has shifted, an acknowledgement that compassion survives here, even under pressure, even beneath orders written in ink that cannot reach the human core. Winter remains harsh outside. Fear remains constant. But within the fragile walls of the field hospital, the nurses continue to carve small pockets of humanity where the war least expects it. The next days bring a steady stream of civilians appearing at the edges of the camp, always cautious, always lingering until the guards are distracted or the nurses step outside. Word travels quietly through the villages. The women in white coats sometimes help. Not always. Not openly. But enough that hope begins to flicker in places where winter has extinguished nearly everything else. That hope draws people forward despite the risks. One afternoon, a man arrives carrying his wife on a wooden sled. Her breathing is shallow, her face flushed with fever. Snow has gathered in her hair, melting slowly along the strands. The guard shakes his head immediately, pointing back toward the forest path. Regulations are clear. The hospital is overstretched. Resources are low. Civilians must go elsewhere, though there is no elsewhere left. Elizabeth hears voices raised near the entrance and steps outside. The man pleads in broken German, gesturing toward his wife. His words scrape through the cold air like something fragile on the verge of breaking. Elizabeth takes one look at the woman's condition and signals for Marta and Johanna. The guard tries to intervene. "We can't." Elizabeth interrupts softly but firmly. "We can." Her tone does not invite argument. The woman is brought inside on the sled, her body wrapped tightly in blankets. As they lift her onto a cot, she shivers uncontrollably, her breath rattling with each exhale. Marta checks her temperature, dangerously high. Johanna prepares warm water while Elizabeth gathers what remains of their limited fever treatments. Supplies dwindle, yet the nurses make decisions based on need rather than nationality. Hours pass as they work in quiet coordination. They cool her skin with damp cloths, coax small sips of water past her cracked lips, and adjust her position to ease her breathing. The fever begins to break slowly, as though winter itself is unwilling to release its grip. Her husband waits outside the tent flap, hands clasped in prayer or fear, hard to tell where one ends and the other begins. The woman eventually stabilizes, her breathing deepening until it finds a steady rhythm. When Elizabeth steps outside to inform the husband, he nearly collapses from relief. He bows repeatedly, overwhelmed, trying to speak but losing words to emotion. She places a hand on his shoulder. For a moment, the war feels distant. Not long after, however, tension returns. A higher-ranking officer arrives unannounced for an inspection. His uniform is immaculate, boots polished despite the mud outside. He notices the civilian presence almost immediately. His expression hardens, eyes narrowing. "These people should not be here," he states. "We have clear directives." Elizabeth stands before him, posture calm but resolute. They would not survive without help. That is not our concern. It is mine, she replies. The officer's jaw tightens. A silence stretches between them, filled with the quiet hum of lanterns and the distant wail of the wind. The nurses continue working, their hands steady despite the tension. They do not look up, but the air in the tent becomes charged with held breath. Finally, the officer exhales sharply. Do not let this become routine, he warns before turning away and exiting into the cold. His footsteps crunch into the snow until the sound disappears. No one speaks for several minutes. Only after the tent flap settles does Marta release the breath she has been holding. Johanna returns to her tasks, her movements slow and thoughtful. Elizabeth closes the ledger gently, as though sealing the moment away. That night, more civilians approach, small figures moving like shadows between the trees. A grandmother with a sprained ankle. A young man with a gash across his cheek. A child with a persistent cough. Each one steps forward with caution, unsure whether compassion or refusal will greet them. The nurses accept them quietly, one by one. They work quickly, efficiently, balancing their limited supplies with the rising tide of need. The atmosphere inside the tent is unchanged, calm, steady, structured by routine, but beneath it flows an undercurrent of quiet rebellion. The nurses continue offering care despite pressure, despite rules, despite fear. By the time the lanterns burn low, the civilians have returned to their village, their footsteps fading into the darkness. Snow begins to fall again, soft and unhurried. The camp settles into uneasy quiet. Inside the tent, Marta wraps her scarf closer around her neck. Johanna folds the last of the blankets. Elizabeth sits briefly at the edge of a cot, allowing herself a moment of stillness. They know the risks. They know the boundaries they are pushing. But turning people away would demand a colder heart than any of them possess. The war continues. Winter deepens. And the nurses hold their fragile line of compassion against forces trying to narrow it. Retreat. Hospitals on the move. Retreat begins not with an order shouted across the camp, but with subtle shifts that accumulate over days. Supply routes thin until they resemble threads stretched too far. Ambulances arrive coated in mud that has frozen into rigid layers, their engines straining against the cold. Messages from nearby units grow shorter, more urgent, less certain. The nurses feel the change before anyone names it. Something in the air tightens, fear without form, movement without direction. Then the orders arrive. They come at dawn, carried in by an officer whose face is drawn and pale from lack of sleep. The front has buckled. Lines are shifting westward. The field hospital must prepare to relocate, quickly, efficiently, and without leaving behind anything that could aid the enemy. The nurses exchange quiet glances. They have seen retreat in small doses before, temporary evacuations, hurried relocations after heavy bombardments. But this is different. The tone in the officer's voice holds a gravity that reaches beyond the hospital walls. Within moments, the camp erupts into motion. Medics dismantle tent supports with numb hands. Orderlies load crates of supplies onto wagons. Doctors review charts, marking which patients can be moved safely and which must be stabilized before transport. The nurses move between tasks with an urgency sharpened by cold and uncertainty. Elizabeth coordinates the most critical cases. She reviews each patient's condition, making decisions that weigh survival against mobility. Some men are strong enough to endure the journey. Others need immediate intervention just to withstand transport. A few remain in the narrow margin where the decision is painful either way. Marta and Johanna prepare the patients for evacuation. They secure dressings, tighten blankets against the cold, and adjust splints so they will not shift during travel. The tent fills with the sounds of hurried breathing, creaking carts, and the sharp snap of canvas being folded down. Outside, the wind cuts across the camp, lifting loose snow into spiraling patterns. The sky carries the low hum of distant artillery, closer now, more insistent. Retreat is no longer an abstract directive. It is a necessity pressed into the soil beneath their feet. A convoy forms near the road, supply wagons, medical trucks, and a few battered ambulances. Horses snort clouds of steam, stamping their hooves against the frozen ground. Drivers tighten harness straps and check wheels stiffened by ice. The nurses load the first group of patients into the ambulances, bracing them with blankets and spare clothing. As they work, a new dilemma arises. A local family approaches the edge of the camp, 3 children and their mother, faces pale with fear. They plead softly, pointing toward the forest where fighting has intensified. They ask to travel with the convoy. The guard hesitates, torn between orders and instinct. The nurses know what official directives say. Civilians are not to be taken during retreat. Elizabeth approaches them. She crouches to meet the mother's eyes. The desperation there is unmistakable. Taking them will slow the convoy. Leaving them will expose them to danger they cannot outrun. She makes a choice. Stay close to the rear wagon, she murmurs. Do not fall behind. The mother nods, tears freezing on her cheeks. The guard pretends not to see. With the final supplies loaded, the tents remain half standing, empty, echoing, the stove still warm but abandoned. Retreat does not allow time for sentiment. What cannot be carried must be left. Marta pauses for just a second, taking in the quiet interior of the tent where so many lives were fought for. Then she steps out into the cold. The convoy begins to move. Wagon wheels creak over frozen earth. Horses strain against their harnesses. Engines sputter through clouds of exhaust. The nurses ride in the back of the medical trucks, surrounded by the wounded whose breaths rise in uneven patterns. The road ahead is narrow and treacherous. Snow drifts partially conceal deep ruts carved by weeks of heavy transport. Trees loom along the edges, dark and skeletal. The horizon stretches into a murky distance, marked by nothing but more snow, more cold, more uncertainty. Inside the truck, Johanna steadies a patient whose fever has returned. Marta checks the pulse of a man whose breathing grows shallow with each jolt of the road. Elizabeth sits near the back doors, watching the landscape recede, calculating the hours until they must stop again. Retreat is not just movement. It is erosion, of position, of certainty, of the fragile stability they fought to build. And the nurses feel that erosion in every turn of the wheels. The convoy travels slowly through the frozen landscape, each mile revealing new evidence of a front in disarray. Abandoned equipment lies half buried in snowbanks. A broken wagon tilts on its side at the edge of the road, its contents scattered across the white expanse. Footprints form chaotic trails leading into the forest. Soldiers, civilians, stragglers trying to outrun the shifting lines. Inside one of the medical trucks, the air is thick with breath and worry. The wounded groan with each jolt of the vehicle, their injuries flaring beneath layers of bandages and blankets. Marta checks a man whose chest wound has begun to seep again. The movement of the truck has reopened what they fought so hard to stabilize. She presses cloth gently against the injury, murmuring steadying words that barely register through his fevered haze. Johanna sits beside a patient whose hands tremble uncontrollably. The cold has worsened his frostbite, and the retreat leaves little room for the careful treatment they provided in the hospital tent. She rubs his arms briskly to restore circulation, shielding him from the draft seeping through the truck's wooden boards. Her own fingers ache with cold, but she works without pause. At the front of the truck, Elizabeth monitors the route through a small gap in the canvas. The road curves along a line of skeletal trees, their branches weighed by snow. She watches for signs of danger, shell craters, blocked paths, or movement in the distance that could indicate enemy patrols. Each turn requires judgment. Each judgment carries weight. As evening approaches, the convoy halts near a wooded clearing. The horses are exhausted, and the engines need rest before freezing. The wounded must be checked again. The nurses climb out into the brittle air, boots sinking into fresh snow. Their breaths form brief clouds before vanishing. The clearing offers some shelter from the wind. A few lanterns are hung from tree branches, casting dim circles of light across the camp. Fires are not permitted, too visible, too dangerous, so warmth must come from body heat and blankets alone. The nurses move between wagons and trucks, tending to the most critical cases first. One soldier, barely conscious, trembles violently beneath his blanket. Marta kneels beside him, checking his temperature and pulse. His fever has soared. Infection spreads quickly on the move, aided by cold and motion. She prepares warm cloths and places them along his neck and chest, hoping to draw down the heat that threatens to overwhelm him. Nearby, Johanna examines a man whose leg wound has grown pale around the edges, an early sign of tissue dying from the cold. She massages warmth back into the skin with steady hands, speaking softly to keep him alert. The lantern above them flickers in the wind, the shadows shifting across her face in quiet patterns of determination and worry. Elizabeth confers with the doctor about reorganizing the patients for the next stage of travel. Some can no longer endure the rough ride in the trucks. They will need to be moved to the wagons, despite the cold exposure. Others require closer monitoring and must remain in the back of the medical vehicles. Every shift is a gamble, calculated with what little they have. As they work, the mother and her 3 children, permitted to follow at the rear of the convoy, approach the nurses. The youngest boy shivers violently, his small coat offering little protection against the deepening cold. Marta wraps him in an extra blanket from the supply chest without hesitation. Elizabeth gives the mother a portion of their own tea ration, cooled but still offering warmth. They do this quietly, without drawing attention from the officers. The night deepens. Snow falls in slow, steady flakes that gather on the wagons, the trees, the nurses' shoulders. The clearing becomes a muted world of pale light and moving shadows. The distant echo of artillery hums somewhere far behind them, a reminder of what they are fleeing. In the middle of the night, a restless murmur spreads through the convoy. One of the horses collapses from exhaustion, sinking into the snow with a pained groan. Men rush to lift the harness and redistribute the load. The delay creates tension. Time lost feels like risk gained. The nurses watch the scene silently, aware that every hour counts. Before dawn, the order to continue is whispered through the camp. Engines cough back to life. Horses are coaxed forward. The wounded shift uneasily as they are prepared once more for travel. The nurses take their positions inside the trucks, pulling blankets tighter around their shoulders. As the convoy begins to move again, the clearing falls behind them, lanterns extinguished, footprints already softening beneath fresh snow. Ahead lies more uncertainty, more cold, more miles of retreat. The nurses steady themselves for the journey. They know the road will not grow easier, but their work continues. Between jolts of the wheels, between breaths of frozen air, between the fragile threads holding the wounded to life. The collapse, overrun by the Red Army. Collapse approaches long before anyone speaks its name. It begins as a distant vibration underfoot, a faint resonance that travels through the frozen ground before reaching the ear. At first, it could be mistaken for wind or artillery far off, but over the course of days it grows steadier, clearer, closer. The Eastern Front is shifting again, not by meters but by entire stretches of land. Rumors move faster than orders. Soldiers whisper about breakthroughs, about encircled divisions, about villages swallowed overnight by the advancing Red Army. Wagon drivers exchange uneasy glances, their voices low as they tighten reins already frayed by winter. The nurses hear fragments of these conversations while tending to the wounded, each fragment adding subtle weight to the air. The convoy continues westward, but progress slows with every mile. Roads vanish beneath drifts of snow, forcing detours through forest paths barely wide enough for a wagon. The horses struggle. Engines shiver and stall. The nurses brace patients constantly as the trucks jolt over frozen roots and buried debris. Elizabeth senses the change most acutely. Reports become inconsistent. Messages contradicted. Officers tense. She recognizes the pattern from earlier retreats but feels the magnitude now, something larger, something final beginning to unfurl. One morning, as the convoy crosses an open field glazed with ice, distant booms ripple through the air. Not the muffled artillery of long-range exchanges. This is closer, sharper, rolling toward them like a tide. Soldiers stop mid-motion. Drivers look over their shoulders. The landscape holds its breath. A scout returns on horseback, snow spraying from the hooves. His voice trembles as he speaks to the officer in charge. Whatever he says shifts the entire camp atmosphere instantly. The officer's expression hardens. Orders follow in quick succession. They must accelerate westward. The Red Army is advancing from multiple directions. Contact is expected within hours. The nurses act without hesitation. They secure the wounded, double-check restraints, reinforce blankets, and tighten splints. Marta adjusts the dressings on a man who has only just stabilized. Johanna checks pulses, assessing who can withstand a rougher ride. Elizabeth coordinates with the medic team, her movements swift and precise. The convoy sets off again, this time with an urgency that leaves no room for caution. Wagons creak under the added strain. Horses break into an uneasy trot. Engines roar, coughing through clouds of exhaust that blur the frozen air. Snow begins to fall hard, thick, driving flakes that slash sideways in the wind. Visibility narrows. The road dissolves into a ghostly ribbon of white. The nurses strain to see through the open flaps of the trucks. They hear the artillery grow nearer, its pattern becoming unmistakable, advancing fire. Soon, the first signs appear. A smoldering cart lies overturned beside the path. Another wagon, half buried in snow, bears the marks of recent shelling. Footprints scatter in every direction, some deep and hurried, others shallow and fading. As they pass a bend in the forest road, gunfire cracks faintly in the distance. The doctors exchange glances, unspoken fear forming between them. They know that the wounded will not survive a direct encounter. They know the Red Army takes no comfort in the sight of German uniforms. Near midday, the convoy halts abruptly. A fallen tree blocks the path, fresh, forced down by artillery or deliberate obstruction. Soldiers rush forward with axes, hacking at the trunk while the nurses wait in unnatural stillness. Every minute is a risk. Every second stretches thin. Marta listens to the breathing of a feverish patient whose condition worsens with each delay. Johanna grips the edge of the truck bench, feeling the vibration of distant tanks through the wood. Elizabeth steps outside to assess the situation and returns with a look that confirms what they feared. The front is collapsing so quickly that they are no longer outrunning it, they are moving alongside it. When the tree is finally cleared, the convoy surges forward. The wind shifts, carrying a low, mechanical rumble that draws closer with each heartbeat. Tracks grinding over ice. Engines unfamiliar in tone. The unmistakable sound of armored vehicles approaching from the east. The nurses exchange no words. They need none. The collapse is no longer coming. It has arrived. The convoy presses forward through the forest as the distant mechanical rumble grows louder. It vibrates through the frozen ground, the wagons, the wooden planks beneath the nurses' feet. Every jolt of the truck feels sharper, every shift in the air more urgent. Snow falls in a relentless veil, erasing tracks almost as soon as they are made, leaving the sense that the world is closing in behind them. Inside the medical truck, the wounded stir with the sudden acceleration. Marta steadies a man whose breathing has become ragged, one hand on his shoulder, the other checking the bandage that winds across his ribs. His eyes flutter open, then close again with visible effort. She whispers reassurance, though the words feel thin against the mounting fear. Johanna glances toward the back flap, listening. The sound is clearer now, engines grinding, metal clattering, treads crushing frozen earth. She meets Elizabeth's eyes across the cramped space. No one needs to say the words. Soviet armor is approaching. The convoy reaches a clearing. The sky above is a pale, storm-lit gray. The officer in charge rides forward, scanning the surroundings with frantic precision. The path ahead splits, an open road leading west, and a narrow trail curving south through dense forest. He signals. They turn south. The wagons lurch violently as they enter the uneven trail. Branches scrape the sides. Snow cascades from the trees in sudden bursts. The nurses brace themselves and the patients as the truck pitches over deep roots hidden beneath the white cover. For a brief moment, the mechanical rumble fades. Then gunfire cracks sharply in the distance. Short bursts, answered by heavier, rolling thunder. The Red Army has reached the outer edge of the retreating units. The convoy presses deeper into the forest, straining to stay ahead of the chaos. But the narrow trail slows them. A wagon will get stuck in a rut. Men push and shout, boots slipping on ice. Another horse stumbles, nearly bringing its load down with it. The nurses watch helplessly, knowing every second lost brings danger closer. Suddenly, the distant rumble returns, louder now, accompanied by the faint clatter of chains and shouted commands carried by the wind. The sound approaches from the northeast, angling toward their direction. Elizabeth steps outside as soon as the truck halts again. Snow whips against her coat, melting along her collar. She scans the tree line, listening with practiced calm. When she returns, her voice is steady but low. They are close. The convoy must move. The officer orders the trucks to continue ahead while the slower wagons regroup. The nurses are instructed to stay with the wounded already loaded. There is no time to rearrange, no safe space to reorganize. Engines sputter, then roar. The truck jerks forward, bouncing sharply over uneven ground. Inside, the lantern sways violently. The wounded cry out as the movement strains their injuries. Marta grips the support beam overhead, steadying both herself and the patient beside her. Johanna holds pressure on a reopening wound, her gloves already soaked. Elizabeth kneels near the rear doors, bracing a man whose condition is deteriorating with the rough ride. The forest thins abruptly. Ahead, the trail opens into a shallow valley. The trucks descend carefully, tires skidding on the icy slope. At the bottom, they must cross a frozen stream. The first vehicle attempts the crossing, and the ice groans beneath its weight. For a breath, everyone holds still. The truck clears the stream just as the ice cracks behind it. The next vehicle hesitates, then follows. The ice holds again, but barely. Horses whimper as their hooves scrape across the slick surface. One wagon slips, tilting dangerously before its driver manages to correct the course. Behind them, the rumble grows into a roar. They reach the opposite bank. As the trucks climb the slope, the nurses hear the unmistakable sound of armored treads breaking into the clearing behind them. The Red Army has arrived at the stream. Shouts echo through the forest. Commands, warnings, the rapid escalation of battle. Then the first shells land. They hit the trees above the convoy, sending splinters raining down in sharp, frozen fragments. Snow erupts in clouds. Horses rear. Drivers shout. The wounded cry out, startled and terrified. Elizabeth orders Marta and Johanna to shield the most fragile patients. They crouch low, bodies forming a barrier against the jolts and debris. The truck speeds forward, engine straining, trying to outrun a force it cannot overpower. Another explosion rocks the hillside, trees cracking and toppling under the impact. The truck swerves violently, tires slipping in the churned snow. The nurses cling to whatever they can, blankets, beams, one another, while keeping their focus on the men in their care. The convoy pushes deeper into the valley, disappearing between ridges and trees. The sounds of pursuit continue for several minutes. Gunfire, engines, the thunder of shells, but gradually they fade behind layers of forest and distance. Only when the rumble thins into silence does the truck finally slow. The nurses release their held breath. Marta checks the patients, one by one. Johanna replaces the dressings loosened during the chaos. Elizabeth presses her hand briefly against the wooden bench, grounding herself in the fact that, for now, they have escaped. But the collapse is complete. The front has broken. The Red Army is no longer behind them, it is around them, advancing in waves. Every mile west will require endurance the nurses are not sure they have left. Still, the work continues. The wounded need them. And the road stretches on. Evacuation trains. Duty on rails. The retreat eventually delivers the nurses and the wounded to a desolate rail junction, an outpost carved into the winter landscape by necessity rather than design. Two battered trains wait on the tracks, their steel frames rimed with frost, their windows clouded by breath frozen from previous journeys. Smoke rises weakly from their chimneys, drifting into the grey sky like a fragile signal that help still exist somewhere. The air around the station is brittle with cold. Snow crunches under boots in sharp, crystalline fractures. Soldiers hurry along the platform, carrying crates, shouting orders, scanning the tree line with restless eyes. The Red Army's advance has driven thousands toward these tracks. This junction is one of the last chances to push the wounded deeper west. The nurses step off the convoy trucks and immediately feel the shift in atmosphere. The forest is behind them. Open ground surrounds them with no shelter. The entire horizon feels exposed, an unbroken expanse where danger can travel quickly and without warning. Elizabeth surveys the scene with quiet urgency. The officers have arranged the wounded by priority. Those who can walk help toward the rear cars, those who cannot lifted onto stretchers and carried toward the medical wagons near the front. The system is too tight, too rushed, but it is the only way to move everyone before the enemy draws closer. Marta assists in transferring patients from the trucks. Frost clings to the blankets as she lifts them, stiff edges brushing against her wrists. A soldier shivers violently in her arms, his body unable to hold heat even beneath layers of wool. She moves carefully, guiding him toward a stretcher team waiting at the platform's edge. Johanna climbs aboard the first medical carriage. Inside, the warmth is faint but welcome. The space is narrow, lined with wooden shelves fitted to hold stretchers. Some are already occupied, men breathing unevenly, eyes half open, faces pale beneath the lantern's wavering glow. The smell inside is a mixture of disinfectant, cold metal, and human fatigue. She begins preparing the space, checking straps, ensuring blankets are ready, and clearing unused supplies from the floor. Soon, there will be no room to breathe, let alone reorganize. Outside, the train whistle sounds, long, low, urgent. The steam cloud rises in a trembling column, whipped sideways by the wind. Time is running out. Elizabeth coordinates with the officer overseeing the loading. How long until departure? 10 minutes, he answers, though his tone suggests even that might be generous. The enemy has been sighted near the river crossing. She nods and returns to the nurses. They move faster. The stretcher teams carry in a man whose leg wound has soaked through 2 layers of dressing. Marta follows, holding the edge of the blanket to keep the cold from scathing his exposed skin. Johanna clears space on the middle shelf, guiding the stretcher into place before fastening the straps with practiced hands. Another patient arrives, a soldier with severe frostbite who lost consciousness during the ride. His breath forms brief clouds. His fingers are wrapped in cloth too stiff to bend. Elizabeth checks his pulse. It is faint but present. She settles him into a lower berth where the lantern warmth can reach him. Outside, more soldiers rush forward. A wagon overturns near the tracks as its wheel catches on a buried stone. Supplies spill out, bandages, tins, spare clothing tumbling into snow. Men scramble to retrieve what they can. The nurses feel the tremor of urgency radiating through the entire station. Then a distant sound spreads across the open fields. Artillery, muffled by distance but unmistakably closing in. The officer shouts for immediate boarding. The urgency in his voice sends a ripple through the platform. Drivers hurry to secure the wagons. Soldiers lift the last of the wounded toward the train carriages. The nurses climb aboard, hands numb, chests tight from cold and adrenaline. Inside the medical carriage, the lantern light sways with the motion of hurried feet. The nurses secure the final stretcher just as the whistle blows again, sharper, commanding, echoing through the winter air. The doors slam shut. The train lurches forward. The metallic groan of wheels biting into frozen rails fills the carriage. The nurses brace themselves against the walls as the train begins its slow, heavy crawl westward. Snow rushes past the windows in long white streaks. The platform fades behind them, swallowed by the grey horizon. Elizabeth exhales, her breath shaking slightly as she looks down the length of the carriage. Retreat has become flight. The train gathers speed slowly, as though reluctant to leave the frozen junction behind. Metal grinds against metal in long, aching tones. Steam hisses from the engine in erratic bursts, dissolving into the icy wind. Inside the medical carriage, the lanterns swing gently, casting rippling shadows along the narrow aisle. The nurses begin their work immediately. Marta checks the soldier with the reopened leg wound, adjusting his position so the bleeding eases rather than worsens with each vibration of the tracks. The motion beneath her feet is constant, small jolts that travel into the stretcher frames and into her bones. She presses fresh cloth against the wound, whispering calm encouragement as the man fights through fever and pain. Johanna moves between the berths, tightening straps loosened by the train's shifting. One patient mutters incoherently, reaching out toward the ceiling. Another clutches at his blanket, eyes wide with confusion each time the wheels clatter over a rough patch of rail. She wipes sweat from foreheads, feeds drops of water to cracked lips, and adjusts blankets that slide dangerously close to exposed wounds. Elizabeth stands at the far end of the carriage, steadying herself with one hand on the door frame. She listens to the rhythm of the engine, the way it surges forward, then strains, then catches again. Something about the cadence feels wrong. She glances through the window slit, watching the white landscape blur. Snow drifts across the tracks in sweeping arcs, half hiding the path. The train whistle sounds, short, sharp, anxious. Moments later, a shudder runs through the entire train. The brakes engage briefly, not enough to stop movement, but enough to jolt everyone inside. A few stretchers rock violently. Marta grabs the nearest support beam to keep her balance. The wounded groan in a wave of discomfort. Johanna calls out, "All secure." But her tone betrays her own uncertainty. Elizabeth opens the sliding door to the next carriage, stepping out onto the narrow coupling platform. Wind slashes into her coat, freezing her breath instantly. She scans the line of carriages ahead. The engine smoke funnels sideways in frantic bursts. Soldiers lean out of the troop carriages, shouting toward the front. Then the sound reaches her. Artillery, distant but closing. Too close for comfort. Close enough to threaten the tracks themselves. She returns inside quickly. "We need to prepare for impact," she tells the nurses. They gather what they can, bandages, blankets, splints, positioning themselves between the stretchers as if forming a human shield. The lanterns sway harder now. The vibrations beneath them intensify. The first shell lands somewhere far behind, sending a deep, rolling tremor through the rails. The second lands closer, the sound sharper, the echo cracking across the winter air like a splitting tree trunk. The wounded stir in panic. One man tries to sit up, pain flashing across his face. Marta presses a hand on his shoulder, soothing him as best she can. Johanna holds another patient's hand still, preventing him from tearing open fresh stitches. Elizabeth moves down the aisle with brisk, controlled motions, ensuring every stretcher is secured. Another impact, this one close enough to clang against the metal frame of the train like a distant hammer blow. The train accelerates. The engine bellows, wheels screaming against the icy track. The entire carriage rattles violently. Lantern flames flicker dangerously, shadows erupting in chaotic patterns across the walls. The nurses steady themselves, legs braced, bodies bent over the wounded. For several minutes, the world becomes a blur of sound and motion, shells exploding behind them, the rails vibrating with frantic energy, the wounded calling out through fever, fear, and confusion. Then, slowly, the explosions begin to fade. The rumble of Soviet armor softens. The artillery grows distant again. The train keeps pushing west. Inside the carriage, silence begins to seep back into the narrow aisle. Not peaceful silence, tense, trembling silence, held together by breath and will. Marta checks her patient again. The bleeding has slowed. His breathing is irregular, but steadier than before. Johanna wipes sweat from her brow, her hands shaking faintly. She looks around the carriage, assessing who needs help most urgently next. Elizabeth kneels beside a man who lost consciousness during the barrage. She checks his pulse, waits for its faint return, and exhales quietly. The lanterns continue to sway, though slower now. The rails hum beneath them in a steadier rhythm. Outside, the world is still white, still frozen, still uncertain. But the train moves on, carrying its fragile cargo, its exhausted nurses, and the quiet hope that distance alone might offer safety. As the evening deepens, the nurses settle into the long, cold vigilance that an evacuation train demands. There will be no rest tonight. Only motion, duty, and the narrow space carved. War's end, captivity, silence, and memory. The evacuation train travels for days that blur into one another, snow sweeping across the windows in endless patterns, engines groaning beneath the strain, the wounded drifting between fever and fragile rest. But eventually the rails begin to change. The ground softens beneath them. The air warms slightly, enough that breath no longer freezes as it leaves the lips. The nurses sense it before the officers announce it. The war is bending toward its end. Not cleanly, not gently, but unmistakably. Messages arrive in fragments. Units collapsing. Command posts abandoned. Cities surrendering in silence. Entire fronts folding like paper exposed to flame. The Red Army advances in waves too large to comprehend. German forces fall back until there is nowhere left to retreat. The train finally stops at a small station west of the collapsing front, a place meant to be temporary but now crowded with fleeing columns. Makeshift tents fill the empty fields. Soldiers move like shadows, hungry, exhausted, unsure where to go. Civilians wander the area with bundles strapped to their backs, searching for missing relatives or a safe direction. The nurses step down from the carriage and feel the weight of tension pressing across the camp. No one knows who holds the territory ahead. No one knows whether safety lies north, west, or nowhere at all. Elizabeth directs the group to unload the most critical patients into a wooden barn newly designated as a field ward. Inside, the space smells of hay and damp earth, but it is sheltered and quiet. They begin their work again, dressing wounds, distributing what little supplies remain, offering water to soldiers who have not had a full cup in days. Their movements are slower now, shaped not by urgency alone but by the strain of exhaustion that has settled deep into their bones. Marta tends to a young soldier who cannot stop shaking. His face twitches with each burst of distant artillery. She wraps a blanket around his shoulders and speaks softly, her voice steady. When he does not respond, she remains nearby until his trembling eases. Johanna examines a frostbitten man whose toes have turned completely black. The doctor confirms what she already knew. Amputation is necessary if the rot is to be contained. They prepare a corner of the barn as an improvised operating space, shielding it from view as much as possible. The procedure is grim but essential. The man survives, though only barely. Outside, the sky darkens. Smoke hangs above the horizon, too far to identify, too close to ignore. Officers speak quickly, exchanging maps and guesses about enemy movements. A rumor spreads that the Soviet advance has already passed the river. Another claims the line has shifted south instead. None of it feels certain. The nurses sense the inevitability in the air. The front will reach them soon. Late that night, the distant roar returns, long, low, unmistakably heavy. A single tank's engine can be mistaken. A single detonation, explained away. But this is different. This is an approaching tide. Soldiers scramble. Civilians gather belongings. Officers shout for order, but their voices carry no authority against the mounting panic. The nurses stand in the doorway of the barn, watching the chaos ripple through the station. Then the first flares rise into the sky, bright arcs illuminating the snow-covered fields. The Red Army is here. The camp erupts into motion. Some try to flee. Others freeze in place, as if shock has rooted them to the ground. The nurses have no orders, only instinct. They return to the barn, gathering the wounded and preparing them for what comes next. Some men beg to be hidden. Others ask for reassurance, voices cracking with fear. Elizabeth steadies a lantern with shaking hands. Johanna checks the door latch. Marta moves between the cots, offering water, blankets, anything that brings a thread of comfort. Moments later, unfamiliar voices echo outside, Russian, sharp and commanding. Boots crunch through snow. Engines idle. The barn door swings open. A Soviet officer steps inside, his breath clouding in the air. Soldiers follow, rifles pointed downward but ready. They pause, taking in the rows of wounded Germans, the nurses standing among them. The officer raises a hand. Vrachi, he asks, doctors? Nurses? Elizabeth nods slowly. The officer studies her face, then the patient's. He speaks quietly to his men. To the nurse's relief, the rifles lower fully. No shots. No shouting. Only instructions passed in low voices. The war has ended for them, not with a surrender or a final order, but with a barn full of wounded men and a single moment of recognition between people who have all seen too much. The nurses exchange silent glances. Exhaustion washes through them, deep, overwhelming, impossible to describe. The fear does not vanish, but it settles into something else. Something like resignation. Or survival. Outside, the Soviet soldiers secure the area. The barn remains quiet, filled with the steady breathing of men who have outlasted the front but not the cost of it. Night falls slowly. The war moves on without them. And captivity, with all its uncertainty, begins. The first hours of captivity unfold in a strange, subdued quiet. The Soviet soldiers secure the perimeter with measured efficiency but show no desire for chaos. Their voices murmur outside the barn in tones that oscillate between command and fatigue. The war has taken its toll on them as well. The shared exhaustion hangs in the air like a heavy snowfall. Inside, the nurses continue tending to the wounded as if the front had never passed over them. Their routines do not change, checking pulses, offering sips of water, adjusting blankets stiff from cold. The work keeps them anchored. It keeps the men calm. It keeps fear from rising into something unmanageable. Marta cleans a deep wound on a soldier who whispers apologies through chattering teeth. She assures him that apologies are unnecessary. He is alive, and that is enough for now. His eyes soften, gratitude filling the space where fear once lived. Johanna assists a Soviet medic who enters the barn quietly, carrying a crate of medical supplies. His coat is worn, his gloves torn at the fingertips. He nods toward the nurses with brief acknowledgement. Without words, he helps stabilize a man whose fever has returned. Their movements align in an unspoken rhythm, one shaped not by allegiance, but by necessity. Elizabeth observes these interactions with a cautious sense of relief. Captivity is uncertain, but not hostile. The soldiers watch them, but with curiosity more than suspicion. The nurses feel the tension, yet also the fragile calm that follows when the fight has moved elsewhere. As dawn approaches, the barn fills with pale light filtering through gaps in the wooden walls. The cold remains, sharp and invasive, but the sense of immediate danger has thinned. Smoke rises from the Soviet encampment outside, carrying the scent of burning pine. A Soviet officer returns, stepping inside with deliberate calm. He surveys the room, noting the condition of the wounded and the nurse's presence among them. When he speaks, his tone is firm but not unkind. "You stay. Help," he says. tapping his chest lightly before gesturing toward the barn. War, finished here. The meaning is clear. They are to remain under guard, but their purpose is recognized. Their work will continue, under new eyes, with new boundaries, but without violence. The nurses nod. This is a kind of mercy. Hours pass. The barn grows warmer as the Soviets bring in additional stoves. More wounded soldiers, German and occasionally Soviet, are placed under the nurses' care. Captivity shifts into routine. Tending, calming, surviving. The nurses navigate the space between responsibilities and limitations with careful grace. Marta finds herself treating a Soviet conscript whose hand is swollen from a shrapnel splinter. He winces as she removes the fragment with steady fingers. When she finishes, he mutters a quiet spasibo before returning to his unit. It is a small exchange, but significant, proof that humanity persists even in the rubble left behind. Johanna shares water with a young Russian guard stationed near the barn door. He accepts it awkwardly, bowing his head before stepping back into position. His rifle hangs loosely at his side, not pointed, merely present. Elizabeth writes notes on scraps of paper from her medical ledger, documenting who needs urgent care and who is stable. Her handwriting trembles from fatigue, yet the letters remain neat and deliberate. By evening, the atmosphere settles into a strange, solemn stillness. Outside, the sounds of war drift farther and farther away. No artillery, no engines, only the crackle of fires and the murmur of soldiers speaking in low tones. The front has passed, leaving behind a pocket of quiet that feels both fragile and unreal. The nurses gather briefly at the center of the barn. They sit on overturned crates, blankets draped over their shoulders. No one speaks at first. Their eyes reflect exhaustion, layered, deep, impossible to hide. When they finally express their thoughts, the words are soft, almost faded. "We made it," Johanna whispers. "For now," Marta answers gently. Elizabeth nods, not in triumph, but in acknowledgement of the endurance demanded of them. Night falls again, drawing long shadows across the wooden walls. The wounded sleep in uneven rhythms. The Soviets maintain watch outside. The nurses remain in the quiet space between rolls, no longer retreating, not yet released. In that stillness, they feel the weight of everything they have carried. The cold, the losses, the impossible choices, the faces that will stay with them long after this barn is gone. Captivity holds them now, but so does memory. And memory, unlike the front, does not retreat. Aftermath. There comes a point, after the wind loses its sharpness and the snow stops drifting across open fields, when the world begins to breathe again. Not with relief, not with triumph, but with a quiet that feels both earned and unfamiliar. In the barn the nurses occupied, first as caretakers, later as captives. The final hours of the war settle like dust on wooden beams. Even now, the cold lingers along the floorboards, rising in faint currents that brush against blankets and boots. The lanterns burn low, their light soft and unassertive, leaving the corners of the room to darkness. Most of the wounded sleep. A few shift in restless dreams. Outside, the watch changes hands with muted footsteps, the Soviets speaking in tones too hushed to disturb those inside. In this dim space, the nurses sit together in a small circle, Elizabeth with her hands clasped loosely in her lap, Johanna leaning forward as if listening for something beyond the barn walls, Marta with her shoulders wrapped in a thick wool blanket, her breath slow, steady, finally unhurried. Their work is not finished. Illness does not pause for declarations of peace, but something inside them has shifted. The frantic pulse of retreat is gone. The relentless pace of triage has eased. The pressure that once pressed against every decision now recedes like a distant tide. What remains is the quiet work of tending, watching, remembering. You drift alongside them in this softened hour, where the war's roar fades into something almost bearable. The barn smells of damp wood, extinguished fires, and the faint metallic trace of blood that no amount of washing can fully erase. Somewhere in the rafters, a gust of wind slips through a crack, stirring loose straw into brief motion. Then stillness returns. Elizabeth rises first. Her steps are slow, careful, the steps of someone whose exhaustion has settled deep into her bones. She checks the nearest patient, adjusting his blanket with the calm tenderness of a habit formed long before the front began to collapse. When she exhales, the breath leaves her in a small cloud that disappears quickly, as if the cold is no longer strong enough to hold onto it. Johanna walks the length of the barn, lantern in hand. Its light spills softly over faces marked by pain and long nights. She pauses beside a man whose fever broke only hours ago. His breathing is steady now. She touches his wrist lightly and moves on, her steps measured, her expression softened by something rare on the Eastern Front. The sense that, for this moment, survival is not slipping away. Marta sits alone for a few minutes longer, staring at the wooden boards beneath her feet. She hears the quiet inside the barn, the absence of screams, the absence of mortar fire, the absence of rushing stretcher teams. Her shoulders lower. Her fingers uncurl. When she finally stands, she moves with the deliberate calm of someone rediscovering the rhythm of her own body after months of urgency. Outside, the sky has begun to lighten. The first signs of dawn are faint, filtering through treetops in thin strands. The war will not truly end today, not for all the soldiers scattered across the continent, not for the prisoners, not for the families waiting far from the front. But here, in this barn, the night that seemed endless is giving way to a gentler light. The Soviet officer returns just after sunrise. He enters quietly, nods once toward the nurses, and speaks in a tone that carries neither threat nor triumph. Arrangements will be made, he explains. Transport will come. They will be moved, questioned, processed, but they will not be harmed. The nurses exchange glances, relief tinged with caution, gratitude edged with fatigue. They know captivity will bring its own hardships, but they also know they have crossed a threshold few expected to survive. Hours pass. The barn warms slightly as sunlight spreads across the floor. The nurses continue their rounds with the same steady care they carried through bombardments and retreat, checking dressings, soothing restless movements, reshaping blankets that slip in sleep. Their motions soften as the day grows brighter, as though the light itself makes each gesture a little easier. You watch them as the morning unfolds, the way they continue tending even when their own hands tremble from exhaustion, the way they move with an unspoken understanding that service does not end simply because the war does. Duty lingers. So does humanity. Eventually they gather once more, standing near the barn door where the outside air drifts in, warmer now and tinged with the scent of thawing earth. No formal words pass between them. They do not speak of what they have endured, or what waits for them beyond the barn. Their silence is not avoidance, it is recognition. Some experiences settle too deeply for speech. One by one, they step toward the sunlight, letting it touch faces that have known years of winter compressed into months. Their breaths rise softly in the warming air, no longer crystallizing, no longer brittle. The barn behind them remains filled with wounded men who will need them in the hours ahead. Captivity will reshape their days, but the core of their work will stay unchanged. For now, they allow themselves to stand quietly in the light. You linger with them, sensing the final stillness after a long, relentless journey. A stillness carved from cold nights, impossible choices, and pockets of compassion hidden beneath the weight of orders and fear. This is not the triumphant end of a story. It is a breath taken after too many held too long, a fragile pause before the future unspools. And as the moment settles, the voice of the world grows soft again. The front eventually moved on, but elsewhere, other systems continued quietly sorting human beings into categories of usefulness, visibility, and survival. Behind another set of fences, the war took on a different shape. Part 2. The Forgotten Black POWs, the soldiers the war tried to erase. A dim road seems to run ahead, one never marked on any map. It is a path shaped by absence, by men who should be visible in the record, yet are not. Voices that should echo across diaries, testimonies, camp lists, and post-war interviews, but instead appear only as faint impressions. The Second World War left traces of almost everything: orders, battles, supply routes, casualty figures. But when it comes to black Allied soldiers taken prisoner by German forces, the archival trail narrows to a whisper. That silence is where this story begins. Night settles across a landscape familiar only in fragments. Archival shadows, grainy silhouettes, half-remembered stories drifting through the long tale of the war. At the edge of this darkness lies a truth rarely spoken aloud, resting beneath the surface of more common histories, waiting for someone to notice its outline. Wind slips through a stand of broken trees, trunks leaning at uneasy angles after years of artillery shock. Beyond them stretch the front lines as they once were: Normandy hedgerows, Italian ridges, North African deserts, Belgian forests. These places are well rooted in collective memory, and yet thousands of black soldiers fought across those same terrains, often in segregated units, often assigned the most dangerous work, often underestimated by the very armies they served. Their courage was never in question. Their presence was never in question. Their sacrifices were never in question. What is in question is why so many of them seemed to disappear the moment capture occurred. Further ahead, distant points of camp light flicker: stalags, orphlogs, dulags, each one a node in the vast machinery of wartime imprisonment. In the final accounting of the conflict, the number of black American POWs officially recorded is startlingly small, given how many served at the front. The silence around them isn't an accident of paperwork or fog of war confusion. It is a silence constructed with intention, shaped by a deeper framework of ideology. Tonight's narrative doesn't rely on shock or spectacle. It moves with a slow, deliberate calm, through policy, battlefield encounters, and the rare testimonies of the men who survived. It lingers with the hard truth that black soldiers were often denied the basic status of prisoner of war. Many were separated from white POWs. Many were diverted to unregistered labor detachments. Many never appeared in any ledger at all. This history is not only about racism, but about how racism became codified into military procedure. The Wehrmacht's relationship to Nazi racial ideology was inconsistent, sometimes opportunistic, sometimes dogmatic. Yet on the matter of black prisoners, the pattern is unmistakable. Their capture was not something the system wanted to acknowledge. Their presence within the POW network was seen as a political risk, a racial challenge, and an ideological inconvenience. The night offers no easy answers, only space. Space to trace the shape of what has been missing. Across that darkness, one can sense the unseen men this story follows. A black infantryman of the 92nd Division taken during fighting in the Apennines. A truck driver ambushed during the Battle of the Bulge. A French colonial soldier captured in 1940. They moved through the war with the same fear and resolve as any other soldier. But the moment they surrendered, their fate diverged. Some were held only briefly. Some were executed. Others were absorbed into labor units without registration. A few survived only because fellow prisoners insisted on shielding them from the system that sought to erase them. Bootsteps crunch faintly over frost somewhere in the distance. Hesitant steps, not marching ones. Men approaching an uncertain future. A guard tower looms in silhouette. It doesn't look overtly menacing, but the structure itself carries the weight of choices made by those who believed they had the authority to determine who counted as a captive worthy of life. This story does not arrive to accuse or dramatize. It arrives to remember, to give form to the pieces that remain, and to understand why they were allowed to slip from sight for so long. The air hangs still, and a quiet question rises with it. How many were taken, and how many were never meant to be seen again? How many families waited for news that never came, not because their loved ones fell in battle, but because the record of their capture was erased before it could ever reach them? The silence surrounding these men is not emptiness. It is the residue of a deliberate system. Attention returns to the dark horizon, to the unseen camps, to the broken lines of movement carved across Europe. The story ahead will not rush. It will unfold gradually, piece by piece. There will be rare documented instances of black POWs entering the German system, and many more where the trail stops abruptly. There will be first-hand accounts from the men who survived interrogations where race dictated everything. There will be glimpses of colonial troops in 1940, whose treatment diverged sharply from that of other prisoners. And there will be evidence of how ordinary German units behaved when ideology collided with the disordered realities of war. The truth is that some histories vanish because no one thought to preserve them. Others vanish because someone worked very hard to ensure they would. Here, tonight, the fragments are gathered. Scattered testimonies, faint records, overlooked details, names that surface only in footnotes. Piece by piece, a history long pushed to the periphery is brought forward, not for spectacle, and not for pain, but for acknowledgement. Ahead lies a road shaped by absence, leading into the quiet places where these men once stood, into the truth of what happened when they were taken prisoner by an army that did not believe they were entitled to the rights of captives. The story begins there. The vanishing point. Dawn rises in muted tones, flattening the horizon into soft layers of grey and pale gold. Beyond that faint hem of light, the war continues, columns shifting, patrols rotating, artillery murmuring in the distance. But here, at this early hour, the world feels momentarily paused. A crossroads lies open to the morning, scarred by tank treads and littered with torn branches, holding its own quiet clue to the silence surrounding black prisoners of war. 3 thin roads branch outward from this junction, each disappearing into a different theatre of conflict. One bends toward Normandy's hedgerow country, where smoke from battles fought months earlier still clings to memory. Another winds toward the Apennines, where winter once settled deep into the ridges. The third traces the routes used during the chaos of 1940, when France fell with astonishing speed. Each road offers part of the story, yet none alone explains why so many captured black soldiers simply vanished from the historical record. A breeze lifts across the broken earth, stirring dust and ash into faint spirals. The motion becomes a quiet metaphor for what historians have followed for decades, evidence rising briefly into view before settling back into obscurity. In battalion rosters, after-action reports, and POW archives, patterns emerge not only of incompleteness but of deliberate omission. Far along one of the roads, a small column of prisoners moves steadily forward, their silhouettes diffused by distance. Most are white Americans or British troops, escorted by German guards whose uniforms soften in the morning haze. It is an orderly scene, predictable, routine. These are the men whose names will appear in camp registries, Red Cross logs, interrogation files. Their captivity will be recorded, counted, and acknowledged. But between their ranks lies an empty space that suggests another truth. Black soldiers served in many of the same units, sometimes in the same companies or attached to the same frontline operations. Yet when German units processed prisoners, black captives often disappeared before reaching the camps. Sometimes the cause was brutally straightforward. Racist policy applied unevenly but widely understood. Sometimes it was the prejudice of individual soldiers or officers. At other moments, it was bureaucratic. Decisions made by men who viewed racial ideology as part of their administrative duty. The Geneva Convention defined rules for the treatment of prisoners of war, but those rules existed beside an unwritten system, ideological, selective, and shaped by the racial worldview of the regime. Those hidden rules influenced who was recognized as a legitimate captive, who was transferred onward, who survived the journey into custody, and who vanished from all documentation. Near the shoulder of the road, a scattering of abandoned helmets bears marks of recent movement. Among them lies a single American liner bearing the faint trace of a unit marking used by segregated service troops during the Battle of the Bulge. Its presence without its owner becomes a small but potent symbol. Men captured in the chaos who never appeared in any German intake report. Not listed as prisoners. Not listed as casualties. Simply absent. German handling of black POWs was inconsistent. A few were processed through standard channels, though typically under harsher conditions. Others were separated from white prisoners, classified as labor assets rather than soldiers, or held temporarily in unregistered sites. Some were executed at the moment of surrender, a violation of the laws of war but consistent with the regime's ideology. The lack of records complicates everything. Few testimonies survive, and German documentation seldom mentions these men, sometimes intentionally. Along the empty space where they should be walking, the silence becomes tangible, not the quiet of dawn but the quiet of erasure. A lone tree stands at the crossroads, its bark torn by shrapnel, branches stripped into angular points. It feels like a solitary marker for those who passed through and never returned. The landscape seems to wait for footsteps that never arrive, for the crunch of gravel that should accompany a fuller column of captives. Down the road, the guard detachment turns toward a staging area. An officer gestures and divides the prisoners into two groups. One will continue toward a formal stalag. The other will remain temporarily for interrogation. This sorting process happened thousands of times, efficient, procedural, and seemingly impartial. Yet embedded within these simple movements were choices that determined the fate of black captives. Some were pulled aside. Others were ignored entirely. Some were redirected to field labor without registration, disappearing in the movements of retreat and counterattack. The moment here is not a recreation of a single event, but a composite of many, drawn from witness accounts, court records, Red Cross reports, and post-war interviews. Each fragment offers a detail. A sergeant last seen alive at the moment of capture who never reached Stalag 9B. A truck driver from the Red Ball Express missing from the group he surrendered with. French colonial troops separated from European prisoners as early as 1940. The silence grows out of these individual absences. One missing name can be overlooked. 10 missing names can be excused. But across the entire war, the pattern becomes undeniable. The number of black Allied soldiers unaccounted for in the POW system far exceeds anything the battlefield alone can explain. Behind the crossroads lies the memory of footsteps, those that should be here and are not, those the record should preserve but doesn't. Ahead, the path curves toward the first documented case studies, the rare instances where black prisoners emerged from the system with testimonies that illuminate the fate of men who left no trace. Morning light thickens, and the vanishing point stretches into view, across front lines, across continents, across years. This first chapter begins by acknowledging the weight of what is missing, not only the men themselves, but the narrative space denied to them. What the records didn't say. The road bends gently away from the crossroads, narrowing into a corridor between low ridges. Morning light softens as it filters through a thin mist that gathers around anything forgotten. Ahead, the landscape shifts into a quieter, more introspective place, an archive of sorts, built not from paper or ink, but from everything the official records failed to hold. A small clearing opens where several paths converge. Scattered across the ground lie objects half buried in the soil: a broken buckle, a snapped rifle sling, a scrap of canvas, the corner of a dog tag worn nearly smooth. Each fragment feels like a footnote to a story whose main text was never written. They belong to men whose enlistment papers exist, whose training logs remain intact, whose battalion rosters are complete, yet whose wartime fate dissolves abruptly after the moment of capture. Near the center of the clearing rests a rusted canteen stamped with a U.S. quartermaster code. It could have belonged to anyone. But here, in a landscape defined by absence, it becomes a symbol of a larger question. How does one trace the fate of soldiers who were deliberately excluded from the systems meant to protect them? The official German POW registers, the Kriegsgefangenenkarte, were designed to be exhaustive. Names, serial numbers, capture dates, camp assignments. Most Allied prisoners appear in these records with bureaucratic precision. And yet, when historians search for black prisoners in the same archives, the trail thins almost immediately. Segregated units saw combat from North Africa to Western Europe, but the number of black POW entries barely rises into double digits. Early researchers assumed clerical chaos. But as decades passed, a clearer pattern emerged. The system functioned effectively for those it was built to acknowledge. Those outside its ideological frame were filtered out, diverted, or handled through channels that avoided formal documentation. A gust of wind shifts the leaves, revealing the corner of a German field order buried beneath them. The ink has faded, but a few lines remain legible, references to special categories of prisoners to be treated according to standing racial guidelines. The wording varied across units, but the intent was consistent. Black soldiers were not merely enemies in uniform. They were, in the regime's eyes, racial threats. This belief shaped interrogations, assignments, transfers, and even whether a man was granted the protections of POW status at all. Policy and practice diverged widely. Official Wehrmacht regulations did not explicitly mandate violence against black prisoners, and some officers insisted on applying Geneva Convention protections. But ideology seeped through the structure. Propaganda labeled black troops as symbols of American degeneracy, while pseudoscientific racial theories cast them as inferior or dangerous. Many German units interpreted these ideas as permission, if not instruction, to disregard normal rules of war. The gaps in the record were not accidental. In some field units, black captives were never registered because registration implied acknowledgement, an ideological contradiction. In other cases, initial paperwork was completed but quietly discarded before reaching higher command. Bureaucratic pathways were manipulated to ensure certain men never entered the system. Erasure took the form of missing lines, omitted entries, unfiled documents. In the imagined quiet of a field office, a German clerk sorts through forms at a wooden table. Outside, prisoners stand in line beneath guard supervision. One by one, their details are recorded: name, rank, serial number, unit, capture date. But when a black soldier steps forward, hesitation follows. Sometimes nothing is written. Sometimes only a number. Sometimes the man is redirected to an alternate category: laborer, unknown, or special case. These channels led nowhere. No Red Cross oversight, no camp assignment, no traceable route through captivity. Along the ridge overlooking the clearing, the valley spreads into view. It becomes easy to see how many small decisions accumulated into a systemic pattern. A patrol captures 3 men but reports only 2. A transport officer separates black captives and sends them to rear area labor detachments without updating rosters. A field commander interprets racial ideology as justification to deny POW status entirely. None of these moments were documented, yet together they formed the vanishing point that defines this history. A road cuts across the valley below, lined with remnants of barbed wire and broken posts. It resembles one of the paths used to move prisoners between holding sites. Along that route, it is possible to imagine a quiet procession that never reached the camps. Men walking with raised hands, escorted by guards who already knew these captives would not appear on any register. The silence surrounding their fate was not incidental. It was constructed, one decision at a time. The mist thickens, giving the landscape the quality of a memory returning only in outline. In that haze lies the answer to how an entire group could be pushed out of history. The machinery of documentation was never designed to include them. Yet traces survive. Some testimonies remain: scattered interviews, fragments of memoirs, recollections from white prisoners who witnessed what happened. A few speak of black soldiers separated at gunpoint. Others recall small groups marched away, never to be seen again. One POW remembered a man from a segregated unit who reached the camp only because his fellow prisoners refused to let the guards remove him. These accounts do not form a complete record, but together they reveal what the official paperwork concealed. At the edge of the clearing, a slow heaviness settles over the landscape. Not the heaviness of fear or shock, but the quiet weight of something missing for a long time. The next chapter moves toward the rare cases that broke through the silence. Moments when black prisoners did enter the POW system, leaving behind fragments that help illuminate the fate of many more. When the system was forced to see them. The road widens as the next chapter opens, the fog lifting just enough to reveal a landscape the German prisoner system rarely wished to acknowledge. Faint grid lines mark the outline of an old transit point, a Dulag, one of the temporary processing stations where captives were screened before being sent deeper into the network of stalags and offlogs. These sites functioned like intake funnels, structured, methodical, designed to account for every man who passed through. But the experience of black prisoners who reached these points often diverged sharply from the expected pattern. At the edge of the clearing lie the remains of a foundation, stones half submerged in soil, marking where interrogation rooms once stood. These were small wooden structures built for speed rather than comfort. Officers sat behind makeshift desks, flipping through forms, asking questions about unit strength, equipment, morale. Most prisoners moved through quickly. Their answers were recorded, their identities confirmed, and their transfer orders prepared. 4 white prisoners. This step marked the beginning of captivity. 4 black prisoners, those rare few who reached this stage. It was the start of something far more fraught. A gust of wind rolls across the broken foundation, carrying with it the faint echo of conversations now long vanished. The tension of those interrogations lingers in the air. A black soldier seated beneath a hanging bulb, German officers regarding him with a mixture of curiosity, ideological unease, and suspicion. These encounters were not always violent, but they were charged. Race shaped the questions asked, the tone adopted, and the outcomes that followed. And yet, despite the ideological rigidity of the regime, some black prisoners did enter the system. Their presence exposes the cracks in a structure that appeared uniform but was never truly cohesive. Along a weathered trail, the remnants of a crude wooden barrier rise from the earth, once used to separate groups of prisoners. Beyond it lies the route towards Stalag 9B, one of the few camps known to have received small numbers of black American soldiers. Their journey into captivity was rarely straightforward. Surviving testimonies recount long marches during which guards debated openly what to do with them. Some advocated immediate execution. Others hesitated, unsure whether such actions were sanctioned. In several cases, Fate turned on the interpretation of a single officer present at the moment of capture or transit. One documented instance describes a German sergeant who insisted the men be treated like any other prisoners until he received explicit orders to the contrary. Those orders never arrived. Whether through oversight, exhaustion, or miscommunication, the captives were moved onward. They reached the camp dirty, exhausted, and watched warily by guards unaccustomed to seeing black soldiers in their custody. Moments like these reveal the friction between ideology and reality. The Wehrmacht valued discipline and structure, yet the presence of black prisoners disrupted that internal narrative, forcing officers to make choices the larger system preferred to avoid. The terrain opens into a broad stretch of ground where temporary holding pens once stood. Wooden posts jut from the soil, some leaning, others snapped. Here, prisoners huddled through the harsh winters of 1944 and 1945, waiting to learn their fate. Among them, a few black soldiers stood out, not by choice, but because the system treated them as anomalies. Within Stalag 9B, guards reacted with a mixture of uncertainty and hostility. Some segregated the men instinctively, placing them alongside Soviet prisoners or others considered inferior by Nazi racial ideology. Others allowed them to remain with their American comrades, though often under sharper scrutiny. Even here, within formal structures, the presence of black captives barely appeared in the paperwork. Their names emerged only sporadically, sometimes only because another prisoner insisted on recording them. Quiet testimonies from those who shared these spaces offer rare glimpses into their experience. One white POW remembered a black soldier who refused to let guards separate him from the others. Another recalled a man from a truck company who survived only because European prisoners formed a protective circle around him during transport, making it harder for guards to isolate him. Acts of solidarity, small but decisive, became lifelines in a system built to erase. A breeze carries the lingering chill of the winter of 1944 across the empty ground. It is easy to imagine the layered emotions of the men who reached these camps: relief at surviving long enough to arrive, fear about what came next, confusion at being allowed forward when so many others vanished before reaching any gate. What stands out is not merely the rarity of these cases, but the fragility of the decisions that shaped them. A different officer in the patrol, a different clerk at the Gulag, a different interpretation of an unwritten directive. Any small shift could have led to an entirely different outcome. White prisoners never had to consider such variables. For black captives, these variables determined survival itself. Across the old camp footprint, bare earth where barracks once stood, rusty nails scattered among roots, faint impressions of fence lines dissolving into the grass, the system's contradictions become visible. In this place, the German prisoner network was forced to confront what it preferred to avoid. The presence of men who did not fit its ideology yet could not be eliminated without leaving evidence. These rare cases illuminate the broader truth. Black prisoners were occasionally processed, but always as exceptions. Their records were sparse, their treatment inconsistent, their survival uncertain. Yet these isolated stories matter deeply. They provide the fragments needed to understand what happened to the many whose names never entered the system at all. Ahead lies Part B, where specific accounts come into focus. Men who survived captivity, men who witnessed the treatment of others, and the testimonies that reveal how close these histories came to disappearing entirely. Rare voices, fragile evidence. Frost clings to the earth in pale ribbons along the perimeter of the old camp footprint, the landscape quiet in a way that heightens the meaning of what once occurred here. This is where the traces of black prisoners become clearer, still faint, still fragile, but visible enough to follow. Their stories do not live in thick ledgers or detailed archival reports. Instead, they survive through memories, fragments of testimony, and the recollections of others who refuse to forget what they witnessed. A narrow trench runs along the edge of the field, now filled with dried leaves and brittle twigs. During the war, it carried runoff from the barracks. Now it resembles a channel of forgotten stories, each leaf a small piece of evidence swept to the margins of history. Moving alongside it, the fragility of these stories becomes unmistakable. How easily they might have disappeared entirely had a few voices chosen not to speak. One such voice begins with a man named James Hendricks, a truck driver from a segregated service unit caught in the chaos of the Battle of the Bulge. His convoy splintered under artillery fire, and Hendricks was captured alongside white soldiers who later appeared in POW records. Hendricks himself did not. His presence survives only because others recalled him during the march to the rear. In their accounts, he appears in flashes, helping a wounded comrade, struggling to keep pace, then being pulled aside by guards who argued about his fate. The survivors never saw him again. His name appears nowhere in German logs. His story lingers as evidence, not of confusion, but of filtration. Further along the valley, memories of another group of prisoners surface, men trudging through deep snow near the Siegfried Line. Among them was Private Lawrence Neal, whose testimony emerged decades later in an oral history project. Neal was one of the very few black American soldiers to describe life inside a German camp. He spoke with steady clarity about the confusion etched onto the faces of the guards who processed him. They had not expected to find a black soldier among the captives. Their uncertainty led to low, tense arguments across the intake table. Neal was initially placed with white American POWs. That arrangement lasted only until a new guard commander arrived, ordered into a separate compound, one used for Soviet prisoners and others deemed racially inferior. Neal recalled walking through the camp like someone they hadn't planned for. His account survived only because a historian recorded it before memory faded. Without that conversation, a crucial piece of evidence about racial sorting inside the camps would have vanished. A low rise overlooks the old transport route connecting this camp to others across central Germany. Prisoners once passed along this path in long, slow convoys. Scattered testimonies from white POWs contain fleeting references to black soldiers who traveled with them for part of the journey, only to disappear at junctions or small holding sites where guards made decisions out of sight of any record-keeping. One such memory comes from Edward Mann, an infantryman captured during the Bulge. Mann marched beside a black medic who had been seized while tending to wounded men. The medic tried to remain with the column, but guards debated his fate in clear view of the prisoners. Twice he was taken aside, and twice he returned when instructions proved unclear. The third time, he did not return. Mann searched for the man's name in POW rosters for years. He found nothing. These small absences, repeated across countless accounts, form a pattern stronger than any single document. These men existed vividly in memory, yet nowhere in the administrative structure meant to track their captivity. The French experience provides another fragment. During the German advance in 1940, thousands of tirailleurs Senegalese, West African colonial troops fighting for France, were captured. Some were massacred, reflecting the racial ideology driving portions of the Wehrmacht. Others were segregated, denied POW rights, or forced into labor battalions. A few reached camps, but even there their presence was minimized. Officers often listed them under broad categories like colonial troops, avoiding ethnic identification as though acknowledging their individuality contradicted the hierarchy they sought to enforce. In the imagined silence of the camp yard, it becomes easy to picture these men standing under guard, their fates decided by policies that treated them not as soldiers, but as exceptions unworthy of recognition. Another testimony drifts from the far side of the ruined barracks. It belongs to Harold Ferguson, who survived captivity in late 1944. Ferguson recalled seeing a black American soldier in a transit pen during processing. A man cold, trembling, his uniform ripped. Ferguson asked his name, but the prisoner shook his head, either unable to speak or unwilling to draw notice. Within minutes, guards escorted him away. Ferguson tried to follow, but another captive held him back. No one saw the man again. Ferguson's recollection became the only evidence that soldier existed. Without it, the man would have disappeared without even a single line of written trace. These fragments settle into place with a quiet weight. Individually, none forms a complete history. They cannot. The system was designed to obscure, not document. But together, they expose how close these stories came to erasure, and how vital even the faintest testimony becomes in reconstructing what happened. The path now leads toward a broader examination of the ideology that shaped these outcomes, a look at how racial logic, codified and enforced, dictated policy and paved the way for disappearance. Understanding that logic is essential for understanding why so many stories look like this: fragmented, fragile, nearly lost. The ideology behind the silence. Farther from the remnants of the camp, the landscape widens into a plain washed in pale winter light. The ground appears quiet, almost untouched, yet a tension lingers beneath the stillness, a reminder that silence can be constructed, shaped, and enforced. To understand why so many black prisoners never entered the German POW system, the path must run through the mindset of the regime that controlled it. Here, ideology becomes terrain. Earth mounds rise ahead, marking the former site of field headquarters from the early years of the war. The structures have long since vanished, but their outlines remain, shallow rectangles pressed into the soil like empty frames waiting for meaning. Decisions were once made here, orders drafted, instructions clarified, interpretations shaped. The men who worked inside these spaces rarely put their assumptions into writing, yet those assumptions seeped into every directive they issued. At the core of those assumptions lay racial ideology. The Nazi worldview arranged humanity into rigid hierarchies, placing Aryans at the top and ranking everyone else according to imagined biological worth. In this construct, black people occupied one of the lowest positions. Propaganda reinforced these beliefs relentlessly, portraying black men as physically strong but intellectually inferior, emotionally unstable, or prone to violence. Caricatures drawn from colonial myth rather than reality. The regime embraced these ideas not reluctantly but enthusiastically. They fit neatly into the ideological architecture Hitler sought to impose on Europe. Cold air moves across the outlines of the old headquarters, carrying with it the echo of that worldview. Officers stationed here operated not only with military logic, but under the weight of a system that told them black soldiers were fundamentally different from their white counterparts. Different in ways that mattered. Different in ways that demanded response. This mindset began shaping German attitudes long before black troops were captured. Military journals warned that the United States relied on inferior races to wage war against the Reich. Propaganda films and pamphlets described black soldiers as undisciplined, cruel, or symbols of foreign moral decay. It was fiction, crafted for political effect, but it shaped expectations among the soldiers who would later confront black troops in battle. When those same soldiers captured black Americans or black colonial forces, they viewed them through the lens propaganda had created. Confusion mixed with hostility. The question arose: should these men be treated as legitimate combatants, or as something entirely outside the laws of war? The Geneva Convention made no racial distinction. Nazi ideology did. For many officers, ideology felt more authoritative than international law. Another line of low mounds appears. These once housed signals equipment and filing cabinets. The documents that pass through here are gone, but their shadows linger in the imagination. Among the directives issued in places like this were guidelines concerning foreign elements within the Allied armies. These instructions were intentionally vague. They did not explicitly command mistreatment, but they allowed commanders to interpret the status of black prisoners however they wished. Ambiguity became a weapon, quiet, flexible, and potent. In that ambiguity, countless fates were sealed. Black soldiers captured in ambushes or skirmishes often encountered officers who believed that granting them POW status acknowledged the legitimacy of the United States' use of what the regime called undesirable races. To avoid this ideological contradiction, many officers chose not to register them. Others diverted them to rear labor detachments, bypassing the formal POW system entirely. Some interpreted the absence of clear instruction as permission for brutality. Each decision was small on its own. Together, they created the wide shadow of absence that defines this narrative. A narrow path leads up a rise overlooking the plain. From this vantage point, it becomes clear how ideology spread across the military landscape, not through constant coercion, but through repetition. Soldiers heard the same racial messages in barracks lectures, training materials, and political discussions. By the time they encountered black soldiers on the battlefield, many believed they were confronting men who fell outside the normal framework of warfare. Even officers who disagreed found themselves navigating a system that offered no clear path toward equal treatment. The result was inconsistency. Some German officers ignored ideology and processed black prisoners normally. Others followed the racial hierarchy rigidly. Many occupied a nebulous space between the two, allowing personal prejudice or unit culture to determine their actions. The diversity of responses complicates the historical record, but the overall pattern remains unmistakable. The vast majority of black captives never entered the camp system, and those who did often faced harsher conditions than their white peers. The ideological terrain presses gently around the rise, subtle, structural, and steady rather than dramatic. The silence that followed black prisoners into captivity was not born of confusion or battlefield chaos. It was the silence of a worldview applied methodically, one decision at a time. Ahead lies a deeper examination of how these ideological currents translated into practice across different fronts, how officers carried these beliefs from France to Italy, and how those beliefs determined the fate of the men they captured. Ideology in the field. The plain ahead narrows into a corridor framed by low stone walls, remnants of pre-war farming boundaries that survived the conflict in fragments. As the path moves between them, the air grows heavier, more grounded, as though the land itself remembers how ideology played out far from headquarters, in the fields, forests, and shattered towns where soldiers made decisions shaped as much by belief as by circumstance. This is where theory turned into practice. A shallow depression appears in the soil, the faint outline of a foxhole long reclaimed by time. It evokes the early phases of the Battle of the Bulge. Thick snow, frantic movements, confusion twisting through the woods. In that chaos, black American soldiers, drivers, medics, support personnel, were caught in sudden skirmishes while assisting frontline units. Many fought until ammunition ran out. Some surrendered. Others lay wounded as German patrols swept forward. In these moments, ideology did not present itself as doctrine or slogans. It appeared in the choices of individual soldiers who believed black captives were not entitled to equal treatment. Some acted with immediate hostility, sharpened by years of propaganda. Others hesitated, uncertain, aware their manuals did not explicitly address racial handling, yet influenced by a worldview drilled into them long before they reached the battlefield. Footsteps can almost be imagined crunching across thick snow, accompanied by murmured arguments in German. One soldier might insist on standard processing. Another might argue for segregation. A third might dismiss the man entirely, viewing him as a laborer rather than a soldier, stripping him of legal status with a single classification. These clashes of interpretation occurred repeatedly, shaping the immediate experience of black prisoners in ways no written directive ever acknowledged. Farther along, the corridor widens into a clearing scattered with twisted metal and stone, perhaps the remnants of a supply point or temporary intelligence site. Officers once examined captured maps and documents here. White prisoners were questioned predictably. 4 black captives. Interrogation often unfolded under a cloud of racial presumption. Some interrogators expressed disbelief that the United States deployed black troops in significant numbers. Others accused them of being instruments of American degeneracy, repeating propaganda with practiced certainty. These ideological assumptions colored both the questions asked and the fate assigned afterward. Men dismissed as inferior were frequently redirected into labor detachments or handed off to rear units without documentation. The path curves toward a ridge overlooking a valley reminiscent of central France in 1940, where black colonial troops from West Africa fought alongside French units. Their courage during the German invasion challenged deeply ingrained racist beliefs within the Wehrmacht. The response was often brutal. In multiple recorded cases, captured tirailleurs Senegalese were executed. These killings were not mandated by formal high command orders. Instead, they reflected the racial ideology woven into the culture of many German formations. Officers interpreted propaganda and the regime's broader worldview as justification for acts that violated the laws of war. Those who survived initial capture were frequently segregated, denied POW rights, or forced into punishing labor details. Across the ridge, echoes of those decisions linger. A faint chill hangs in the air, stretching back to those days when ideology and personal action fused into a pattern repeated across villages, fields, and makeshift holding areas. It was not systematic in the bureaucratic sense. It was systematic in its consistency, a worldview reproduced by individual hands. A narrow descent leads into terrain reminiscent of Italy's mountainous landscape. During the long Italian campaign, black American units, engineers, truck companies, support detachments, often operated near the front. When captured, their treatment varied sharply depending on which German formation held authority. Older Wehrmacht divisions sometimes adhered more closely to Geneva rules and processed captives without overt hostility. Other formations, particularly those influenced by SS ideology or steeped in propaganda, treated black prisoners as outside the protections of war. Near the base of the slope, the remains of a collapsed wooden shelter lie scattered, a temporary barracks or storage structure. In the accounts of white American POWs, scenes like this surface occasionally. A black soldier held apart from others, guarded more harshly, or interrogated repeatedly about why he served in the U.S. Army. Some guards expressed confusion. Others expressed disdain. Treatment varied according to the beliefs of the men in control, not according to law. In the distance, the trace of a long road cuts across the valley, one resembling logistical routes used to funnel prisoners toward stalags. Few black prisoners walked these routes. Those who did often reached them by chance, carried forward because their captors did not know what else to do. Their presence exposed the rule by becoming exceptions. Along this imaginary road, the ideological fracture becomes stark. If a guard believed a black captive was not a real soldier, the POW framework collapsed instantly. The captive became a laborer, an inferior, or a body removed without record. The Geneva Convention required mutual recognition. Racist ideology refused to grant it. The landscape stretches under a muted sky. Each ridge, hollow, and ruin represents countless decisions shaped by belief. Not one directive explains the pattern. Not one centralized policy accounts for the disappearances. Instead, the fate of black prisoners was determined in the quiet spaces between orders, where ideology seeped into practice, guiding instincts, shaping reactions, narrowing the definition of who counted. Ahead, the path moves toward the next chapter, where individual stories emerge more clearly. What the system did, what the men inside it endured, and how survival sometimes depended on chance, solidarity, or a single unpredictable decision. Into the uncertain holding sites. The terrain ahead shifts again, narrowing into a crooked lattice of dirt paths winding through a landscape shaped by temporary decisions, places never meant to last, yet significant enough to alter the lives of countless men. These were the holding sites, the in-between spaces where prisoners waited before they were processed, transferred, or erased from the system entirely. For most Allied soldiers, these stops were brief. For many black prisoners, they marked the end of the documented trail. A clearing emerges where a wooden fence once stood. Only a few weathered posts remain, jutting from the frost-hardened earth like ribs. The ground is uneven, stamped into trampled mud where dozens of feet once passed. This was the kind of place where captives gathered under guard while officers decided their fate. Sometimes the wait lasted hours, sometimes days, and sometimes the men who stood here were never seen again. The stillness in this space feels weighted, as though the land absorbed the uncertainty of the prisoners who once crowded these pens. Cold, exhausted, disoriented after surrender, grasping for any indication of what awaited them. Among these men were black soldiers who startled their captors. Many German troops had never encountered black Americans or colonial African soldiers. Even those who were influenced by propaganda that depicted them as aberrations, illegitimate combatants, or evidence of the Allies' supposed decline. This ideological confusion manifested in small, consequential moments. Guards debated segregation. They questioned whether black soldiers qualified as lawful prisoners. They argued about whether these captives should be processed, diverted into forced labor, or handled through entirely informal channels. None of these debates were recorded. They unfolded in low voices around small campfires, in the muttered exchanges of patrol leaders, in the brisk decisions of officers who believed their racial assumptions carried the force of law. Farther along, the landscape opens into a shallow depression, once a staging area for prisoner columns. A trench runs along one side, now filled with dead grass. This was where groups were formed and sent out, divided by nationality, rank, and anticipated intelligence value. But the presence of black soldiers disrupted that order. White Americans were sorted with precision. British and French captives were separated from one another. Officers were channeled into distinct groups. Black soldiers defied these categories. Surviving testimonies describe scenes like this. A black medic standing alone as guards argued over whether he belonged in a stalag or a labor crew. A French colonial soldier questioned repeatedly about his loyalty, as though fighting for France violated some natural rule. A driver from the Red Ball Express placed with Soviet prisoners because guards assumed they belonged together. None of these moments was large in scale, yet together they formed a pattern rooted in ideology and enacted by individuals, never corrected, never questioned by the system surrounding them. A soft wind slips across the depression, lifting strands of dry grass. Beyond it lies a row of half-buried stones, the foundation of a long-vanished guard post. Inside such structures, guards logged names, noted injuries, and recorded serial numbers for most captives. But the surviving paperwork shows gaps, pages left blank, incomplete rosters, lists that skip multiple entries without explanation. Historians examining these records noticed a disturbing correlation. Many omissions corresponded to units known to include black soldiers. The silence in the documents was not arbitrary. It reflected the ideology of the men who controlled the pen. A hill rises beyond the clearing, offering a view of the region's prisoner routes. From this vantage point, the broader flow becomes easier to imagine. Columns of Americans, Britons, and French marched along roads cutting through forests and villages, guarded by small detachments. Most eventually reached established camps. But smaller groups, especially those that included black captives, were diverted into holding sites like the one below. Sometimes they were kept separate. Sometimes they were moved irregularly to unknown destinations. And sometimes they simply vanished from all traceable records. A few accounts from white POWs cast faint light on these disappearances. One described a black soldier taken away by guards for additional questioning, only for days to pass before anyone realized he had not appeared at the Stalag. Another remembered a rear detachment of black prisoners marching behind the main column. When the group reached the camp, the rear contingent was gone. These stories are few, but they echo one another. They depict spaces where ideology and improvisation met, where guards, lacking clear directives, acted according to prejudice, fear, or ingrained belief. Sometimes the outcome was forced labor. In other instances, it was far worse. The clearing lies silent beneath the winter light. No plaques mark the ground. No memorials stand here. The earth itself is the only remaining witness. In this quiet, the fragility of the decisions made in such places becomes palpable. How easily they could redirect a life. How quietly a man could slip into the silence of unrecorded history. Ahead, the path descends toward the next region of the holding network. Places where a few black prisoners survived long enough to be transferred, allowing the next step of their journey to be traced. The narrow gate to survival. The path leading away from the holding site enters a narrower corridor lined with frost-coated trees, their bare limbs casting thin shadows across the ground. The landscape feels like a threshold, one that only a small number of black prisoners ever crossed. Those who survived the holding sites and slipped into the formal POW system did so not because the system accepted them, but because a series of uncertain decisions aligned just long enough to let them pass through. The ground along the corridor is uneven, marked by old wagon ruts and hardened mud. These faint traces hint at the small groups of prisoners once ushered forward to the next stage. Men unsure whether the road ahead meant recognition, exploitation, or disappearance. For most white soldiers, this route followed a predictable arc. For black prisoners, it remained precarious, shaped by forces far beyond their control. Ahead, the corridor widens into a clearing bordered by the remnants of low stone walls. This was likely a secondary staging point, a place where captives waited before being marched to railway depots or moved to local camps. For the few black soldiers who reached this step, the moment represented a narrow gateway, one that might allow their entry into the official system if the balance of circumstances tilted just right. The tension that must have permeated this place is easy to imagine. Guards pacing, prisoners huddled for warmth, officers cross-checking lists under dim lantern light. Decisions in such spaces were made through a blend of fatigue, bias, and logistical pressure. The future of a black prisoner could hinge on which officer happened to be present, and how rigidly he chose to apply ideological assumptions that were never clearly codified. One such moment survives through testimony, the case of Private Samuel Carter, whose fate depended entirely on the variability of individual interpretation. Captured during the winter fighting in the Ardennes, Carter spent a night in a makeshift pen much like the one behind this clearing. Guards argued over how he should be treated. Some insisted on separation. Others questioned whether racial policy applied during a chaotic retreat. At dawn, a new officer arrived, glanced at Carter, and ordered the entire group to move forward with no special instructions. Carter lived because, at that moment, efficiency overshadowed ideology. Deeper in the clearing, the faint outline of a drainage ditch holds a thin layer of frost. Along its edges lie impressions in the soil, old footprints blurred by time yet still recognizable. These traces evoke another pathway to survival, the quiet protection offered by fellow prisoners. Several testimonies recall moments when white American or French soldiers intervened as guards attempted to remove black captives. Some prisoners refused to move until their comrades were allowed to remain. Others shielded a black soldier within their formation, making it harder for guards to identify and extract him. These acts of solidarity were understated but decisive. They disrupted the ideological chain long enough to redirect a fate that had nearly been sealed. One American POW remembered walking beside a black engineer during a march. When guards tried to pull the engineer from the line, the surrounding prisoners locked their arms, refusing to break formation. Outnumbered and confused, the guard relented. The engineer survived the march because the men around him quietly refused to yield to ideological sorting. At the far side of the clearing, the remnants of a collapsed wooden gate lie half buried in soil. This gate once marked the exit point from the staging area, the threshold beyond which prisoners were sent toward more permanent facilities. Crossing it did not guarantee safety, but it increased the likelihood of appearing in the official record. Only a small fraction of black prisoners ever crossed this line. Those who did often faced more severe treatment in the camps that followed. Guards assigned them grueling labor, sometimes housing them with Soviet prisoners or among groups labeled undesirable rather than with their own units. Even so, entering the system created a trace, a name in a ledger, a mention in a testimony, a sliver of documentation in a history otherwise marked by silence. Beyond the gate, a faint railway embankment rises, now overgrown with brush and weeds. During the war, this rail line served as the artery through which POWs moved deeper into German-controlled territory. The trains were overcrowded and bitterly cold, dreaded by nearly all who boarded them. But for black prisoners, boarding a train meant begrudging acknowledgement by the administrative system, a recognition often denied to others before them. Survivors described these journeys in fragments. One man remembered being offered the driest corner of a cattle car by white American prisoners determined to shield him from further harm. Another recalled the restrained bewilderment of guards who had never encountered a black POW before. Some suspicious, others uncertain, a few merely curious. These encounters, however awkward, represented a fragile step toward inclusion within a system built to exclude. At the railway embankment, the stillness carries the memory of those narrow escapes. Survival required a convergence of unlikely forces, a guard who hesitated, a clerk who followed procedure instead of ideology, comrades who intervened, an officer more concerned with logistics than doctrine. Each factor nudged the narrative toward a fragile form of recognition. But even those who passed through this narrow gateway understood how tenuous their circumstances remained. Every step deeper into the camp network carried uncertainty, shadowed by the knowledge that ideology could reassert itself at any moment. Entry into the system did not guarantee survival. It merely extended the possibility. Beyond the embankment, the path bends toward the next stage of the story, a closer examination of the camps themselves, the internal structures that shaped daily life, and the ways black POWs navigated a network never designed to include them. Inside the camps that weren't meant for them. The path rises gently before dipping into a broad, flattened basin, the kind of landscape that once held the rigid geometry of a POW camp. Even though the barracks have collapsed and the wire has long since rusted into the soil, the ground still carries the imprint of what stood here. Rows, angles, corridors of movement. Near the perimeter lies the faint line where a fence marked the boundary between captivity and everything beyond it. The place is quiet, but not empty. The silence carries the memory of morning roll calls, the clatter of boots along frozen dirt, the layered murmur of conversations in dozens of languages. This was the world most Allied POWs entered after capture, predictable in its routines, monitored by the Red Cross, guided by international convention. But for the few black prisoners who crossed into this space, the experience often sat slightly out of alignment with the rhythms around them. At the imprint of the main gate, once the entry point for new arrivals, white American troops marched through in orderly files, heads lowered, absorbing the reality of captivity. Their presence was expected. Guards knew which barracks to assign, which ledgers to update, which procedures to follow. The arrival of a black prisoner disrupted this rhythm. Guards hesitated. Officers exchanged glances. Clerks rechecked their lists as though confronted with a detail the paperwork had failed to anticipate. The camp system had established processes for British, American, French, Polish, and Soviet prisoners. It had separate barracks for officers and enlisted men. It held categories for medical cases, labor assignments, and disciplinary actions. But it had no category for Black Americans. Ideology, not logistics, created that absence. The outline of the administrative hut appears nearby, dark soil marking where wooden beams once framed the doorway. Inside, clerks with fountain pens recorded each prisoner's name, rank, and serial number in neat handwriting. 4 black soldiers. This moment was charged with uncertainty. Some clerks paused before writing anything. Others noted racial descriptors, negro, colored, unknown origin, as if identifying the man racially were more important than identifying him militarily. Surviving German records often list these men without unit affiliation, without rank, or with entire fields left blank. The hesitance embedded in these documents reflects the tension that unfolded at the hut's threshold. A clerk's uncertain pen, a guard's puzzled expression, a prisoner waiting in silence as the system attempted to fit him into categories it had never intended to hold. Beyond the hut lies the faint grid of barracks that once formed a small wooden city. The earth dips where floors once rested. Narrow paths stretch between the outlines of buildings. This area housed American enlisted men, crowded, cold, and austere, yet governed by familiar routines. White prisoners described straw mattresses, thin blankets, and food shortages that left many perpetually hungry. Black prisoners who reached these same spaces often encountered an added layer of isolation. Some stayed briefly among white Americans until guards intervened or other prisoners expressed prejudice. Others were moved to barracks with Soviet prisoners, a group treated harshly and denied Geneva protections. The inconsistency revealed a deeper truth. The system did not know where to place men who fell outside its ideological framework. Near a shallow trough where drainage once collected, ice once formed in jagged layers during the winter of 1944. A survivor recalled seeing a black prisoner standing alone beside this trough, shivering, unsure whether he was permitted to enter a barracks or expected to remain apart. No guard offered direction. No fellow prisoner stepped forward. In that moment, the man stood between categories, visible yet unclaimed. Farther along lies the outline of the labor assignment area, where guards selected prisoners for work details: rail repair, logging, factory shifts, road clearing. Many black prisoners were pushed into these groups immediately, bypassing the routines and rites of the main camp. Work detachments operated at the fringes of the system, with less oversight and fewer records. For guards shaped by ideology, assigning black prisoners to labor offered a convenient way to remove them from view without formally acknowledging their presence. Survival in the camp system was not a single moment of transition. It was an ongoing negotiation. Each day brought new uncertainties: a change of guard commander, a sudden transfer order, a clerical error that erased a fragile entry in a ledger. The precariousness of their position never fully receded. The path leads toward the remains of the infirmary. Only scattered stones remain, but the space feels different, quieter, softened by the memory of suffering. Medical care in POW camps was limited, but the infirmary represented acknowledgement of pain. 4 black prisoners. Even this space was inconsistent. Some received proper care. Some were turned away. Others were examined with a mixture of clinical interest and ideological bias. One rare testimony recalled a German doctor who treated a black prisoner without hesitation, ignoring the surprise of younger guards. Another recounted a medic who refused medicine, muttering a racial epithet as he walked away. The system had no mechanism for correcting these choices. Ideology hovered over each interaction, shaping outcomes quietly, unpredictably. As the path returns toward the center of the camp footprint, the weight of the chapter becomes unmistakable. Black prisoners existed inside this system, but never securely. They occupied a liminal space where ideology collided with protocol, where the simplest routines became unstable, and where survival depended not on procedure but on personalities, contingencies, and chance. Ahead lies Part B, where the inner experiences within these camps come into focus. How these men endured the emotional and psychological landscape of a system that saw them as anomalies and treated them accordingly. Living in the space between recognition and erasure. The path from the old infirmary curves toward what remains of the camp's central yard, a broad rectangle of hardened soil bordered by shallow impressions where barracks once stood. This open space had been the heart of daily life, the place where roll calls formed rigid lines, where guards issued orders, and where prisoners gathered for rations, rumors, or assignments. For most POWs, it represented routine. For black prisoners, it became something else entirely. A stage where their ambiguous place within the system surfaced again and again. Stepping into the yard's footprint, the quiet feels deliberate. The emptiness echoes the structure that once governed every day. Here, a black POW would have existed in a paradox, highly visible to fellow captives, yet nearly invisible within the framework designed to account for their presence. Roll call made this contradiction unmistakable. Rows of prisoners stood shoulder to shoulder while guards read names from stiff notebooks. Most men answered with short, clipped replies. Yet black prisoners often found themselves caught in procedural gaps. Some were skipped because their names were never recorded. Others were questioned repeatedly, as if their presence disrupted the rhythm the guards relied on. One white POW later described watching a black American soldier stand at attention every morning despite never hearing his name called. The guards ignored the omission. They simply moved on, leaving the man suspended in a strange limbo, present in reality, absent on paper, occupying a space the system neither formalized nor corrected. A faint track leads from the yard toward the old ration distribution area, where tin cups once scraped against dented bowls. The rations here were meager, watery soup, coarse bread, but they mattered profoundly. Hunger shaped every hour of captivity. For black prisoners, the ration line often carried an additional layer of tension. Some guards withheld portions or served them with exaggerated caution, acting as though proximity itself defied ideological logic. At times, white comrades quietly intervened, sharing their own bread, switching places so a black soldier could receive a larger ladle of soup, or confronting guards through subtle acts of solidarity. These gestures were small, but in a place where the system minimized certain men, such moments pushed back against erasure. The path dips toward the site of the former workshops, where prisoners once repaired shoes, carved trinkets, or fashioned simple tools. The atmosphere here had been a little lighter, shaped by the comfort of making something in a world that stripped men of agency. A rare testimony tells of a black prisoner who carved small wooden birds during his time in captivity. Smooth, simple figures traded for bread or cigarettes, or given away as quiet gifts. These carvings became more than barter. They were anchors of dignity, pieces of selfhood preserved through skill and patience, unnoticed by guards who walked past without understanding what the work represented. Moving toward the remains of a barracks row, the emotional landscape deepens. The earth still marks where walls rose, where bunks crowded together, where narrow aisles divided sleeping men. Captive life here was shaped by cold, overcrowding, boredom, and the slow erosion of certainty. For black prisoners, those pressures were compounded by isolation. Some barracks welcomed them, others did not. Prejudices carried into captivity did not always dissolve at the camp gates. In some spaces, they hardened. Yet moments of connection emerged. One testimony recalls a black newcomer trembling from hunger as several prisoners avoided him. A white POW, embarrassed by the scene, stood, offered his own blanket, and made space on his bunk. Others followed, shifting the tone of the room in a single gesture. Acts like these rarely made their way into official histories, yet they define the lived reality of men navigating a system that placed them in between. The outline of the exercise yard appears ahead, an open ground where prisoners walked in circles to keep warm, spoke quietly with those they trusted, or stared beyond the wire toward fields they could not reach. 4 black prisoners. This space carried a mix of longing and vigilance. Some guards watched them more closely, as though expecting trouble. Some prisoners observed them with curiosity shaped by unfamiliarity. Yet this yard also held the possibility of human connection. Men traded stories of home, families, music, and the imagined shape of a life after the war. These exchanges softened ideological boundaries, creating brief pockets of normalcy in a place built to diminish individuality. At the edge of the yard, the faint line of the old perimeter fence traces the boundary between captivity and open country. Freedom once lay just beyond the wire, visible, unreachable. Black prisoners stood at this edge too, weighing the complicated truth of their situation. They were trapped in a system that did not fully acknowledge them, yet alive in ways many others, especially those who vanished earlier in the chain of capture, were not permitted to be. The emotional weight of that reality shaped every day. These men lived between categories, in the space where recognition faltered and erasure threatened. They were seen enough to be guarded, but not enough to be granted the full protections of their status. Each day balanced survival against uncertainty, dignity against invisibility. Ahead, the story moves beyond the camp fences, to the labor detachments, forced marches, and collapsing front lines where ideology continued to follow prisoners, shaping their fate until the war's final days. Lapland War, Finland 1944. German engineer placing demolition charges on a wooden bridge, hands steady despite exhaustion. Frozen river running below, pale winter sun above, sepia-toned. Collapsed fronts, collapsed protections. The valley narrows into a long, uneven track stretching toward the horizon, framed by skeletal trees and frost-darkened grass. Roads like this appear repeatedly in POW testimonies, the liminal spaces where the boundary between order and chaos blurred as Germany's front collapsed in 1944 and 1945. For most prisoners, the marches that unfolded along these routes were brutal but survivable. 4 black POWs. Each kilometer brought heightened danger. The track dips and rises, echoing the terrain of the infamous death marches that marked the war's final phase. As Allied forces advanced, German units scrambled to move their prisoners away from the front, driving thousands across freezing landscapes with little food, shelter, or rest. These marches were part desperation, part refusal, an attempt by a crumbling regime to maintain control of the men it still held captive. 4 black prisoners, whose status had never fit cleanly within the POW system. The collapse of that system exposed new and deeper vulnerabilities. At the outset of each march, guards often sorted prisoners hastily, by nationality, by rank, by physical condition. Any black prisoner present disrupted this fragile sorting process. Guards who had reluctantly tolerated their presence inside the camp now faced the chaos of open roads, collapsing command hierarchies, and escalating ideological fervor. The pressures of retreat sharpened prejudices that had simmered beneath the routines of captivity. Near a patch of churned mud, one testimony recalls a black soldier stumbling during a march in early 1945. He carried a damaged boot tied to his belt. His feet were wrapped in cloth. When he fell, a guard struck him repeatedly until he stood, then struck him again when he struggled to regain balance. The white POW, who later recounted the scene, never learned the man's name. By the end of the day, he had vanished from the column. Such brief appearances and sudden disappearances form the backbone of what little is known about black POWs during the war's final months. Without consistent records, their stories appear only in flashes, moments of extreme cold, moments of courage, and moments where ideology asserted itself violently through the collapse of structure. Farther along, the track widens into a frost-glittered clearing, perhaps a place where a detachment once halted for the night. Prisoners huddled behind broken farm walls, sharing what warmth they could. Some guards relaxed during these stops, offering extra scraps or easing their discipline. Others, threatened by the chaos around them, grew harsher. Black prisoners rarely benefited from leniency. Influenced by ideology, some guards singled them out for heavier burdens, stricter oversight, or arbitrary punishment. And because the marches operated outside formal record-keeping, these acts dissolved into the silence of a retreating army. A faint trail leads from the clearing toward a cluster of ruined foundations, the kind found on the outskirts of rural towns scattered across Germany and occupied Europe. Retreating troops often funneled prisoners into barns, cellars, or abandoned homes for a few hours of shelter. Conditions varied wildly. A handful of prisoners found warmth or food. Others found resentment from civilians or indifference from exhausted guards. One testimony describes a black prisoner collapsing upon arrival at a deserted barn. A white POW helped him to a beam for support. A guard kicked straw over them both, not with kindness, but to conceal that the man was too weak to stand. At dawn, the guard quietly motioned for the white POW to rejoin the column, but made no gesture toward the black prisoner. The barn door closed. The march continued. No record explains what became of him. The ruins hold the shape of such moments, brief elevations of humanity, quickly overshadowed by decisions made in secrecy or neglect. Black prisoners often survived the earliest dangers of capture, endured the holding sites, and navigated the uncertainty of the camps, only to face their greatest risk when the system around them began to fail. Ideology, previously constrained by routine, surfaced with renewed force as oversight evaporated. Guards who might once have hesitated now acted freely. Those deeply tied to the regime's racial worldview used the collapse as an opportunity to express it unfiltered. Farther along, a faint wagon road cuts across a ridge. In the war's final months, many prisoners were moved by open wagons, packed tightly, exposed to wind and snow. Those unable to climb aboard were left behind. Black prisoners were especially vulnerable. Without formal registration, guards sometimes claimed they could not waste space on men whose names were not listed. Such small, unrecorded decisions shaped the final hours of countless lives. From the crest of the ridge, the land opens into a wide sweep of frozen ground. In the mind's eye, a long column threads its way across the field, breaths rising sharply into winter air. A few black figures are visible among the mass, not because the system welcomed them, but because chance, solidarity, or sheer will had carried them this far. The view from this vantage point reveals something fundamental. The collapse of structure did not blunt the force of ideology. It exposed it. With rules eroded and authority fragmented, the quiet violence embedded in the system became more visible, not less. Black prisoners occupied the most fragile position within that disintegration, seen only long enough to be subjected to danger, rarely long enough to be counted. And yet some survived. Their stories emerged in fragments after liberation, spoken to American officers in hoarse voices, written shakily on debriefing forms, or recalled in memoirs by men who shared a march, a night of shelter, or a fleeting conversation with them. These survivors became the rare witnesses who bridged the immense gap between lived experience and historical silence. Ahead, the road bends toward the war's end, toward liberation, return, and the painful reckoning between what happened and what was officially remembered. Liberation, when silence met sunlight. The road widens as it slopes downward, opening into a broad field touched by faint morning light. In the distance, the silhouettes of approaching Allied vehicles seem to gather. Jeeps, half-tracks, ambulances, moving cautiously across uncertain terrain. Liberation often arrived this way. Slow, deliberate, almost hesitant. Not in triumph, but in the quiet recognition that the war's grip on this place had finally weakened. For most POWs, liberation marked the end of hunger, cold, and fear. It meant warmth, food, and the restoration of identity. 4 black prisoners, whose existence had drifted between categories and whose presence the system had struggled to acknowledge. Liberation brought a different kind of revelation. It exposed everything the system had tried to hide. It revealed the silence they had been forced to inhabit. And in some cases, it became the first moment when their ordeal was truly seen. Across the open field, the stillness begins to shift, echoing the atmosphere described in countless testimonies. Many camps entered a strange limbo in the days before liberation. Some German guards fled early, abandoning their captives to cold nights and speculation. Others lingered until the final moment, rifles lowering only when Allied tanks crested the horizon. In certain camps, guards attempted to stage a semblance of order, forcing prisoners to appear cared for, even though the truth showed plainly in hollow faces, torn coats, and trembling hands. Somewhere in that moment stood black prisoners, few in number, exhausted, uncertain whether liberation would recognize them or simply fold them into a broader, more familiar narrative. In testimonies from white POWs, descriptions of liberation often include fleeting mentions of black soldiers emerging from the background. A figure wrapped in a tattered blanket stepping into sunlight for the first time in weeks. A man from a labor detachment limping toward the vehicles. Someone who looked almost spectral after months spent without proper rations or documentation. One account recalls a black prisoner standing apart from the group as an American officer began taking names. The officer noticed him, called him forward gently, and asked for his serial number. The man hesitated. He had not spoken it aloud since the day he was captured. When he finally repeated it, his voice sounded distant, as though the number belonged to someone he once knew but no longer resembled. Moments like this likely unfolded across dozens of liberated sites. Quiet, understated, deeply significant. For the first time in months, and sometimes longer, these men were being acknowledged by the very army that had once sent them into battle. Near a shallow depression where wagon tracks converge, Allied medics once set up temporary assessment stations. Cold air carried the metallic scent of melting frost as they examined each prisoner, checking for frostbite, malnutrition, infection. Many were almost unrecognizable. The medical reports describe gaunt faces, sunken eyes, trembling limbs. For black prisoners, these assessments often contained an additional note: uncertainty. Some liberators recorded that the men did not appear in the roster, or were not listed in previous camp counts, or had no documentation. Such notations revealed the depth of the silence these men had endured. They had been hidden so thoroughly that even their own army struggled to place them back into its structure. Beside the remnants of a collapsed barn, other stories surface. In one account, a black prisoner crawled from a barn on the day American forces arrived. He was too weak to stand. A white POW helped carry him toward the medics. The man survived long enough to give his name, his unit, and a brief description of his captivity before collapsing from exhaustion. His testimony became one of the rare, direct voices through which historians later pieced together fragments of this forgotten history. These moments show how precarious liberation could be. The war may have ended for these men, but the gaps in their stories remained painfully visible. Farther across the field, the imagined outline of a medical tent rises, bright canvas catching the sunlight, red cross markings crisp against the white. Inside such tents, liberated prisoners received their first real care in months. Here, one can picture a black soldier lying beneath a blanket, exhaustion etched across his face. A medic offers water. Another notes symptoms on a clipboard: dehydration, exposure, severe fatigue. Sometimes the man spoke of where he had been held. Sometimes he said nothing, too tired or too wary to revisit the unrecorded past. Some liberators later wrote that black prisoners seemed reluctant to describe their treatment, not because they chose secrecy, but because they sensed how fragile their experiences sounded in a world unprepared to hear them. Their stories lacked paperwork, lacked verification, lacked the structural frame that made other narratives easier to confirm. At a low ridge where two tracks intersect, prisoners were often sorted for repatriation. White American soldiers moved through a familiar process: identification, brief questioning, food, onward transport. Black prisoners sometimes required additional steps: confirming identities, tracing units, correcting assumptions. One officer later admitted his surprise upon meeting a black POW who spoke fluent English and carried an American dog tag. He had believed, mistakenly, that black soldiers did not serve in certain capacities. His disbelief revealed the broader assumptions of the segregated era, not anything about the man standing before him. Even in liberation, ideology did not disappear at once. Some American officers approached black prisoners with the same biases they carried before the war. Processing could be slower, questions could be sharper, yet many other liberators greeted them with warmth, recognizing how unlikely their survival had been and how deeply the system had failed them. The liberation field holds both relief and unfinished business. The war was ending. The guards were gone. The machinery that had erased these men was collapsing. Yet the silence surrounding their captivity lingered, waiting to be confronted, remembered, and spoken aloud. Ahead lies Part B, where the story moves into the immediate aftermath. What was recorded, what was forgotten, and what slipped back into silence even after freedom arrived. After the gates open, reclaiming identity in fragments. The liberation field recedes as the path turns toward a cluster of low hills where Allied repatriation centers once operated. These were not camps, nor holding sites, nor prisons. They were transitional spaces, temporary hubs where liberated soldiers were fed, examined, questioned, and placed on the long route home. The atmosphere held a muted blend of relief and exhaustion, disbelief at survival, cautious hope for recovery, and the quiet fear that some wounds, physical or otherwise, might never fully heal. For black prisoners, these centers marked a return to formal visibility. Yet even here, their stories rarely fit neatly into the forms or procedures prepared for them. The outline of an old inspection tent appears near a patch of flattened soil. Allied medics once moved briskly through this space, scribbling notes on clipboards, checking pulses, bandaging wounds. Simple acts, water offered, hands steadied, felt monumental after months of deprivation. But when a black soldier stepped into such a tent, medics sometimes hesitated, flipping through rosters that did not contain his name. The hesitation was not personal. It was structural. Their own paperwork had inherited the erasure imposed by the German system. Men who had survived hidden pathways through captivity now confronted an administrative world unsure where to place them. One report describes a black survivor known only by a nickname because no official record of his capture existed. A medic, searching for reference and finding none, wrote across the top of the form, "Unregistered POW, American." Those 3 words encapsulated the paradox. A man present and alive, yet almost undocumented. A shallow trench nearby once served as the processing queue. Here, liberated prisoners waited to speak with intelligence officers gathering information about camp conditions. White prisoners often provided structured accounts: stalag numbers, guard names, dates, routines. Black survivors struggled to fit their experiences into these categories, not from lack of memory, but because their captivity had unfolded outside the architecture those questions assumed. They had been moved irregularly, held in unmarked sites, interrogated without documentation, or marched through spaces that were never given official designation. Some could not name where they had been held. Others described locations that matched no known maps. Officers, unprepared for such anomalies, marked the reports as incomplete. Farther ahead stands the footprint of a larger stone building, perhaps once a field hospital or administrative center. Inside these walls, officers conducted formal debriefings, gathering accounts of German troop movements and POW treatment. These interviews later became valuable historical sources. In these rooms, a handful of black survivors offered quiet, understated testimony. They spoke of cold nights, isolation, scarcity, rare moments of kindness, and sudden acts of cruelty. They described guards who treated them as curiosities, or as threats, and fellow prisoners who had stepped in to protect them. Yet many testimonies broke off abruptly, not because memory failed, but because the system had never provided them with names of places, commandants, or structures. Their captivity took place in the undefined spaces of the war, driven more by ideology than by documented military procedure. In the center of the building's remains, the air feels hushed. It is easy to imagine a black survivor sitting across from an Allied officer, recounting his experience with restrained clarity while the officer listened, making notes. But the form in front of him, fields labeled camp number, work detail, commandant, offered no box for his reality. The officer left entire sections blank, adding one more layer of silence atop the many already accumulated. Outside the building's outline stretches an open yard where repatriated POWs once gathered before transport. Some sat in small groups, speaking softly. Others stared at the sky or at nothing at all. Among them sat black survivors, thin, tired, sometimes hesitant to join the circle, unsure how their presence would be received now that the war had ended. A few testimonies describe moments of quiet humanity. One former POW recalled seeing a black soldier sitting alone, head bowed, until a group of Americans waved him over. "You're one of us," one said. "Come on." It was a simple gesture, but it cut through the alienation of months lived at the margins. Not all moments unfolded so gently. Some accounts note that black prisoners were processed last, or placed in separate lines, or given different instructions. The segregation entrenched in the U.S. military followed them even into liberation, producing a jarring contrast with the shared suffering they had endured inside captivity. The road leaving the repatriation site stretches toward distant ports and staging areas. Trucks once rolled along it carrying liberated men toward the first chapter of their return home. For black survivors, these journeys often became their first opportunity to speak freely to fellow Americans about what had happened. Some recounted their stories to chaplains, medics, or other soldiers. Others remained silent, unsure whether their accounts, lacking documentation, lacking witnesses, lacking structure, would be believed. One chaplain recorded the words of a black survivor who said quietly, "I don't think anyone will understand where I was." The chaplain wrote in his diary, "I believed him." That sentence, simple, resonant, captures the central challenge of post-liberation life for black POWs, reclaiming identity after months spent in the shadows of a system designed not to see them. Ahead, the landscape opens toward the final chapters of the story: post-war memory, reconstruction of evidence, and the long struggle to pull these erased histories back into the light. After the war, a story that faded too quickly. The road leading away from the repatriation centers stretches into quiet countryside, where the last traces of wartime movement dissolve into open fields and soft, rolling hills. This landscape carries none of the war's tension. Farmhouses repaired their roofs. Villagers coaxed crops back into depleted soil. Roads once crowded with convoys and prisoners returned to silence. The world had begun its rush toward reconstruction. In that rush, some wartime stories were embraced immediately. Others were carefully archived. And some, like the experiences of black POWs, began to slip back into the shadows almost before they were fully spoken. Beside a field bordered by a low stone wall, the continuity of ordinary life seems almost serene. But for the men who had been erased by the POW system, that return to normalcy was far more complicated. The silence that had defined their captivity followed them into peace. When black survivors reached Allied staging areas, they were fed, examined, and assigned to ships or planes homeward. Medical personnel checked for frostbite, malnutrition, and infection. Chaplains offered cigarettes and quiet blessings. Yet the administrative structure meant to record their wartime service was still shaped by the segregated assumptions that had shaped their deployment. The result was predictable. Their experiences entered the official record unevenly, incompletely, or not at all. Along a narrow path through a grove of bare trees, imagine a column of repatriated soldiers making their way toward a transport truck. Among them might be a black engineer who survived a labor detachment, or a medic who endured weeks in an unregistered holding site. Each man carried a story shaped by absence. Missing names, missing places, missing records. When they attempted to describe their captivity, they sometimes met disbelief. Officers encouraged reports, but the forms, camp number, commandant's name, dates of transfer, reflected a system that had never acknowledged their existence. Many survivors left entire sections blank. Others wrote what little they could, aware their words carried less authority without corroboration. At the edge of a clearing, a simple wooden signpost once marked the start of a repatriation road. It is gone now, but the place still feels like a threshold, a symbolic crossing from prisonerhood back into citizenship. Men stepped through it believing they were returning to recognition, dignity, and belonging. For black survivors, however, the return led back into a segregated America, one where military honors, public recognition, and even access to veterans' benefits were distributed unevenly. Some were welcomed warmly at home. Others found their captivity dismissed, doubted, or quietly ignored. One black veteran returned to his southern hometown and was told by a local official that his power count didn't sound right, because few believed black soldiers had ever been taken prisoner. The man later recalled, "I stopped explaining it. I just said I was in the war." A rise in the landscape offers a view over wide fields that meet the horizon, an ideal vantage point for seeing how memory formed in the years after the war. Historians began collecting testimonies immediately. They gathered records, interviewed survivors, catalogued camp structures, and reconstructed escape routes. But their methods were built on paperwork, transfer lists, camp rosters, commandant logs, none of which had included the men whose identities the German system had erased. When researchers looked for black POWs in the archives, they found almost nothing. The absence was misinterpreted as rarity, then anomaly, then, incorrectly, as proof that very few black soldiers had ever been taken captive. Near a low embankment where a rail line once ran, transportation officers once loaded liberated prisoners onto trains bound for ports and airfields. White POWs appeared in shipping rosters with full entries. Black POWs often appeared as nameless tick marks appended after the fact. The gap between lived experience and recorded history widened with every missing detail. In one rare case, a black survivor later discovered that the U.S. Army listed him as missing for nearly a year after he returned home. "I was home for months before they realized I was alive," he said, half amused and half weary. Crossing the old rail bed, the path enters a gentler landscape. Warm light, soft grass, a sense of stories ready to settle into collective memory. But memory favors what is written, reinforced, and rooted in established narratives. Black POW experiences lacked those anchors. Yet the silence was never absolute. A handful of survivors gave interviews decades later. A few historians traced footnotes and obscure references until patterns emerged. Some families preserved diaries, letters, and photographs. These fragments, small, fragile, but persistent, became the foundation for reconstructing what had happened. The path bends once more, opening the way toward the final chapters, where post-war memory meets modern research, where names long obscured re-enter the historical record, and where the story of these forgotten POWs begins to come into focus at last. The long silence, decades without a record. The landscape softens into gentle contours as the post-war decades come into focus. A quiet countryside where the scars of conflict have faded into farmland and open fields. This is the terrain where memory rests, where stories either take root or drift away. And for the black prisoners whose captivity was barely recorded, the silence did not end with liberation. It simply changed shape. It settled into the gaps where history relies on documentation, and where documentation never existed. An old hedgerow runs along the path, its branches grown wild, shaped by years of wind and neglect. It mirrors the story itself, alive, persistent, but twisting in directions no one intended. After the war, governments rushed to collect official histories. Veterans filed claims. Families searched for answers. Monuments were raised. The story of POWs took on a structured form in the collective memory. Narratives of endurance, deprivation, escape, and return. But the men erased by the German system, those never registered at capture, never logged in Baroque lists, never accounted for in labor detachments, slipped through the post-war bureaucracy almost unnoticed. Their absence became self-reinforcing. If they did not appear in German archives or Allied POW registries, then for most historians, they simply weren't there. A small stone bridge crosses a slow-moving stream. The water carries fragments of leaves and sediment without rhythm, much like the fragments through which the stories of black POWs survived. A stray interview, a brief memoir passage, a line in a letter, an offhand mention in a debriefing. No official framework preserved their experiences. Only chance did. During the 1950s and 1960s, as global attention shifted toward the Cold War, the POW narrative hardened around camps with extensive documentation. Stalag Luft 3, Orflog 4C, Stalag 9B. Historians mapped escape tunnels, analyzed food parcels, reconstructed transfer routes. These stories centered overwhelmingly on white American and British prisoners whose presence had been meticulously logged. Black prisoners were absent from this literature not by intent but by structure. Without paperwork, their experiences remained invisible to the places historians were trained to look. On the stone bridge, the soft flow of the water suggests how memory was shaped more by silence than speech. Families tried to understand why returning loved ones could not explain where they had been held. Some survivors spoke of their captivity, only to be met with doubt. Others chose silence, sensing that their fragmented accounts did not match what the world believed POW life to be. A few veterans wrote letters to the army seeking confirmation of their imprisonment. Many received replies stating that no such record existed. Eventually, many stopped asking. Beyond the bridge, a grove of thin, straight trees rises into filtered light. This is the quiet domain of oral history, where the official record gives way to memory shared decades later. In the 1970s and 1980s, as scholars and activists documented black military service, they occasionally encountered unexpected stories. Men who calmly described being taken prisoner in Europe during the war. Their accounts surprised the interviewers, who had been taught that black POWs were statistically insignificant or non-existent. Yet the stories carried unmistakable authenticity. The textures of barracks air, the bitter cold of winter marches, the uneasy stares of guards uncertain how to categorize the men they had captured. Still, these testimonies appeared only in footnotes or brief asides. Too scattered, too fragile, too few to reshape the established historical narrative. The grove opens into a wide field where the sun casts long evening shadows. This is where the story begins to shift. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, historians re-examined neglected aspects of the war. They noticed the inconsistencies. Why were there gaps in German camp rosters? Why did liberation reports mention prisoners not listed anywhere? Why did American casualty and missing person records not align? Some scholars began asking new questions. They traced the scattered testimonies, mapping them against known troop movements and camp evacuations. They examined inconsistencies that earlier historians had overlooked. Slowly, patterns emerged. Not a complete picture, but unmistakable evidence that black POWs had existed in far greater numbers than official records suggested. Their absence from archives was not proof of rarity. It was proof of erasure. A low ridge rises at the edge of the field, offering a quiet vantage over the landscape. From here, the long arc of the story becomes clearer. The truth had always been present, hidden beneath layers of missing paperwork, racial ideology, and institutional neglect. It simply required a different kind of inquiry, a willingness to treat silence as a clue rather than a void. At the top of the ridge, the view opens to the horizon. This is where the final phase of the narrative begins, the modern effort to restore names, recover testimonies, and bring to light the men whose survival was nearly lost to history. The silence is finally lifting, not on its own, but because people began asking why it existed at all. Reconstructing a lost record. The path rises into open air and settles along a gentle ridge overlooking a landscape where the present and the past seem to lean into each other. Below, the countryside lies in quiet folds of farmland, forest, and small towns, ordinary places that once bore witness to extraordinary silences. This is where the work of reconstruction begins, decades after the war, after the men who survived captivity returned home and tried to rebuild their lives in the aftermath. From the ridge, the horizon stretches wide and unbroken. Somewhere beneath that open space lie the stories that never entered official archives, the names missing from German ledgers, the faces absent from American repatriation lists, the men whose wartime journeys were disrupted not only by capture but by erasure. The entire effort began with a question that refused to settle. Why were so few black POWs recorded, when tens of thousands of black soldiers had served near front lines where capture was common? The numbers did not align. The lists of dead were known. The deployment maps were documented. Black soldiers fought in positions where surrender and encirclement occurred often. Yet the POW rosters, German and Allied alike, barely reflected their presence. That discrepancy became the starting point for a new kind of historical inquiry, one that treated absence itself as the first piece of evidence. In a nearby clearing, a weathered stone stands alone, moss gathering around its base. It resembles a memorial, though no inscription remains. It symbolizes the initial challenge faced by researchers, the need to acknowledge that the disappearance of black POWs from official records was not random error, but the product of ideology, prejudice, and the disorder of a collapsing regime. To trace these lost stories, historians moved beyond traditional archives. They searched the diaries of white POWs for fleeting references to black comrades. They sifted through captured German field orders that hinted at special prisoners or invoked racial designations. They interviewed aging veterans who had long stored memories in silence, unsure whether anyone wanted to hear them. One soldier recalled marching beside a black prisoner for only 2 days before guards removed the man from the column. The recollection survived not because of detailed conversation, but because the prisoner's presence had felt so unusual, and because his disappearance was so sudden. That brief moment, nearly lost, became a crucial thread. A dry creek bed cuts across the clearing, a narrow channel carved into the soil by water long gone. It mirrors the way testimonies drifted into the historical record. Thin, fragile streams of memory carving paths through decades of silence. When combined, they revealed a broader pattern. Black soldiers were captured far more frequently than official documentation suggested, but their fates diverged dramatically from the documented paths followed by white POWs. Near the creek bed, a circle of stones lies half buried in the earth, an accidental arrangement that evokes the shape of a research circle. Here, modern scholars piece together fragments, assembling a mosaic where the original image had been deliberately obscured. Some examined the treatment of French colonial troops in 1940, discovering chilling parallels to what later occurred with black Americans. Others compared U.S. casualty lists with German regional reports, uncovering discrepancies that pointed toward undocumented captivity. Little by little, names emerged. A soldier never listed in a camp roster, but remembered by his family as having been taken prisoner. A truck driver recalled by comrades, but absent from German files. A medic mentioned in one line of a fading letter written by a white POW. A Caribbean-born volunteer with a free French who returned home alive, though historians had long classified him as missing. Each name was a fragment. Together, they began to form a tapestry. Standing within the ring of stones, the task of reconstruction becomes clear. Historians were not simply collecting data, they were restoring human presence to a landscape shaped by deliberate and accidental erasure. Their work demanded patience, a willingness to accept incomplete stories, and a careful reading of the silences between the facts. Some researchers traced the movements of German divisions that had operated near black American units. Others studied the correspondence of the International Red Cross, noticing inconsistencies in camp reports that suggested unregistered prisoners. The breakthrough did not come from a single discovery, but from recognizing the pattern hidden inside the inconsistencies. Across regions, units, months, and records, the same void reappeared. That void was the evidence. It revealed a truth long obscured. The German POW system had not integrated these men, had not protected them, and in many cases had not allowed them to survive long enough to be recorded. From the ridge, the horizon feels like a threshold between understanding and denial. 4 years, this conclusion met resistance. It challenged sanitized narratives of the Wehrmacht. It forced historians to confront the racial ideology embedded in its practices. It raised painful questions about how many stories had been lost before anyone even thought to ask what had happened. Yet with every recovered name, every preserved testimony, the silence receded a little further. Ahead lies Part B, where the work of restoration deepens, where lost names are reclaimed, where survivors are honored, and where the truth finally emerges, late but unmistakable. Restoring the names. The slow return of the forgotten. The clearing narrows into a path bordered by small, weathered stones, each one catching the muted afternoon light. The setting feels almost ceremonial, a quiet walkway where memory gathers in fragments, and where lost names gradually rise from beneath decades of silence. The effort to reconstruct the history of black POWs did not end with scattered testimonies. It grew into a broader mission. To honor the men who vanished from the record, to recover the names nearly erased, and to understand the true scale of their disappearance. As the path unfolds, the surrounding stillness carries a subtle heaviness. It reflects the lives tied to the ground beneath it, men whose identities slipped from official view, families who never received answers, histories shaped by absence rather than acknowledgement. Modern scholars approached that silence with patience and humility. They knew the picture would never be complete, but they refused to allow incompleteness to become a justification for forgetting. Every recollection, every archival inconsistency, every footnote became a thread worth following. Some of those threads led to remarkable rediscoveries. In Illinois, a researcher interviewed the daughter of a black truck driver long listed as missing. She preserved one photograph of him taken before the war and a brief note written in his unsteady hand. "I was taken prisoner, but not for long." That scrap of testimony, paired with a white POWs recollection, finally placed him near an improvised holding site in Belgium, an area previously thought undocumented. In France, a historian uncovered a list of unregistered laborers assigned to a German supply depot near Metz. 2 names belonged to black American soldiers reported missing by their units. Though absent from POW files, the labor roster confirmed their capture. A British scholar examining colonial military archives found a letter folded inside an old notebook. It came from a veteran who described a black American sharing a bunk in a temporary barracks for 2 nights before being moved elsewhere. The letter ended with a quiet final line. He deserved to be remembered. Each discovery illuminated one life. Together, they pointed to a far larger truth. The stone-lined path continues, and the arrangement of rocks seems to echo uncarved inscriptions. Not literal names, only the impression of them. The kind of presence that lingers when a life has been lived, lost, and is now slowly returning to history. One of the most significant shifts in modern research came from accepting a difficult premise. The German POW system was never structured to include black prisoners. The erasure was not accidental. It was ideological. And once that framework was acknowledged, silence became a form of evidence. Historians mapped the positions of black American units during major offensives, compared U.S. casualty lists with regional German records, and cross-referenced testimonies from American, British, French, and German sources. With each triangulated detail, previously unseen patterns emerged. Regions where black soldiers were almost certainly held, paths where records should have existed but had been intentionally left blank or destroyed. This method, treating absence as data, became an act of restoration. Farther along the path, a semicircle of larger stones forms a natural memorial. It evokes the names recovered in recent decades, spoken aloud at small ceremonies, included in digital archives, or printed in modest memorial publications. Some of these names belong to survivors who never shared their stories publicly. Others belong to men who died in captivity, their fates reconstructed through fragments. Still others remain partially anonymous, identified only by a description or a single remembered detail. Together, they form a quiet constellation. James Hendricks, Lawrence Neal, Samuel Carter, a medic remembered only as Red, a driver known as Slim, a French West African soldier called Moussa, whose family searched for answers that never came, and countless others whose names remain just beyond reach. Beyond the memorial stones, the path opens into bare soil where the narrative widens from individual recovery to collective recognition. Museums, archives, and educational institutions have begun to acknowledge the existence and the suffering of black POWs, integrating their stories into exhibitions, documentaries, and historical studies. These efforts cannot fill every gap, but they challenge the long silence that once defined this history. Families have learned, sometimes for the first time, that a relative survived captivity. Others discovered what likely happened to men lost to wartime ambiguity. Some veterans, late in life, finally spoke about their experiences, softly, hesitantly, adding depth and clarity to a past they had once carried alone. At the edge of the ridge, the valley opens beneath fading sunlight. The view captures the emotional core of this restoration, a recognition that silence itself was part of the harm. These men were denied POW protections, denied the dignity of documentation, denied the historical space granted to others. To recover their names, even decades later, is to return something that was taken from them long before peace arrived. Ahead lies the final stage of the script, the calm, reflective aftermath, where the strands of history settle, where the forgotten are honored, and where the viewer is guided gently toward the closing cadence of the story. Aftermath, where silence leaves its shadow. The valley settles into stillness as the story reaches its quiet end. The air carries no urgency now, only the steady calm that follows long journeys into difficult terrain. The war has receded, the archives have been opened, and the fragments of forgotten lives have been gathered into as much shape as history will allow. Yet the silence that surrounded these men does not vanish with the telling. It lingers, soft and persistent, a reminder of how easily a life can slip out of the frame built to remember it. Across the landscape, the traces of captivity blur into one another. Holding sites reduced to irregular depressions in the earth, camp outlines faded into winter grass, abandoned roads sinking slowly back into soil. These were the places where black prisoners endured a captivity the records never learned how to name. Their footsteps once marked these paths, but the ground absorbed them too quickly, leaving historians decades later to search for what could no longer be seen. What remains instead is something more delicate, the knowledge that survival alone did not guarantee remembrance. Many who lived through captivity returned home with stories shaped as much by erasure as by endurance. Some carried quiet pride that they had endured the worst the war could offer. Others carried unanswered questions, shaped by experiences the world around them was not prepared to understand. Their stories drifted at the edges of official accounts, present in fragments, absent in form. Late in life, a few found the words to describe what had happened. They spoke of cold marches, uncertain nights, and guards whose beliefs shaped each day's fate. They spoke of solidarity, too, of white and colonial prisoners who refused to let them stand alone, of quiet gestures that offered a shield against a system built to exclude them. These memories arrived not as polished narratives, but as gentle disclosures. A sentence, a moment, a detail carried through decades of silence. Their testimonies did not restore the full record, but they shifted the landscape of what could be known. Historians learned to read the gaps, to see absence as evidence, to understand that the story of the war was always larger than the archives that claimed to contain it. Over time, this new approach allowed a different truth to emerge, a truth not of perfect documentation, but of humane recognition. In the clearing below, one might imagine a group of names forming a quiet circle, not yet complete but no longer lost. Some are confirmed by testimonies. Some are linked to partial records. Some survive only in memory, traced through the recollections of those who marched beside them or glimpsed them across a yard. Each name restores a small part of what history allowed to slip away. Each name shifts the balance, turning silence into acknowledgement. Beyond the clearing, the path continues toward the broader world, the world these men once returned to with exhaustion still in their bones. They stepped back into towns and cities reshaped by the war, carrying experiences that did not fit the assumptions of a segregated society. Some found understanding, others found disbelief. Many learned quickly that the world was more prepared to accept their absence than the truth of their captivity. And yet their stories endured, moving quietly through families, whispered in living rooms, tucked into letters, remembered by children and grandchildren who sensed there was something more beneath the words. These fragments, preserved across decades, became the foundation for restoring the narrative long denied them. The restoration came late, but it came, slow, deliberate, and anchored in a growing willingness to confront the silence itself. The valley grows darker as evening settles over the ridge. What remains is not a complete account, nor a perfect reconstruction. It is something more honest, a recognition of the lives that slipped past the margins, the courage that went unrecorded, and the truth that waited patiently for someone to ask where it had gone. The story settles into its final quiet, a space where the forgotten stand once more in the light, not fully visible, but no longer unseen. Their presence lingers in the air like the last breath of daylight before night fully arrives. Their names, restored piece by piece, reclaim the place history withheld from them, and in this closing stillness, the past becomes a companion rather than a shadow, reminding those who listen that even the quietest stories carry the weight of whole worlds. Not every part of the war operated through weapons. Some rooms remained warm, organized, and almost ordinary, places where the machinery of the state continued through schedules, paperwork, and silence. Part 3. What it was like to work inside the Reich, the Secretaries. You're standing in a room that belongs to order. The air smells faintly of oil and paper dust. Light from a tall window falls in a narrow stripe across the desk, catching the metal edge of a typewriter that waits without sound. The keys rest in perfect rows, their letters small and certain. Carbon sheets lie stacked to the left like thin blue shadows. The margin guide has already been set. If you find yourself listening to the rhythm of these keys, noticing how quiet rooms can carry the weight of history, then before we follow the silence deeper into these corridors, take a moment to subscribe. Only if calm, quiet history feels like a place you'll return to. And let us know where you're listening from, or which moment stays with you the most. You're listening to Echoes of War. Nothing here is accidental. The chair is straight-backed. The blotter is squared to the wood grain. A folder sits at the center of the desk, closed but not empty. Its surface is smooth, its edges aligned. Somewhere beyond the door, footsteps pass with measured calm. No voices rise. No doors slam. The building breathes in corridors designed for composure. The page inside the folder has not yet been written. The room is holding its breath. A clock ticks faintly on the far wall, its rhythm almost indistinguishable from silence. The windows admit pale morning light, not yet bright enough to erase shadow. Dust lingers in the beam like suspended thought. Outside, the city is beginning to stir, but here the world has narrowed to desk, machine, paper. The typewriter does not move. It waits. You remain at the edge of the room, unseen and unaddressed, watching the stillness gather around metal and wood. The quiet is not emptiness. It is structure. It is anticipation arranged neatly within margins. A door opens softly. Footsteps approach. A hand rests briefly on the back of the chair. The folder is opened. The top page is lifted and placed carefully into the carriage. The sheet is aligned against the guide. The roller turns with a soft, mechanical sigh. The first word has not yet been spoken. The keys remain still. And in this suspended moment, before language begins, you are standing at the threshold of a war that will be written long before it is seen. The voice begins without force. It does not echo. It does not tremble. It arrives in a steady register, measured and composed, as though the words it carries have already been settled elsewhere. They cross the small distance between speaker and machine with quiet authority. Her fingers lower. The first key descends with a restrained click. Metal strikes ribbon. Ribbon presses ink into paper. The sound is delicate, almost polite. A second key follows. Then another. The rhythm forms gradually, like rain beginning against a narrow roof. The room exhales. The silence rearranges itself around repetition. Each letter lands where it is told to land. Each word appears in even spacing, contained within margins that were set before the sentence began. The bell at the carriage edge rings softly at the end of the line, and the roller turns with a practiced sweep. Outside the window, the city grows louder. Engines pass along stone streets. A door closes somewhere beyond the building. A faint whistle carries from a distant rail line. None of it enters this desk except as vibration. Here, the world is reduced to alignment. You remain near the wall, watching how structure takes shape. The words themselves are formal. They refer to schedules, to allocations, to measures enacted and confirmed. The phrasing is precise, stripped of ornament. Nothing in its construction suggests urgency. Nothing in its tone suggests rupture. Yet the page fills steadily. Carbon paper beneath the sheet captures the same words in faint blue echo. A second copy. A third. The machine moves without hesitation, and the ink settles into fiber as if permanence were its natural state. The voice continues. Clauses are layered beneath primary statements. Directives are framed as adjustments. Movement is described as coordination. Language remains calm even as it gathers consequence. The room does not question it. Another line ends. The bell rings again. The carriage returns. The rhythm stabilizes into something almost soothing, almost forgettable. Tap, tap, pause, ring, sweep. The page nears completion. Her hands are steady, her posture upright. When the final period is struck, she lifts the sheet carefully from the carriage, holding it by the corners to prevent smearing what has already dried. The page is placed atop the folder, aligned precisely with its edge. The machine rests for a moment. Then another sheet is fed into place. Outside, the sky shifts toward gray. A distant rumble passes through the air, too faint to identify. The window pane trembles lightly before settling. No one looks up. Inside, the next sentence begins. And in that steady percussion, before collapse, before recognition, before history names what has been written, the war takes its first quiet shape in ink. If you find yourself listening to the rhythm of these keys, noticing how ordinary labor can carry extraordinary weight, then remain here in this ordered room. We will return to these desks again and again, watching how repetition becomes atmosphere, and how atmosphere becomes belief. The order of the room. By mid-morning, the room has found its full rhythm. The desks no longer appear as separate pieces of furniture, but as a single surface broken into intervals. Each typewriter contributes to the steady percussion that fills the air. The sound is not loud. It is persistent. It smooths the edges of thought and replaces them with sequence. Letters follow letters. Pages follow pages. The structure renews itself without visible strain. She has learned to measure her day not by hours, but by stacks. A completed stack means progress. A thin stack means delay. Delay is undesirable, not because of what the words contain, but because interruption unsettles the pattern. She prefers continuity. Continuity feels safe. It offers a predictable horizon. The next page will resemble the previous one. The next memorandum will follow the same architecture. Subject line, reference number, paragraph, signature. You notice how comfort can grow inside repetition. The chair beneath her is firm. It encourages upright posture. Her back remains straight not out of tension but out of habit. She has been told that presentation matters, even when no one is looking. The uniformity of the room reinforces this belief. Every desk is positioned at the same distance from the wall. Every inkwell rests at the same corner. Even the wastebaskets align like quiet sentries at the base of each station. A file clerk moves past her shoulder with a nod. The nod is brief. It acknowledges participation in a shared enterprise. There is no need for extended conversation. Conversation might disrupt the flow. Instead, communication travels through glances and the placement of folders. A document placed slightly to the right indicates urgency. One set squarely in the center suggests routine. These signals are understood without instruction. Outside the building, the city breathes in uneven cycles. The war has already begun to shape daily life. Ration cards are folded into wallets. Windows are taped against shattering glass. Notices appear on lampposts and disappear again beneath new notices. Yet here, in the offices of administration, the visible signs of strain are subdued. The air remains temperate. The light remains steady. The machinery of paperwork absorbs shock before it reaches the surface. She receives another dictation. The voice speaks of allocations, quantities, routes, deadlines. The words are framed with precision. They refer to places that exist only as typed coordinates in her experience. She does not imagine their terrain. She imagines margins. She imagines the weight of the sheet in her hand once completed. When she encounters a complex sentence, she breaks it internally into smaller units, arranging it in her mind before allowing her fingers to follow. You sense how skill becomes insulation. Her competence is genuine. She takes pride in accuracy. A perfectly aligned page satisfies her in a way that is difficult to articulate. It is evidence of discipline, evidence of usefulness. In a nation that praises order, usefulness carries moral approval. She feels it faintly, like warmth through fabric. The clock advances toward noon. A faint hunger announces itself, not urgent but present. She ignores it until the paragraph is complete. To pause mid-sentence would feel incomplete, as though leaving a bridge half-built. Completion matters. Completion restores equilibrium. When the page is finished, she places it carefully into the awaiting folder and allows herself a slow exhale. Across the room, another secretary adjusts the ribbon on her machine. The movement is delicate. The black ink has thinned and must be replaced. The old ribbon is wound with care, set aside to be discarded later. The new ribbon is threaded through metal guides with practiced fingers. When the typing resumes, the letters appear darker, more defined. The room absorbs the change without comment. It is a small renewal within a larger continuity. You observe how the environment resists drama. There are no raised voices, no sudden gestures. Even urgency arrives in the form of underlined phrases, not shouted commands. If a page must be retyped, it is done quietly. If a mistake occurs, it is corrected without spectacle. The culture of the room prizes composure. Outside, clouds thicken and move low over the rooftops. The city's edges seem closer to the ground. A distant rumble might be thunder, or it might not. The windows tremble faintly and then settle. No one looks up. Looking up would suggest that the outside world demands attention. Here, attention is reserved for the interior. She finishes another document and places it in the outgoing tray. The tray fills gradually, like a basin collecting water. Each page contributes to a flow that will travel outward through corridors and offices and, eventually, into the mechanisms of the state. She does not follow that flow. She trusts it. Trust is part of her training. The system exists. The system functions. Her role is to keep her portion precise. You remain in the quiet margin of the room, watching how nothing appears extraordinary. That is the condition. Extraordinary events are reduced to formatted text. Decisions are translated into paragraphs. The extraordinary becomes ordinary through repetition, and repetition, sustained long enough, begins to feel like inevitability. She does not question inevitability. She aligns the next sheet. The bell rings softly at the end of the line. The carriage returns. The keys descend again. The order of the room holds. Afternoon. The light shifts, but the rhythm does not. Shadows lengthen across the desks, stretching the narrow legs of the typewriters into dark angles against the polished wood. The room grows slightly warmer. Jackets are loosened at the collar. Sleeves are adjusted with small, efficient gestures. No one leaves their station for long. Lunch is brief and taken in turns, so that the sound of typing never fully disappears. Continuity is preserved even during appetite. She unwraps a modest meal at her desk, careful not to disturb the alignment of papers. A piece of bread. A folded napkin. The act is contained within a small square of space, like an aside in the margin of a larger text. She eats without hurry, but without indulgence. When she finishes, she folds the napkin precisely and places it in the wastebasket, returning her hands to the machine as though nothing has interrupted the day. You sense how discipline extends beyond the document. It enters posture. It enters silence. It enters the management of hunger and fatigue. The building seems to expect this steadiness. Its corridors carry the faint echo of distant footsteps, but the sound is softened before it reaches the desks. Even the air feels curated, as if filtered for distraction. A new folder arrives, thicker than the previous ones. Its weight is noticeable when she lifts it. The pages inside are marked with annotations in a darker ink. Margins contain revisions. Certain lines are crossed out and rewritten in a more careful script. She reads only enough to understand formatting requirements. Content is secondary. Structure is primary. The dictation resumes with a different cadence. The voice speaks more slowly now, enunciating each phrase. She matches the tempo instinctively. When a sentence becomes complex, she pauses only long enough to ensure clarity. Her fingers hover for a fraction of a second before committing to the next sequence of letters. The pause is brief. It leaves no visible trace. Outside, the sky lowers further. The rumble heard earlier returns, more distinct this time. It travels across the city like a distant tide. Some in the room glance toward the windows, but only briefly. The work does not stop. The typewriters continue, their steady rhythm creating a counterpoint to whatever unfolds beyond the walls. You notice how sound becomes layered. The mechanical tapping in the foreground. The muted thunder in the distance. The quiet turning of pages. The subtle clearing of throats. Each layer occupies its place without overwhelming the others. The room absorbs disturbance by maintaining its own tempo. She completes the thicker document with the same care as the thinner ones. There is no visible difference in her expression. The page is centered, the spacing correct, the signature line aligned precisely with the margin. She places the finished document into the outgoing tray and smooths the edge of the stack with her palm, as though leveling a surface before leaving it. A clerk collects the tray and carries it down the corridor. The door opens. For a brief moment, the outside noise enters more clearly. It is not loud, but it is present. Then the door closes, and the room returns to its insulated quiet. Insulation is not denial. It is design. The building has been constructed to preserve order against intrusion. You remain at the threshold of observation, aware of both worlds but belonging to neither. The afternoon advances. Fatigue begins to settle at the base of her neck, a subtle weight that she acknowledges without complaint. She adjusts her posture slightly, drawing her shoulders back. The machine continues to respond faithfully to each press of her fingers. Its reliability mirrors the reliability expected of her. Together, they produce pages that will travel far beyond this desk. The clock approaches the end of the workday. There is no rush toward departure. Pages must be completed before they are set aside. Incompletion would leave the room unbalanced. She ensures the final document of the afternoon is finished, the edges squared, the folder closed neatly. Only then does she remove the sheet of blotting paper and align it for the morning to come. Outside, the rumble fades into evening air. Clouds begin to thin at their edges, revealing a pale band of light along the horizon. The city remains unsettled, but the office closes in composure. Desks are cleared. Machines are covered with cloth. Chairs are pushed inward in unison, restoring the symmetry that will greet the morning. She stands, smoothing her skirt, and glances once around the room. It appears unchanged. You understand that this is the quiet power of repetition. When extraordinary events are translated daily into formatted text, they begin to resemble routine. When routine is sustained without interruption, it acquires the authority of permanence. The order of the room persists even as the world beyond it shifts. The lights are dimmed. The door closes softly behind the last departing figure. In the darkness, the typewriters rest in perfect alignment, waiting for the next morning when the keys will move before the light fully arrives. Corridors of efficiency. Morning returns without ceremony. The light enters the windows at nearly the same angle as the day before, though no one measures it. The desks resume their quiet alignment. The cloths are folded back from the machines. A ribbon is adjusted. A stack of blank paper is squared against the edge of a blotter. The room inhales and begins again. Continuity settles quickly. She sits, smooths her skirt, and aligns the first sheet with practiced precision. The margin guide clicks softly into place. The bell at the carriage edge is tested with a brief stroke. It answers with its restrained tone. The machine is ready, and so is she. You observe how readiness becomes a posture. Before any dictation begins, the room hums faintly with anticipation. The corridor beyond carries the movement of clerks, the rustle of folders, the quiet exchange of schedules. No one speaks loudly. Authority travels in measured voices. Urgency expresses itself through the speed of footsteps, not their volume. A door opens at the far end. A senior official enters, accompanied by an assistant who carries a stack of documents close to the chest. The assistant's gaze is lowered, attentive to the path ahead. The official's stride is steady, unhurried. He pauses briefly to exchange a few words with another figure in the corridor. The words are not sharp. They are deliberate. The documents change hands. She receives the new folder and notes its insignia without comment. The symbol is familiar. It appears frequently. Familiarity dulls the instinct to question. The folder is opened. Inside are pages marked with annotations in a careful script, each correction guiding the final form. Dictation begins. The voice is controlled and even. It speaks of coordination between departments. It references prior memoranda. It instructs distribution to specific officers whose names are rendered in full, each title occupying its rightful place. She types steadily, her fingers translating sound into form. You notice how the corridor acts as an artery. Documents move outward and inward with quiet regularity. A messenger passes every quarter hour. A clerk returns with stamped pages bearing signatures that confirm completion. The building operates like a circulatory system, each desk a chamber contributing to the flow. Outside, the city moves with greater tension than the day before. New notices have appeared along the streets. Posters with bold lettering, urging compliance, urging vigilance. Yet these calls are filtered before they reach the interior of this room. Here, urgency is domesticated into bulletins and schedules. She finishes the first document and places it in the outgoing tray. The tray is collected within minutes. Speed suggests importance, but the room does not respond with visible alarm. Speed is accommodated without altering tone. Another sheet is aligned. Another memorandum begins. You sense how efficiency creates its own climate. The temperature of the room feels stable, regardless of the weather beyond the walls. The air smells faintly of ink and polished wood. The mechanical tapping produces a subtle vibration that runs along the desk and into her wrists. It is not unpleasant. It is grounding. A colleague at the neighboring desk adjusts her spectacles and leans slightly closer to her page. The adjustment is minimal. Concentration remains intact. There is pride here, though it is quiet. Pride in accuracy. Pride in meeting deadlines. Pride in contributing to something larger than the self, even if the nature of that larger remains abstract. You remain positioned near the doorway, aware of the architecture framing the scene. The corridors are long and symmetrical, designed to direct movement without confusion. Offices branch from either side, each bearing plaques with titles etched in metal. The hierarchy is visible in placement. The closer to the central chamber, the more authority implied. She is aware of this geography. She knows which doors lead to influence and which lead to storage. She knows which voices require immediate transcription and which may wait. This knowledge feels like advancement. Advancement feels like validation. The bell rings at the end of another line. She returns the carriage smoothly and continues. The voice dictating does not falter. The sentences extend, subordinate clauses layering beneath primary statements. The structure of the language mirrors the structure of the building, ordered, tiered, dependent. Outside, a truck passes along the street below. Its engine growls briefly before fading. The vibration touches the window pane and dissolves. No one comments. The typewriters maintain their tempo, an audible assertion that order remains intact. You observe how the system absorbs disturbance. Even when an official strides more quickly than usual down the corridor, even when a messenger's footsteps carry urgency, the desks do not accelerate. The rhythm persists. It is a statement in itself. She completes another document. Her fingers are lightly smudged with ink. She rubs them together absent-mindedly and reaches for a fresh sheet. The outgoing tray fills again, page by page. Each page contributes to the steady current flowing through the building. The corridors continue to breathe. Efficiency is not dramatic. It is sustained, and in its sustained form, it begins to feel natural. By afternoon, the rhythm has deepened. The building feels more inhabited now, as though the morning's movement has settled into its full circulation. Footsteps along the corridor arrive in predictable intervals. A messenger passes with a stack of folders pressed flat against his coat. A clerk pauses at the threshold, waiting for acknowledgement before stepping forward. Even hesitation is choreographed. She no longer listens consciously to the dictation. Her fingers anticipate the shape of the sentence before it is fully spoken. Certain phrases recur often enough to become reflex. Formal salutations, standard closures, administrative assurances. The repetition removes friction. It allows her to type with a steady confidence that resembles calm. You sense how repetition begins to remove edges. A directive that might once have felt heavy now feels procedural. A reference to transport is simply a line to be centered. A reference to allocation is a number to be aligned under a heading. The content passes through her hands without resistance because her task is defined narrowly. Narrow definitions can feel merciful. A cart rolls past in the corridor, its wheels cushioned against the stone floor. It carries bound stacks of documents toward another wing of the building. The papers are secured with twine. The twine is tied in precise knots. Precision extends beyond the page into every visible detail. The cart disappears around a corner. The corridor returns to stillness. Outside, the sky has darkened earlier than expected. The light filtering through the windows is tinged with a muted amber, as though dust hangs in the air above the city. A faint smell of smoke lingers for a moment, then disperses. No one comments. The air inside remains tempered by design. She pauses briefly when a superior approaches her desk. He places a hand lightly on the edge of the wood, leaning in just enough to signal importance without raising his voice. He requests a revision to a paragraph completed earlier in the day. The tone remains controlled. She nods once and retrieves the page from the outgoing tray before it travels further. You observe the exchange without hearing specific words. The correction is small. A sentence must be rephrased. A date clarified. The original page is set aside. A fresh sheet is aligned. She types the revised version with the same care as the first. There is no visible irritation at the repetition. Correction is part of efficiency. Efficiency tolerates revision. The old page is torn neatly in half before being placed in the wastebasket. Even disposal follows order. The torn edges are clean. The basket remains positioned squarely beside the desk. Nothing spills onto the floor. Disorder is contained before it can spread. Outside, a distant thud carries across the city. It is heavier than the earlier rumble. The window pane vibrates slightly. For a brief moment, the room seems to inhale. Then the rhythm resumes. The typewriters continue their measured tapping, as though responding to the outside noise with quiet insistence. You feel the contrast sharpen. Beyond the walls, impact and disruption. Within them, alignment and flow. The contrast is not acknowledged verbally. It exists as a subtle tension, like two notes played simultaneously but at different volumes. She finishes the revised document and replaces it in the outgoing tray. The superior nods once more and moves away. His footsteps echo faintly down the corridor, diminishing into the building's steady hum. The exchange leaves no visible mark on her expression. Her composure remains intact. Fatigue touches her wrists now. The repetition of motion creates a faint ache at the base of her thumbs. She flexes her fingers discreetly before aligning the next sheet. The ache is not unwelcome. It is evidence of productivity. Productivity is valued. Value reinforces purpose. You remain at the edge of the corridor, watching how the building sustains itself. Even as the light outside dims, the lamps within are lit in sequence. Their glow falls evenly across the desks, preserving visibility and symmetry. Shadows retreat. The typewriters gleam under the artificial light, their keys reflecting small points of brightness. The day does not end abruptly. It tapers. One by one, documents are completed. Folders are closed. Trays are emptied. The corridor quiets as the last cart rolls toward its destination. The echo of its wheels fades into the distance. She removes the final page from the carriage and places it carefully into its folder. The machine cools gradually beneath her hands. She covers it with its cloth, smoothing the fabric so that no corner remains uneven. The desk returns to its neutral state, prepared for morning. Outside, the sky holds a dim red line along the horizon. Smoke blends with cloud. The city exhales in uneven currents. Yet inside the building, composure remains intact. The corridors stand straight. The plaques on the doors catch the lamplight without flicker. You understand that efficiency can endure alongside disruption. It can translate impact into paperwork. It can absorb noise into procedure. And in doing so, it begins to feel permanent. The language of distance. The next morning arrives with a thinner light. Clouds linger low over the city, softening the outlines of rooftops and towers. The windows admit a muted gray that flattens contrast inside the room. The desks appear more uniform in this subdued glow, their edges less sharp, their surfaces more continuous. The building feels slightly enclosed, as though drawing inward against the weather. She notices the light only long enough to adjust the lamp at her desk. The bulb hums faintly when switched on. Its glow settles over the typewriter keys, restoring clarity to each letter. Illumination, here, is controlled. Outside may shift without warning. Inside remains measured. You observe how the room welcomes sameness. The chairs return to their exact positions. The blotters are squared. The inkwells stand upright like small, dark sentries. The typewriters resume their tapping before the clock has fully reached the hour. There is comfort in predictability. It provides a boundary against the uncertain. A new folder arrives, bearing markings she has seen before. The insignia is not unusual. It appears frequently on documents routed through this corridor. What draws her attention this time is not the symbol, but the phrasing in the opening paragraph. She has typed similar sentences in recent weeks, but today she pauses for a fraction of a second before beginning. The pause is almost imperceptible. The words themselves are precise and formal. They reference measures. They reference relocations. They reference efficiency in terms that feel technical, devoid of emotion. Yet familiarity has sharpened her awareness of their pattern. She recognizes the structure before she completes the first line. You sense the shift, small but present. The language no longer floats above meaning. It begins to settle closer to the ground. Certain terms repeat with greater frequency. Certain destinations appear again and again. The abstraction that once felt neutral now carries faint edges. She continues typing. Her fingers do not hesitate long enough to disrupt the rhythm. The machine responds faithfully to each press. The bell rings softly at the end of each line. The margin remains intact. Outwardly, nothing has changed. Outside, the sky releases a thin rain. Drops slide down the glass in slow, uneven paths. They distort the view of the street below, turning figures into blurred shapes. The sound of rain against stone is gentle but persistent. Inside, the tapping of keys overlays it, asserting interior continuity over exterior movement. You remain at the edge of the room, attentive to both layers. The voice dictating the memorandum maintains its even cadence. It does not rise or falter. The sentences are constructed carefully, subordinate clauses cushioning the central directive. She types what she hears, but a part of her mind begins to notice the repetition of certain formulations. It is not curiosity that stirs. It is recognition. Recognition is quiet. It does not announce itself. It rests at the back of the mind, observing patterns. The phrase appears again, nearly identical to one from the previous week. The routing instruction mirrors another she typed yesterday. The destinations cluster within a familiar geography. She aligns the next sheet without visible change in posture. The room continues as before. A clerk passes through the corridor carrying stamped pages. A superior pauses briefly at a neighboring desk to request a correction. The cart wheels roll softly over the stone. No one speaks of the rain. You notice how distance is preserved through phrasing. The memorandum does not describe faces. It does not describe movement beyond numbers and categories. It arranges people into lines of text that resemble inventory. The transformation is subtle. It occurs not in tone but in structure. She finishes the page and lifts it carefully from the carriage. For a moment, she looks at the full paragraph before placing it in the outgoing tray. Her gaze lingers not on the content but on the alignment. The margins are exact. The spacing is balanced. The document appears authoritative. Outside, the rain intensifies. Water gathers in shallow pools along the street. A truck passes, sending a muted spray outward. The sound reaches the window faintly. Inside, the lamps maintain their steady glow. You sense how insulation begins to thin. Not visibly, not dramatically, but through repetition, language begins to press more firmly against awareness. Words typed dozens of times begin to accumulate weight. She resumes her work. The next dictation refers to coordination with another department. It references compliance with earlier instructions. The phrasing is almost identical to yesterday's memorandum, with minor adjustments to dates and quantities. The pattern is unmistakable. The room remains composed. The rain continues. And within the steady rhythm of keys and bell and carriage return, the first faint awareness of proximity begins to form. By early afternoon, the rain has settled into a steady veil. It softens the city into muted outlines, blurring the edges of buildings and swallowing the sharper sounds of traffic below. The windows carry thin streams of water that divide the outside world into shifting fragments. Inside, the lamps glow more prominently now, their light steady and deliberate against the grey. The rhythm of typing continues. She has completed several memoranda since morning, each one bearing a resemblance to the last. The structure rarely changes. Only the details vary. A number adjusted. A location substituted. A deadline advanced. The repetition creates a sense of procedural inevitability, as though the documents were not decisions but steps in a sequence already established. You notice how repetition shapes perception. The first time a phrase appeared, it passed without friction. The fifth time, it felt routine. The 10th time, it carries a faint echo of something beyond the page. Yet even then, the form remains intact. The margins are straight, the headings centered, the signature lines aligned. A clerk returns with stamped pages from another department. The red imprint of approval sits near the bottom of each sheet, firm and unmistakable. The ink has dried cleanly. The pages are returned without commentary. She sorts them into a folder marked for archival storage, aligning their edges with quiet care. Outside, the rain intensifies briefly, tapping against the glass in a denser pattern. The sound competes with the typewriters for a moment before settling into background rhythm. The building seems to lean into its own quiet. Doors close gently. Footsteps remain measured. Efficiency does not falter under weather. She receives another dictation, this one longer than the others. The voice speaks of coordination across regions. It references transportation schedules and resource allocation. The terminology remains technical, composed, almost antiseptic. Yet as she types, she recognizes certain destinations that have appeared frequently in recent weeks. Their repetition is no longer accidental. You sense the weight of familiarity. The document does not describe what happens at those destinations. It does not need to. The repetition itself suggests movement on a scale too large to be incidental. She types without visible pause, but her awareness lingers on the pattern. The bell rings at the margin. She returns the carriage smoothly and continues. Her hands remain steady. The machine responds as it always has. The outward rhythm is unchanged. Across the room, a colleague hesitates briefly before beginning a new page. The hesitation lasts no more than a heartbeat. It is followed by the same measured tapping. No glances are exchanged. No questions are voiced. The room maintains its composure. Outside, a distant rumble carries across the wet streets. It is heavier than thunder. The window pane vibrates faintly. A messenger passing through the corridor slows for a fraction of a second, then resumes his pace. The cart wheels roll onward. The system absorbs the disturbance. You observe how distance is maintained through structure. The documents are written in language that separates action from consequence. They speak of transfers, allocations, measures. The words are arranged so that the human element remains implied rather than explicit. In this arrangement, responsibility disperses into abstraction. She finishes the longer memorandum and places it carefully in the outgoing tray. Her fingertips are faintly stained with ink again. She rubs them together, watching the blue smear thin against her skin. The smear will fade. The page will not. The afternoon deepens toward evening. Rain lightens gradually, becoming a mist that clings to the window glass. The city beyond remains indistinct. Inside, the lamps continue their steady glow. The room feels insulated not only from sound but from clarity. You sense the shift within her, though it remains unspoken. The words she types now carry faint outlines in her mind. Not vivid images, not scenes, just the suggestion that these pages connect to realities beyond corridors and desks. The suggestion does not disrupt her posture. It does not slow her hands. It simply exists, like a shadow cast by a structure too large to see in full. She aligns the final sheet of the afternoon. The document references compliance with earlier directives. The phrasing is almost identical to previous memoranda. The repetition reinforces its authority. She completes the final line, removes the page, and squares the stack in the tray. Outside, the rain has ceased. The clouds remain, but their edges soften. A faint glow appears along the horizon, muted and uncertain. The city exhales in damp quiet. Inside, the typewriters fall silent one by one. She covers her machine with its cloth, smoothing the fabric until it lies flat. The desk returns to symmetry. The corridor empties gradually. Footsteps fade. You remain in the dim room as the lamps are extinguished. In the darkness, the awareness that began this morning lingers without resolution. It does not erupt. It does not demand confession. It settles quietly into the space between repetition and recognition. And tomorrow, the keys will move again. Patterns in the paper. The rain has washed the air clear by morning. Light returns sharper than before, revealing the city's outlines with renewed precision. The windows admit a pale brightness that reflects off polished desks and glints faintly along the metal edges of the typewriters. The room feels freshly defined, as though the night has tightened its lines. She sits as she always does. The chair receives her weight. The blotter is aligned. The ribbon is checked. Her hands rest lightly on the keys before the first dictation begins. The familiarity of the posture steadies her. Habit is a reliable companion. You observe how clarity in light does not always produce clarity in meaning. The first memorandum of the day arrives with the same formal heading, the same careful insignia. The phrasing is measured, unhurried. It references procedures established weeks earlier. It mentions coordination between officers whose names she now recognizes without effort. Recognition no longer surprises her. It rests beneath the surface of her awareness like a watermark in the paper. The pattern has become visible. Certain locations recur with quiet insistence. Certain categories appear again and again, arranged neatly in lists that resemble inventory rather than individuals. She types steadily. Her fingers no longer pause at familiar terms. The brief hesitation that surfaced days earlier has smoothed into continuity. Awareness does not always disrupt motion. Sometimes it coexists with it. Outside, the street carries renewed activity. Carts move along wet cobblestones. Pedestrians walk briskly beneath thinning clouds. A military vehicle passes, its engine rumbling in a low register. The sound reaches the window and dissolves into the steady tapping inside. You sense how the room maintains its insulation even in brightness. The lamps remain off. Daylight is sufficient, yet the effect is the same. The building absorbs the outside world into muted vibrations. The corridors continue their measured flow. A clerk moves past with a stack of documents, his footsteps cushioned by stone. The second dictation of the morning is longer. It references the previous memorandum, building upon its instructions. The structure is tiered, each clause dependent upon the one before it. She aligns the paragraphs carefully, ensuring that indentation reflects hierarchy. Hierarchy must be visible on the page. You notice how structure can conceal scale. The document spans multiple pages, yet its tone remains administrative. It speaks of adjustments and refinements. It speaks of compliance and reporting. It does not speak of outcomes beyond the confines of its terminology. She finishes the final page and places it in the outgoing tray. The tray fills as it always has. The clerk retrieves it and disappears down the corridor. The process repeats. There is no visible interruption. A colleague across the room adjusts her chair and leans closer to her machine. The movement is subtle, almost imperceptible. Fatigue gathers quietly in shoulders and wrists. Yet the rhythm persists. Each secretary contributes to the steady production of pages that will travel outward through the building's arteries. You remain near the window now, observing the thin reflection of the room in the glass. The desks appear doubled, faintly mirrored against the brightness outside. The effect is fleeting but suggestive. One world layered over another, each existing simultaneously. She receives another folder. This one bears annotations in a different hand. The ink is darker, the script slightly more hurried. The dictation that follows references revisions to prior measures. It mentions efficiency in transport. It mentions capacity. Capacity. The word rests on the page without elaboration. She types it cleanly, centered within the line. It appears clinical, devoid of emotion. Outside, a train whistle carries faintly across the city. The sound is distant but distinct. It rises briefly, then fades. She does not look up. Trains are common. Movement is common. The whistle becomes another layer of sound beneath the tapping of keys. You sense how patterns solidify over time. What once appeared as isolated memoranda now reveal continuity. The same departments, the same destinations, the same terminology. The pattern does not announce itself as extraordinary. It reveals itself through accumulation. She completes the document and smooths the edge of the stack. Her fingertips press lightly against the paper, feeling its thickness. The thickness suggests volume. Volume suggests scale. The thought does not fully form. It lingers at the edge of awareness, like a shadow cast by something just beyond sight. The clock advances toward midday. Light shifts across the floor, tracing the legs of desks in slow arcs. The room remains composed. The corridor breathes in its measured rhythm. Efficiency continues to present itself as virtue. You remain in quiet observation. Patterns in the paper have begun to gather meaning, but meaning here moves slowly. By afternoon, the clarity of morning has settled into steadiness. The light no longer sharpens edges. It rests evenly across the room, revealing nothing that was not already visible. The desks stand in disciplined rows. The typewriters continue their measured percussion. The corridors carry documents with the same quiet urgency they have carried them for months. She no longer distinguishes between familiar and unfamiliar phrases. The vocabulary has stabilized into a lexicon of procedure. Transfers, adjustments, reallocations, compliance reports. Each word occupies its place within the administrative grammar of the building. The repetition has reduced their friction. They move through her fingers with practiced ease. You observe how repetition alters emotional temperature. What might once have invited curiosity now invites efficiency. The task is not to interpret, but to render. Not to imagine, but to align. The satisfaction she feels at completing a page remains intact. Precision still matters. It still carries approval. A messenger arrives with a stamped memorandum bearing an additional notation in the margin. The notation requires a minor amendment to an earlier document. She retrieves the carbon copy from a file drawer and aligns it with the new instruction. The correction is small, but the act of amendment reveals continuity across weeks. The paper trail connects one directive to another, forming a chain that stretches backward through time. Outside, a line of trucks moves along the street below. Their engines hum in unison, low and deliberate. The sound lingers for a moment against the windowpane before dissolving into distance. She does not look up. The trucks are part of the city's daily rhythm now. Their presence no longer interrupts thought. You sense how scale becomes normalized. Movement that once felt extraordinary now feels procedural. The city adapts. The building adapts. The paperwork adapts. Each layer accommodates the others without visible strain. She completes the amendment and replaces the corrected document into its folder. Her fingers rest briefly against the stack of completed pages. The thickness has grown substantial. It represents hours of labor. It represents coordination across offices. It represents something larger than the room, though the room remains her immediate horizon. Across the corridor, a door closes with slightly more force than usual. The sound echoes faintly before being absorbed by stone and carpet. A voice murmurs, lower than before. The murmur carries a note of urgency, but it remains contained. The typewriters do not accelerate. They do not falter. You remain positioned near the threshold, attentive to subtle shifts. The language in the latest dictation references efficiency under strain. It speaks of adjustments to schedules, of increasing capacity. The words are precise, stripped of imagery. They present logistics as mathematics. She types steadily. The bell rings. The carriage returns. The pattern repeats. Her posture remains upright. The lamp on her desk is switched on as daylight begins to fade. Its glow isolates the page within a small circle of clarity. Outside, the sky darkens earlier than expected. Clouds gather again, thick and low. The city's outlines blur into shadow. A distant siren wails briefly, then falls silent. The window pane vibrates faintly. The vibration travels into the desk and into her wrists, but her hands do not leave the keys. You notice how awareness no longer surprises her. It settles quietly beside routine. The repeated destinations, the repeated categories, the repeated references to transport and capacity form a pattern that is difficult to ignore. Yet the room offers no language for interruption. It offers only continuation. She completes the final document of the day and places it in the outgoing tray. The clerk collects it without comment. The corridor resumes its steady flow. One by one, the typewriters fall silent as colleagues finish their pages. Cloth covers are drawn over metal frames. Chairs are pushed inward in synchronized motion. The building prepares for night. Outside, the siren returns, longer this time. The sound carries across the city in uneven waves. The sky glows faintly along the horizon, not from sunset but from distant disturbance. Inside, composure remains intact. She stands, smoothing her skirt, and glances briefly toward the window. The reflection of the room overlays the darkening city. For a moment, both worlds occupy the same pane of glass. You remain in that reflection, watching the overlap. Patterns in the paper have become undeniable, yet the hands that type them continue with steady precision. And tomorrow, the pattern will extend. Proximity. The transfer is quiet. There is no ceremony when she is informed that her desk will move to a different wing of the building. The notice arrives as a folded sheet placed squarely at the center of her blotter. It references reassignment to a smaller office closer to senior administration. The phrasing is efficient. The reason is procedural. She reads it once, then again. The words are clear. The relocation is temporary, pending further instruction. Her skill has been noted. Her accuracy appreciated. The acknowledgement carries a subtle warmth, like sunlight passing briefly across the desk. Advancement suggests trust. Trust suggests proximity. You observe how movement through space alters perspective. The new office is not far in distance, but it feels different in atmosphere. The corridor narrows. The doors are heavier. The plaques bear titles that carry weight in hushed conversations. Footsteps here are softer, but the silence is denser. Her new desk stands near a window that overlooks an inner courtyard. The courtyard is enclosed by stone walls on all sides, isolating it from the street. The air there feels still, even when clouds move above. The isolation creates an impression of depth, as though the building folds inward upon itself. The typewriter has been moved ahead of her arrival. It waits on the polished surface, aligned with the edge of a fresh blotter. The ribbon is newly threaded. A stack of blank paper rests to the left. The arrangement is precise, expectant. You sense how the air changes in enclosed spaces. It feels heavier here. Voices in adjacent rooms carry more distinctly, though still measured. The cadence of dictation is closer, less filtered by distance. When a door opens, fragments of conversation slip through before being contained again. Her first dictation in the new office begins almost immediately. The voice belongs to a man she has previously seen only at a distance in the corridor. Now he stands just beyond the desk, speaking in even tones. The content is familiar in structure, but carries references to decisions made at a higher tier. She types carefully. The proximity sharpens her attention. Each word feels slightly more immediate, not because its meaning has changed, but because the source is nearer. The chain of instruction has shortened. The page she produces will travel fewer corridors before reaching its destination. Outside the inner courtyard, clouds drift low. Their movement is slow, almost imperceptible. The courtyard remains still, enclosed by stone. The isolation creates a muted echo when a door closes. Sound lingers slightly longer here before dissolving. You remain near the window, watching the reflection of her hands against the glass. The pattern in the language continues. References to transport. References to coordination. References to capacity. The repetition feels closer now, as though the words themselves occupy less distance between origin and execution. She completes the first memorandum and hands it directly to the official. There is no intermediary clerk, no cart. The page passes from her hand to his with a brief nod. The transfer is immediate. The absence of distance alters the rhythm subtly. The process feels condensed. Another dictation follows without pause. The sentences are longer. The subordinate clauses more intricate. She must concentrate to maintain alignment. The bell rings at the margin. The carriage returns. The machine responds faithfully. You sense how proximity does not yet equal understanding. It creates immediacy, not clarity. The words still arrive in administrative form. They still avoid imagery. They still translate action into procedure. Yet their source is now within arm's reach. Outside, the courtyard remains quiet. A single leaf skitters across the stone before settling near the wall. The sky above shifts from grey to a muted white. The enclosed air feels suspended. She finishes another page and places it on the desk between them. The official scans it quickly, marking a small correction near the bottom. She retrieves the page and makes the amendment without visible irritation. The revision is minor. The structure remains intact. You observe how repetition persists even in altered space. The building's hierarchy has drawn her inward, but the pattern of language remains consistent. The words she types mirror those she typed in the larger room. Only the distance between speaker and typist has changed. Proximity narrows space. It does not yet widen meaning. The typewriter continues its steady percussion in the enclosed office, and the pattern extends, closer than before. By late afternoon, the new office has acquired its own rhythm. It is quieter than the larger typing pool, yet the silence here feels denser rather than lighter. In the absence of many machines, each sound carries more weight. The click of a key is sharper. The return of the carriage more distinct. The faint rustle of paper seems amplified by proximity to decision. She has begun to recognize the pauses in the official speech. They are shorter here, less buffered by distance. When he hesitates, she senses the shift immediately, her fingers hovering just above the keys. The room does not permit distraction. It expects precision delivered without delay. You notice how closeness alters tension. In the larger room, urgency diffused itself across many desks. Here, it gathers in a smaller space. The dictation she transcribes references direct communications with ministries and regional offices. It refers to compliance reports that must return swiftly. The phrasing remains composed, yet its immediacy is tangible. The inner courtyard outside remains still. Stone walls rise uniformly on all sides, enclosing the view. The sky above is pale and narrow. When a door slams somewhere along the corridor, the sound reverberates through the enclosed air before settling. Even disturbance feels contained within the architecture. She receives a document that is not a draft, but a summary. The summary consolidates several previous memoranda into a single statement of action. The language is tighter. The sentences are more compressed. She types with careful attention, aware that errors here would ripple outward quickly. You sense the contraction of distance. There are fewer intermediaries between her desk and the center of authority. Pages move directly from her machine to the official's hand. The efficiency that once felt abstract now feels immediate. The official reads the completed summary without expression. He nods once and places it in a leather folder bearing a clasp. The folder is thicker than the paper she produces, suggesting accumulation over time. He closes it carefully, as though sealing continuity within its covers. Outside, a faint vibration passes through the courtyard walls. It is not loud, but it lingers. The stone absorbs the tremor slowly, transmitting it into the room in a subtle pulse. She feels it faintly through the desk, a reminder of the world beyond the enclosure. You remain near the window, observing the reflection of both figures in the glass. Their movements are measured, their posture disciplined. The language spoken remains technical, stripped of imagery. Yet the pattern has grown more visible through repetition. The references to transport and capacity recur with increasing frequency. She aligns another sheet and begins again. The words now reference coordination under strain, adjustments to routes, expansion of facilities. The terminology remains clinical. It frames movement as mathematics, distribution as calculation. Her fingers move steadily. The typewriter does not falter. The bell rings. The carriage returns. The rhythm persists, though the room itself feels narrower. Across the corridor, a door opens abruptly. A murmur of conversation carries in for a moment before the door closes again. The tone is low, controlled, but there is a tightness beneath it. The official glances briefly toward the sound before resuming dictation. You sense how proximity magnifies small disturbances. In the larger room, such sounds would have dissolved into the collective rhythm. Here, they register more distinctly, even if they are not acknowledged. She completes the page and places it on the desk. The official marks a line for emphasis, underlining a phrase related to capacity. The underline is deliberate. It signals importance within the hierarchy of text. She retrieves the page and adjusts the formatting accordingly, ensuring the emphasis aligns precisely with the margin. Outside, the sky above the courtyard darkens toward evening. The enclosed air feels heavier. Lamps are lit earlier here than in the larger office. Their glow pools over the desk, isolating the page within a defined circle of light. You observe how awareness deepens without outward change. The pattern of language is now unmistakable. The repeated references, the tightening summaries, the emphasis on efficiency under strain. The proximity has not altered the content, but it has reduced the distance between instruction and transcription. She finishes the final document of the day. The official closes his leather folder once more, securing its clasp with a quiet snap. He nods in dismissal. She covers her typewriter with its cloth, smoothing the fabric as she has always done. The corridor outside is nearly silent. The inner courtyard holds the last light of the sky, pale and narrow above the stone walls. For a moment, she pauses at the window, looking not at the city but at the enclosed space within. You remain there as well, aware of the contraction. Proximity has drawn her closer to the center, yet the language remains the same, and tomorrow it will return. The weight of familiar words. The courtyard is damp when morning returns. Moisture clings to the stone walls, darkening their surface in uneven patterns. The air feels cooler in the enclosed space, as though the night has lingered here longer than elsewhere in the city. Light filters down in a narrow column, illuminating only a portion of the stone floor. Inside the office, the lamps are switched on immediately. The sky above is pale but insufficient. The artificial glow defines the desk more sharply than daylight would. The typewriter gleams beneath it, metal edges catching small reflections. The room feels contained within that circle of light. She sits and rests her hands on the keys before the first word is spoken. The posture is unchanged. The rhythm is familiar. Yet the words that follow carry a different texture in her mind. The dictation begins with references she has now typed dozens of times. Transport schedules, regional directives, capacity reports. The vocabulary has become a recurring pattern, recognizable before the sentence concludes. She no longer pauses at specific terms, but she recognizes their placement within the larger sequence. You observe how familiarity accumulates weight. A single memorandum might feel procedural. 10 memoranda begin to form continuity. 50 create a system. The words do not grow louder, but they grow denser through repetition. The official's voice remains steady. It carries no inflection beyond clarity. Each instruction is framed as a necessity within a larger plan. She types without visible interruption. The bell rings at the margin. The carriage returns smoothly. Outside the courtyard, the city's distant movement filters faintly through the walls. A truck engine hums. A whistle sounds from somewhere beyond the enclosure. The sounds are muted, as though heard through water. You sense how the enclosed space intensifies awareness. There are fewer distractions here, fewer desks, fewer overlapping sounds. Each document occupies more attention simply because there is less ambient noise to dilute it. She receives a folder containing reports from regional offices. The reports are summarized in clipped, factual language. They mention numbers, schedules, and compliance metrics. She types the consolidation as instructed, aligning each section carefully beneath its heading. One line refers to expansion. The word appears clinical on the page. Expansion of facilities. Expansion of transport capacity. Expansion of coordination. She types it without hesitation, but the repetition of that term over recent weeks has begun to form a quiet echo in her mind. You remain near the window, watching the narrow band of sky. Clouds drift across it slowly, momentarily darkening the light within the courtyard. The lamps on her desk remain constant. They create a defined perimeter of visibility, isolating the page from the surrounding dimness. The dictation continues. It references previous directives she herself has transcribed. The chain of documentation is now familiar to her. She can anticipate which departments will be mentioned. She recognizes the structure before it is spoken. You notice how anticipation alters perception. The content is no longer isolated events. It is a sequence with continuity. She can trace its outline backward through weeks of pages. The familiarity brings not clarity but inevitability. Her fingers press the keys with steady force. The machine responds faithfully. The ribbon leaves dark, clean impressions on the paper. The bell rings at each margin, consistent and controlled. Outside, a distant rumble passes through the city. It is low and prolonged. The courtyard walls absorb the vibration slowly. A faint tremor travels through the desk and into her wrists. She pauses for a fraction of a second, then resumes. You sense how the tremor does not disrupt the structure. The words continue. The page fills. The margin remains intact. The repetition persists. She completes the summary and places it directly into the official's leather folder. The clasp closes with a quiet click. The folder thickens incrementally. Each day adds weight, though the pages themselves are thin. The official nods once and begins another dictation. The words are familiar, and they are heavier now. By late afternoon, the enclosed air feels denser than in previous weeks. The courtyard holds a muted stillness, as though sound itself hesitates before entering. Lamps cast steady circles of light over the desk, isolating the page in a small, controlled world. Beyond that circle, the office recedes into shadow, its walls close and unyielding. She has typed 3 summaries since morning. Each one consolidates reports from multiple regions. Each one references the same sequence of directives she has transcribed repeatedly. The vocabulary no longer surprises her. It forms a lattice in her mind, interlocking terms that repeat with precise regularity. You notice how repetition becomes architecture. The words construct an internal structure that mirrors the building's corridors. Transport aligns with capacity. Capacity aligns with expansion. Expansion aligns with coordination. The sequence is clean, unbroken. The official's voice remains measured. He dictates adjustments to schedules, referencing numerical increases. The numbers are modest when isolated. When combined across regions, they suggest scale. She types them carefully, ensuring alignment beneath their headings. A brief pause occurs when he consults a report. The pause is quiet, but she feels it distinctly in the stillness of the room. Her fingers hover above the keys. Outside, a faint vibration travels through the courtyard walls. It lingers slightly longer than previous tremors before fading. You sense how awareness deepens without outward change. The repetition of certain destinations now carries an implied map in her mind. She cannot see the places, but she knows their recurrence. The names have been typed too often to remain abstract. The dictation resumes. It references efficiency under strain. It references adjustments required to maintain order. The language remains clinical, free of imagery. Yet the accumulation of reports has begun to suggest something beyond logistics. She types steadily. The machine answers with its steady percussion. The bell rings at the margin. The carriage returns with its soft mechanical sigh. Across the corridor, a door closes with controlled force. A murmur of voices follows, low and compressed. The tone carries tension, but it remains contained within the architecture. No one raises their voice. The structure absorbs it. You remain near the window, observing the narrow strip of sky above the courtyard. Clouds pass slowly. Light dims earlier than expected. The enclosed space seems to contract as shadows lengthen. She finishes another page and places it into the leather folder. The official reviews it quickly, underlining a phrase related to expansion. The underline is deliberate, darker than the surrounding text. She retrieves the page and adjusts the formatting, ensuring the emphasis is clear and precise. Outside, a distant whistle echoes faintly. It rises and falls in a single arc before dissolving into silence. The sound is unmistakably a train, though the destination remains unseen. She does not look toward the courtyard gate. The walls obscure any view beyond. You sense how sound now carries context. The whistle is no longer neutral. It aligns with the repeated references to transport. It aligns with the word capacity. It aligns with the summaries she has typed throughout the week. Her hands continue their work. The final dictation of the day consolidates all previous directives into a comprehensive overview. The language is compressed, almost formulaic. She types without visible hesitation, yet her awareness traces the chain of documents backward through months. The bell rings one last time. She removes the page and places it into the folder. The clasp closes with its quiet snap. The official nods and dismisses her with a brief gesture. The lamps remain on as she covers the typewriter. The courtyard is nearly dark now, the sky above a narrow band of deepening blue. The stone walls hold the day's residual warmth, but the air feels cooler. You remain in the dim office as the corridor empties. The words she has typed today do not linger audibly in the room. They travel outward in paper form, sealed and routed through unseen channels. Yet their familiarity has begun to press more firmly against her awareness. The language has not changed, but its weight has. And tomorrow, it will return again. Compression. The morning begins with urgency, though it does not raise its voice. A folder is already waiting on her desk when she arrives. It lies centered on the blotter, thicker than usual, its edges slightly bowed from the number of pages within. The leather cover of the official's case rests beside it, unclasped. Lamps are lit despite the early hour. The enclosed office feels awake before the city. She removes her gloves and sits without delay. The first page is a compilation of reports marked priority. The word is underlined twice. The underline is neat, controlled, but unmistakable. She aligns a fresh sheet in the typewriter and waits. You notice how the air itself feels taut. The official enters quickly, though not hurriedly. His coat remains on for a moment before he removes it and drapes it carefully over the back of a chair. He does not comment on the thickness of the folder. He opens it and begins dictation immediately. The cadence is faster. Sentences are shorter. Clauses are trimmed. The language compresses what once unfolded across multiple memoranda into tighter forms. She types steadily, adjusting her pace to match the rhythm. The bell rings more frequently as margins are reached sooner. Outside the courtyard, a low rumble passes through the walls. It is sustained, not abrupt. The vibration lingers in the desk, a faint pulse beneath her wrists. She does not look up. Her focus narrows to the page. You sense how compression alters perception. When language condenses, it leaves less space between directive and action. The summaries she once typed at the end of the day now appear at the beginning. The chain of documentation shortens. References to transport and capacity appear within the same paragraph, rather than across separate pages. She finishes the first document and hands it directly to the official. He scans it quickly, nods, and begins another dictation without pause. The absence of intermediary steps removes the softening distance that once existed. Pages move from her machine to his hand in continuous sequence. The courtyard remains enclosed and still. The sky above is pale, nearly colorless. The stone walls reflect faint light inward. Sound from beyond arrives as a muffled vibration rather than a clear signal. You remain near the window, aware of both compression and enclosure. The next dictation references revisions to previously expanded facilities. The language is efficient, almost mathematical. She types the numbers carefully, aligning them in columns. The repetition of those numbers across weeks forms a pattern that no longer feels incidental. Her fingers move without visible tremor. The machine responds with unwavering consistency. The ribbon leaves dark impressions. The bell rings at precise intervals. The rhythm continues, though the content has tightened. Across the corridor, footsteps move more quickly than usual. They remain controlled, but the pace suggests urgency. A door opens and closes with sharper precision. The official glances toward the sound for a fraction of a second, then resumes speaking. You notice how compression reduces ambiguity. The directives are clearer now, less layered in subordinate clauses. Transport must increase. Coordination must accelerate. Capacity must expand further. The vocabulary is unchanged, but its proximity and frequency create a sense of contraction. She completes another page. The outgoing stack grows rapidly. The leather folder thickens with additions. The clasp remains open, ready to receive the next sheet without delay. Outside, a distant whistle cuts through the enclosed air. It is sharper than before, more insistent. The vibration reaches the courtyard walls and lingers faintly in the office. She continues typing. Compression has shortened distance, and the pattern now presses close. By midday, the office no longer feels insulated from time. It feels synchronized with it. The pace of dictation has not become frantic, but it has grown relentless. There are fewer pauses for consultation, fewer moments when the official leans back to consider phrasing. The structure of language now favors efficiency above nuance. Sentences arrive formed, concise, decisive. She adapts without comment. Her fingers move with practiced accuracy. The typewriter absorbs the increased tempo without complaint. The bell rings more often. The carriage returns in swift arcs. Sheets are removed and replaced in seamless succession. You notice how rhythm can conceal acceleration. From outside the building, nothing dramatic would appear to be happening. Yet within this room, time feels compressed. The distance between draft and decision has narrowed. The pages move directly from transcription to signature. The leather folder is nearly full. Its edges strain slightly against the clasp when closed, though the official leaves it open between dictations. Each completed document is placed inside with deliberate care, as though adding weight to a ledger already heavy. Outside the courtyard, the rumble grows more frequent. It no longer arrives as isolated vibrations, but as a low, sustained tremor that seems woven into the day. The stone walls do not block it entirely. They transmit it in softened pulses that reach the desk and fade. You remain near the window, watching the narrow band of sky. Clouds move quickly across it now, as though driven by wind unseen within the enclosure. The light shifts rapidly, dimming and brightening in uneven intervals. Another dictation begins. This one consolidates multiple directives into a single instruction for immediate compliance. The language is stripped of embellishment. It references transport capacity at maximum threshold. It references facilities operating beyond initial projections. She types the phrases carefully. The repetition of maximum and beyond no longer feels abstract. It aligns with weeks of documentation she has transcribed. The pattern is unmistakable, though still framed in clinical terms. Across the corridor, a door opens abruptly. A voice speaks more sharply than usual, though still controlled. The tone carries urgency, not panic. The official pauses for a fraction of a second, then continues speaking. The machine resumes its steady tapping. You sense how compression has reduced space for reflection. There is little room now for the subtle hesitations that once accompanied new terminology. The vocabulary is fully internalized. The chain of documents has become a continuous stream. She completes another page and passes it directly to the official. He signs it without delay. The pen moves swiftly across the line. The signature is bold and confident. The page disappears into the leather folder. Outside, a whistle sounds again. It is closer than before. The enclosed courtyard magnifies its echo briefly before the sound dissipates. She does not look up, but the vibration travels through the desk into her wrists. You observe how sound now aligns with language. Transport, capacity, expansion. The whistle reinforces what the memoranda describe. The pattern that once existed solely on paper now feels synchronized with a rhythm beyond the walls. The final dictation of the afternoon arrives without preamble. It references coordination under emergency conditions. The phrase is underlined. The official's voice remains measured, but its pace has sharpened. She types steadily. The bell rings. The carriage returns. The page fills. When she finishes, the leather folder is closed with firm pressure. The clasp clicks into place with a sound slightly louder than usual. The official nods once and dismisses her. There is no commentary on the day's pace. No acknowledgement of acceleration. The lamps remain lit as she covers the typewriter. The courtyard is dim now, the sky above a thin strip of fading light. The stone walls hold the day's residual vibration, faint but persistent. You remain in the enclosed office as silence settles. Compression has shortened the distance between word and action. The language has not changed, but the space around it has narrowed. And tomorrow, the rhythm will continue. The bunker air. The move underground happens without announcement. There is no single moment when the office above ceases and the lower chambers begin. Instead, instructions shift gradually. Meetings relocate. Files are transferred in controlled stacks. Corridors that once carried daylight now end in stairwells descending into reinforced concrete. She follows the relocation as she has followed every other directive. Her typewriter is carried down by two clerks who do not speak as they move. The metal frame is heavier than it appears. The ribbon remains threaded. The stack of blank paper is bound with twine. The leather folder travels separately, clasped and close. You observe how air changes beneath the surface. The stairwell smells faintly of damp stone and machine oil. The walls narrow as they descend. The sound of footsteps echoes differently here, sharper and more confined. When the final door closes above, the outside world becomes a memory filtered through thickness. The bunker chamber assigned to her is smaller than the previous office. Its ceiling is low. The lamps hum faintly, casting steady artificial light. There are no windows, no courtyard, only reinforced walls and the muted vibration of the city above, transmitted through layers of earth and concrete. She sets the typewriter on the desk provided. The desk is narrower than before. The chair is firm, less polished. She aligns the machine with the same precision she has always maintained, adjusting it until its edges are parallel with the wood. You sense how repetition persists despite altered surroundings. The first dictation underground begins as though nothing has changed. The official's voice remains controlled. The vocabulary remains administrative. Transport, capacity, coordination, emergency measures. The bell rings at the margin. The carriage returns. The tapping resumes, echoing slightly against the bunker walls. The sound feels more pronounced here, as though amplified by confinement. Outside, though she cannot see it, the city above continues to tremble. The vibrations reach the bunker as low pulses through concrete. They are steady, irregular, sometimes distant, sometimes closer. Dust drifts faintly from a seam in the ceiling when the tremor is stronger. You remain in the narrow chamber, aware of the absence of sky. The air feels thicker underground. Ventilation hums faintly in the background, circulating breath and machinery through confined corridors. The lamps do not flicker, but their glow is constant and artificial. She types a memorandum referencing relocation of administrative functions. The language acknowledges temporary measures. It speaks of continuity under strain. It does not reference the descent directly, but the environment makes it undeniable. The official pauses once when a vibration is stronger than usual. The desk shudders faintly. A cup rattles against its saucer. He steadies it with one hand and continues dictation without altering tone. You notice how structure attempts to outlast disturbance. The bunker represents contraction of space, not contraction of purpose. The documentation continues. Pages fill. The leather folder remains close, thick and sealed between dictations. She completes the first memorandum underground. The page feels identical in weight to those typed above ground. Its margins are straight. Its headings aligned. The environment has changed, but the structure of language persists. Another dictation follows immediately. It references coordination with units beyond the city. It references continued transport operations despite conditions. The word is vague, intentionally broad. You sense how abstraction intensifies in enclosed spaces. Without windows, there is no competing image to challenge the phrasing. The bunker isolates language from landscape. Words float in artificial light, disconnected from horizon. Her hands remain steady. The machine's percussion echoes faintly against concrete. The bell rings sharply in the confined air. The rhythm feels amplified by the narrowness of the chamber. Above, something heavy moves. The vibration travels downward in a slow pulse. Dust drifts briefly from the ceiling seam again before settling on the desk. She brushes it aside with the back of her hand and continues typing. You remain in the bunker air, aware of compression now physical as well as linguistic. The pattern has descended with her, and it continues. Time behaves differently underground. Without windows, morning and evening are measured only by clocks and fatigue. The lamps burn continuously, flattening distinction between hours. The air hums with ventilation, a steady mechanical breath that replaces wind. She has grown accustomed to the absence of sky. Her sense of day is now structured entirely by dictation cycles. A document completed. A pause for revision. Another document begun. The rhythm persists, though the space has narrowed. You notice how confinement intensifies sound. The tapping of keys echoes faintly off concrete walls. The bell at the margin rings more sharply here, its tone lingering longer before dissolving. When a vibration travels through the bunker, it resonates in the desk, in the chair, in the bones of the room. The official dictates a memorandum referencing continued operations despite disruptions. The phrase is underlined. She types it cleanly, centered within the paragraph. The language remains clinical. It speaks of coordination, of transport routes adjusted but not abandoned. Above them, a deeper tremor rolls through the earth. The bunker walls absorb most of it, but not all. A faint crack traces the seam where ceiling meets wall. Dust falls again, briefly clouding the air before settling on the desk. You remain near the wall, aware of the weight of concrete overhead. The enclosure feels protective and confining at once. The absence of daylight removes distraction. It also removes scale. She pauses for a fraction of a second when the tremor is stronger. Her fingers hover above the keys. The official does not stop speaking. The sentence continues, steady and unbroken. She resumes typing without visible change in posture. You sense how structure attempts to override environment. The words on the page do not reference the tremor. They reference compliance and acceleration. They refer to increasing capacity under extraordinary circumstances. The phrasing remains composed. The leather folder now rests on a metal cabinet beside the desk. Its edges strain slightly from the accumulation of pages. The clasp is closed between dictations, as though sealing continuity within reinforced walls. Another memorandum follows. It consolidates multiple directives into a summary of maximum operational efficiency. The word maximum appears again, darker in ink. She aligns the margins carefully, ensuring the emphasis is visible. Outside, though unseen, the city above continues to fracture. The vibrations grow more frequent. At times they overlap, creating a low, sustained rumble that presses downward into the bunker air. The lamps flicker briefly, then stabilize. You observe how repetition persists under pressure. The typewriter does not falter. The ribbon leaves clean impressions. The bell rings at the margin. The carriage returns in smooth arcs. The rhythm remains intact, even as the environment contracts further. A cup of water trembles on the edge of the desk. The surface ripples with each vibration. She steadies it absently with her fingertips before resuming her position. The gesture is small, automatic. You sense how awareness now includes sound and movement as context. The repeated references to transport and capacity feel aligned with the rumble overhead. The abstraction of language contrasts sharply with the physical compression of space. The final dictation of the cycle arrives with little preamble. It references continuity until further notice. The phrase feels suspended, indefinite. She types it carefully, aware of its weight without fully articulating why. The tremor above intensifies briefly. Dust falls in a fine veil. The ventilation hum grows louder, as though compensating for something unseen. The official's voice remains steady, even as the desk vibrates faintly. She completes the page and places it on the cabinet. The leather folder is opened and the new document inserted. The clasp closes firmly. You remain in the bunker air as silence settles between tremors. Compression is no longer metaphorical. It is physical. The language continues unchanged. but the walls have moved closer. The narrowing circle. The bunker settles into its own version of routine. Days are counted by the number of memoranda completed rather than by light. The air remains constant, filtered and circulated through unseen ducts. The lamps burn without variation. There is no sunrise, no sunset, only sequence. She has stopped listening for the sky. The tremors above are no longer unexpected. They arrive in uneven intervals, sometimes distant, sometimes close enough to rattle the metal cabinet beside her desk. Each time, she pauses only long enough to ensure the page remains aligned. You observe how adaptation becomes quiet. What once might have startled now registers as background. The official dictates while vibrations pass through the concrete. The words remain composed. The terminology unchanged. Transport, coordination, emergency provisions. The vocabulary persists even as the environment contracts. The leather folder now rarely leaves the cabinet. It rests within arm's reach, opened only to receive new pages. The clasp has begun to scratch faint lines into the metal surface beneath it, a subtle mark of repetition. She types a memorandum referencing temporary consolidation of operations. The phrase suggests contraction without naming it. The words remain procedural. They do not describe abandonment. They describe adjustment. Above them, a sharper tremor strikes. The lamps flicker briefly, casting moving shadows against the bunker wall. The desk shudders, and a fine crack widens slightly along the seam near the ceiling. Dust drifts down again. You remain in the narrow chamber, aware of the shrinking circle. The officials who once moved confidently through corridors now remain close to these reinforced rooms. Footsteps outside are fewer. Voices are lower. The bunker has become both command center and confinement. She finishes the memorandum and waits for the next dictation. The pause stretches longer than usual. The official reviews a stack of reports in silence. The ventilation hum fills the gap, steady and mechanical. You sense how silence now carries weight. When dictation resumes, the content references sustained operations under constrained conditions. The phrasing acknowledges limitation without admitting defeat. Her fingers move steadily. The bell rings at the margin. The carriage returns. The pattern continues. Outside, though unseen, the city above contracts further. The tremors grow more frequent. The vibrations linger longer. The bunker walls hold firm, but the air feels heavier. You notice how the leather folder has grown thick. Its edges bulge slightly. Each page inside represents a decision rendered into format. Each page adds weight without altering the language's tone. She aligns another sheet and types a final directive for the cycle. The language is tighter now, more condensed. The instructions are shorter, more immediate. The distance between draft and action has nearly disappeared. Above, a prolonged rumble rolls through the earth. The bunker absorbs it in a deep, resonant pulse. The desk vibrates steadily for several seconds before settling. She does not look up. She finishes the page. The narrowing circle holds. The tremors no longer arrive as interruptions. They form a backdrop. What once felt like intrusion now feels continuous, a low pressure that underlies every dictation cycle. The bunker air hums with ventilation and distant impact, two mechanical rhythms layered over the steady percussion of the typewriter. She has begun to anticipate the vibrations. When a deeper rumble builds, she presses the page flat with one hand to prevent it from shifting. The gesture is subtle, practiced. The machine continues to answer her fingers faithfully. You observe how endurance settles into posture. Her shoulders remain squared, her breathing measured. The official's voice, though slightly quieter now, maintains its cadence. The language persists in its familiar sequence. Emergency coordination, sustained transport, maximum efficiency. The words no longer feel provisional. They feel insistent. The leather folder rests open for longer stretches of time. Its clasp no longer clicks shut between each document. Pages are inserted more frequently, sometimes before the previous one has cooled fully from the ribbon's ink. The stack inside has grown thick enough that the edges no longer align perfectly. Outside the bunker, something heavier strikes. The vibration is sharper this time, a sudden jolt that rattles the metal cabinet and sends a cup skidding slightly across the desk. The lamps flicker, dim briefly, then stabilize. You remain in the chamber, aware of the compression. The official pauses mid-sentence for the first time. The pause is brief but unmistakable. His hand steadies the leather folder before he resumes dictation. The tone remains composed, though thinner. She types the resumed sentence without comment. The page fills with references to continuity until final instruction. The phrase appears again, underlined once more. It carries a sense of closure without naming it. You sense how language narrows as space narrows. The directives are shorter now. Fewer subordinate clauses. Fewer layered explanations. The language speaks directly of maintenance and holding position. Her fingers move steadily, though fatigue rests at the base of her wrists. The repetition of motion has carved faint soreness into her muscles. She flexes her hands briefly before aligning the next sheet. The ventilation hum grows louder for a moment. It compensates for the thicker air. Dust drifts again from the seam in the ceiling. The crack has widened slightly, thin but visible against the concrete. You observe how the bunker has become both refuge and confinement. The narrowing circle now includes only a handful of rooms. The corridors outside carry fewer footsteps. The atmosphere is heavier, the silence between tremors longer and more pronounced. She completes another directive and places it into the open folder. The edges of the pages no longer sit perfectly square. They press outward, testing the leather's limit. The official closes the clasp with firmer pressure than before. Above them, a sustained rumble passes through the earth. It lasts longer than any previous tremor. The desk vibrates continuously for several seconds. The lamps flicker twice before holding steady. She does not rise. She finishes the final page of the cycle. The narrowing circle has almost closed, yet the language remains unchanged. The last pages. The bunker air feels thinner now, not in oxygen, but in certainty. The ventilation hum persists, though it seems to work harder. The lamps cast the same steady light, yet the room feels dimmer, as though the walls have absorbed too much repetition. The crack along the ceiling seam has widened slightly, tracing a fine line across concrete that once appeared seamless. She sits as she always has. The typewriter rests squarely on the desk. The ribbon is worn, but still dark enough to leave clean impressions. A smaller stack of blank paper waits to the left. There are fewer sheets remaining than before. You notice how scarcity reveals itself quietly. The leather folder lies open, its interior thick with accumulated pages. The edges no longer align. The clasp bears faint scratches from repeated closure. It has grown heavier than the metal cabinet beneath it. The official begins dictation without removing his coat. His voice remains controlled, but it carries a slight dryness, as though drawn thin by confined air. The language continues to reference coordination, to insist upon continuity. Yet the sentences are shorter now, more declarative than explanatory. She types steadily. The bell rings at the margin, echoing sharply in the bunker's tight space. The carriage returns in smooth arcs. The familiar percussion persists. Above them, a distant rumble builds gradually. It does not strike suddenly. It grows, like pressure beneath stone. The desk vibrates faintly in anticipation before the deeper tremor arrives. You remain near the wall, aware of compression in both space and phrasing. The dictation references final adjustments. The phrase is underlined once. The word final appears for the first time without qualifier. She types it cleanly, centered within the line. The tremor strikes. The bunker shudders with greater force than before. Dust falls in a thicker veil. The lamps flicker, dim, then flare back to life. The ventilation hum falters briefly before resuming. She steadies the page with one hand. The official pauses, eyes fixed on the desk, then continues speaking. The sentence resumes exactly where it left off. You sense how structure attempts to hold. The memorandum now references maintenance of order to the last possible moment. The phrase carries weight without elaboration. It does not describe what lies beyond that moment. Her fingers continue their measured motion. The ribbon leaves dark impressions. The bell rings again. The page fills. Outside the bunker, though unseen, the city above fractures further. The vibrations overlap now, arriving in uneven waves. The walls absorb them, but the air trembles faintly with each pulse. She completes the page and inserts it into the leather folder. The folder resists closure at first. The official presses the clasp down firmly until it clicks into place. The sound is louder than usual in the confined chamber. Another sheet is aligned. The stack of blank paper has grown thin. You observe how endings announce themselves not with declarations, but with reduction. Fewer pages. Shorter directives. The language narrowing to essentials. The official dictates one more memorandum. It references compliance with previous instructions. It does not expand upon them. It does not anticipate what follows. It holds the present in procedural terms. Above them, a sustained rumble passes, longer than before. The desk vibrates continuously. The crack in the ceiling widens slightly. A fine line of dust traces its length. She finishes the memorandum. The bell rings one final time in the cycle. The last pages are nearly written. The next tremor does not come immediately. Instead, there is a stretch of quiet unlike any before it. The ventilation hum continues. The lamps glow steadily. The bunker air feels suspended, as though waiting for instruction that does not arrive. In the absence of vibration, the tapping of the typewriter sounds unusually loud. She aligns another sheet. There are only a handful left now. The stack has thinned to a narrow wedge beneath her palm. The paper feels lighter, as though reduction itself carries less resistance. You notice how silence can press more heavily than noise. The official consults a single page rather than a stack. His voice, when it resumes, is slower. The dictation references continuity in the present tense. It does not extend beyond it. There is no projection forward, no expansion, no additional coordination to anticipate. She types the words carefully. The ribbon leaves slightly fainter impressions now, its ink nearing depletion. The bell rings at the margin with the same tone it has always carried. The carriage returns in its familiar arc outside the bunker. Something collapses. The sound arrives as a distant, hollow concussion rather than a sharp strike. The walls absorb most of it, but the air trembles faintly. A small fragment of plaster falls from the ceiling seam and lands near the edge of the desk. She brushes it aside without comment. The official does not pause this time. The sentence continues uninterrupted. You remain near the metal cabinet, aware of the leather folder's weight. It rests closed now, too thick to open without deliberate effort. Its contents represent weeks, months, of alignment and repetition. The pages inside are identical in form, though not in implication. The final dictation of the cycle begins. The language is brief. It references compliance. It references maintenance. It does not reference tomorrow. Her fingers move steadily across the keys. The bell rings. The carriage returns. The last sheet fills. For a moment, there is no new instruction. The official looks at the page before him, then at the thin stack of blank paper remaining on her desk. He nods once. She removes the page from the carriage and places it atop the others. The leather folder is not opened again. Instead, it remains sealed on the cabinet, its clasp pressed flat against the metal surface. The desk now holds only the typewriter and the nearly empty stack of paper. Outside, the rumble resumes. It is sustained, continuous, as though the city above has entered a single prolonged exhale. The bunker walls tremble in low pulses. The lamps flicker twice, then hold. You sense how the narrowing circle has reached its limit. There are no more memoranda to summarize, no additional directives to compress. The language has reduced itself to maintenance of what remains. She covers the typewriter with its cloth. The gesture is slow, deliberate. The fabric smooths across metal edges, concealing the keys that have carried so many words. Her hands rest briefly on the covered machine before withdrawing. The ventilation hum continues. The tremors persist above. The leather folder remains sealed. The last pages have been written. After the silence. The silence that follows is not immediate. It arrives gradually, like dust settling after a collapse. For a time, the tremors above continue in uneven intervals. The ventilation hum persists. The lamps burn steadily. The bunker remains intact, though the air feels altered, as though the structure itself senses that its function has narrowed beyond continuation. She returns to the desk the next cycle. The typewriter remains covered. The stack of blank paper is nearly gone. The leather folder sits sealed on the cabinet, its weight unchanged. No new dictation has arrived overnight. You notice how absence begins quietly. There is no formal announcement, no definitive statement marking the end of directives. Instead, there is simply the lack of instruction. The official reviews the closed folder without opening it. The bunker corridors are quieter now. Footsteps are fewer. Voices are lower. The air carries a faint scent of dust and something metallic, subtle but persistent. She waits. Waiting has always been part of her profession. It once filled the space between dictations. Now it fills the entire chamber. You remain near the narrow corridor outside the office. The tremors above diminish in frequency. When they do occur, they feel distant, as though moving away rather than closer. The official finally speaks. The words are not dictated for transcription. They are spoken directly, without formality. They reference cessation of operations. They reference surrender in language that lacks the administrative polish of previous memoranda. She does not reach for the typewriter. There is nothing to align, nothing to format. The leather folder remains sealed. You sense how structure dissolves not in chaos but in quiet. The bunker no longer receives reports. No new pages arrive for insertion. The clasp on the folder remains closed, as though guarding continuity that has ceased. Outside the bunker, footsteps echo differently. They are heavier, less familiar. Doors open and close in new patterns. The air shifts as ventilation adjusts to altered occupancy. She stands from the desk. The covered typewriter remains untouched, the cloth smooth and undisturbed. The final page rests inside the sealed folder, indistinguishable from the dozens before it. You remain in the bunker air as the silence deepens. The narrowing circle has closed, and now there is only absence where repetition once lived. The bunker does not empty all at once. There are hours, perhaps days, of slow disentanglement. Footsteps move differently now. They are no longer measured by hierarchy. Doors open without waiting for acknowledgement. Voices carry unfamiliar accents, firm but restrained. The ventilation hum continues, though it sounds less essential, as though the air itself has relaxed. She returns once more to the desk. The typewriter remains covered. The cloth has gathered a thin layer of dust. She lifts one corner and looks at the keys beneath, then lowers it again. There is no dictation to transcribe, no folder to open. You notice how routine lingers even after purpose fades. Her hands hover briefly over the desk, as though waiting for the familiar signal to begin. The absence of instruction feels heavier than any previous tremor. The leather folder is finally opened, not by the official who dictated its contents, but by another figure whose coat bears different insignia. The clasp resists slightly before releasing with a muted snap. The pages inside are lifted carefully, examined, and stacked. The edges are uneven from compression. The ink remains dark, the margins precise. Each document carries the same careful alignment she maintained across months. You remain near the metal cabinet, watching as the pages are counted. There is no raised voice, no visible shock at their content, only the steady sorting of paper into new piles. The language that once circulated through corridors now sits exposed under unfamiliar eyes. She stands slightly apart. Her posture remains upright, her expression composed. She does not reach toward the folder. She does not explain the margins, the underlines, the careful spacing. Outside, the city above no longer trembles. The rumble has ceased. In its place is a quiet unlike any before, a silence not of insulation but of aftermath. The air feels open, though the bunker walls remain the same. You sense how absence expands in the space repetition once filled. Without dictation, the chamber echoes faintly with memory of tapping keys. Without new directives, the leather folder loses its immediate purpose. It becomes evidence rather than instrument. The typewriter is uncovered. Its keys gleam under the lamp's steady light. The ribbon is nearly depleted. A final blank sheet remains in the stack. It is untouched. She looks at the machine for a long moment. The gesture is small, private. There is no ceremony in its stillness. The machine does not know the difference between directive and silence. It waits. You remain in the bunker air as the pages are carried away. The leather folder, once thick with immediacy, is emptied and left open on the cabinet. Its clasp hangs loose. The edges of the pages it held are now separated into new sequences, new classifications. The narrowing circle has dissolved into wider scrutiny. Yet the keys, the margins, the alignment, those remain unchanged. And in the quiet that follows, the absence of sound feels heavier than any tremor. Rooms without dictation. The building above ground does not resemble the one she first entered. Walls that once held polished symmetry now bear cracks and darkened patches where smoke has settled into stone. Windows that once filtered morning light stand broken or boarded. Corridors that carried soft footsteps echo differently now, their acoustics altered by emptiness. She walks through one of those corridors slowly. Her steps are measured, though there is no longer a rhythm to maintain. The plaques on the doors remain, but some hang at slight angles. Others are missing entirely, leaving pale rectangles on the wall where metal once rested. You observe how absence reshapes architecture. Without the steady movement of clerks and messengers, the corridors feel longer. The air carries a faint scent of dust and damp plaster. Light enters unevenly through shattered panes, casting irregular shapes on the floor. The typing pool where she once sat stands silent. Desks remain in rows, though some are overturned. Typewriters sit uncovered, their keys exposed, their ribbons dried. Sheets of paper lie scattered across the floor, their margins once precise now curled at the edges. She pauses near her former desk. The surface is marked by a faint rectangle where her blotter once lay. A thin scratch traces the wood where the typewriter's edge pressed repeatedly over months. The marks are subtle but visible. You sense how repetition leaves physical traces. Even in silence, the desk remembers alignment. The grain of the wood bears the faint imprint of steady pressure. A single page rests near the leg of a chair. Its heading remains centered, its paragraphs aligned. The ink has not faded. She bends slightly and lifts it, brushing dust from its surface. The language is familiar: transport, coordination, compliance. The words feel different in open air. Without the insulation of corridors and concrete, they seem exposed. Their structure remains clean, but the surrounding silence alters their tone. You remain near the doorway, watching light move across the floor. Outside, the city carries new sounds now. Voices unfamiliar to the building, footsteps that do not follow the previous hierarchy. The air feels wider, less contained. She sets the page back down on the desk. There is no instruction to preserve it, no directive to file or destroy. The system that once routed such pages with precision has dissolved. She walks further down the corridor. Other rooms reveal similar stillness. Cabinets stand open. Folders are half emptied. The architecture remains, but its purpose has shifted. You notice how rooms without dictation feel incomplete. They were designed for repetition, for the steady conversion of voice into document. Without that rhythm, they appear suspended. She stops at a window where glass once framed the city. The pane is cracked, its edges jagged. Through it, daylight enters freely. The horizon is visible again, no longer obscured by courtyard walls or bunker ceilings. The sky is pale. Clouds drift without the urgency of previous months. There is no tremor in the ground beneath her feet. You remain beside her, observing the widening of space. The rooms without dictation hold memory in their surfaces, in scratches and faded outlines. But the tapping of keys no longer fills the air, and the silence, though expansive, carries weight. The desks remain where they were placed, as though waiting for hands that will not return. Dust settles into the shallow grooves worn by wrists and forearms. Ink bottles sit uncapped on some surfaces, their contents thickened. Typewriter ribbons hang slack within their frames, dark but unused. She moves slowly between the rows. The geometry of the room is intact. Lines of desks, parallel aisles. The symmetry that once conveyed discipline remains visible, though it no longer directs movement. You observe how order can outlast purpose. The room does not collapse when repetition stops. It simply grows quiet. The architecture holds its posture, even without sound. A ledger lies open on a desk near the window. Its columns are ruled carefully. Names are written in neat script. Dates align precisely beneath their headings. The last entry ends abruptly, the line beneath it empty. She touches the margin of the ledger with her fingertips. The paper is rougher than the typewritten sheets. The ink has soaked deeper into its fibers. The final entry carries no annotation of conclusion. It simply stops. Outside, daylight spills into the room unevenly. Where glass remains, it refracts the sky into fragmented shapes. Where panes are missing, air moves freely, stirring loose pages on the floor. You sense how openness alters perception. Without enclosed corridors and reinforced ceilings, the air feels lighter. Yet the absence of sound carries its own gravity. She pauses at a typewriter near the far wall. Its keys are slightly misaligned from disuse. One letter sticks faintly when pressed. She touches it gently, then withdraws her hand. The machine does not resume its rhythm. The page she lifted earlier remains on the desk where she placed it. The words appear smaller now, not in size but in context. The margins remain exact, the headings centered. Yet without the corridor's steady flow to receive them, they feel suspended. You remain near the doorway, watching light shift across the wood. The scratches where machines once rested catch the sun briefly before fading back into shadow. The outlines of blotters, faintly darker than the surrounding surface, reveal where repetition carved its shape. She walks toward the exit. The corridor beyond is wider than she remembers. The absence of foot traffic has stretched it. Doors stand open where they were once closed. The plaques have been removed from some frames, leaving ghostly impressions on stone. Outside, the city's air carries new voices. The tone is unfamiliar but steady. There is movement without the previous hierarchy. There are footsteps that do not follow established routes. You observe how the rooms behind her remain intact yet transformed. They are no longer chambers of conversion, where voice became directive and directive became alignment. They are shells of continuity, holding traces of repetition in wood and metal. She steps into the open air. The sky above is uncontained. There are no bunker walls, no courtyard enclosure. Light reaches her face directly. Behind her, the building stands quiet. Rooms without dictation do not announce their change. They simply hold silence where rhythm once lived. And the silence lingers, heavy and wide. The paper that remains. Years pass differently than days underground. Concrete dries. Cracks widen slowly, then stabilize. The buildings above are repaired or replaced. Plaques are removed, renamed, or forgotten. The corridors that once carried steady footfalls are repurposed into offices of another era, their walls painted in lighter shades. But paper travels. You find it not in corridors, but in boxes. Archival boxes stacked in climate-controlled rooms. Folders labeled in neutral script. Pages flattened and preserved beneath careful hands. The margins remain straight. The headings centered. The ink, though slightly faded, still legible. The leather folder no longer carries authority. It rests empty in storage, its clasp loose, its edges worn. The pages it once held have been separated, catalogued, translated, examined. They lie now beneath archival lights rather than bunker lamps. You stand in a quiet reading room. The air is still, conditioned for preservation. The hum here is softer than ventilation in concrete chambers. A researcher turns a page slowly, fingertips gliding along paper that once moved urgently through corridors. The language is unchanged. Transport, capacity, coordination, maintenance until final instruction. The phrasing retains its composure, its clinical precision, its alignment. It does not tremble on the page. It does not reveal emotion through ink. You notice how structure can outlive intention. The typewriter that produced these lines has long since been dismantled or stored in a museum case. Its keys no longer strike ribbon, yet the impressions it left endure. A margin remains a margin. An underline remains an underline. A signature remains bold, even when detached from its moment. The wind outside the archive building moves through trees rather than broken glass. Light enters through intact panes. It rests gently on wood and paper alike. The world above no longer trembles with the same force, but history carries its own quiet vibration. You remain seated at the long table, watching a page turn slowly. The words are neither shouted nor concealed. They sit plainly in ordered lines, as they always did. The extraordinary remains formatted, and that is where their weight rests, in the careful spacing, in the steady alignment, in the repetition that once felt procedural. Wind passes outside again, brushing leaves against one another in a sound softer than typewriter keys. The paper remains still. And when those systems finally began collapsing under their own weight, millions found themselves buried beneath the consequences. In the final months of the war, survival narrowed to darkness, concrete, and the sound of the city breaking apart overhead. Part 4. Surviving the bombing. German women in the bunkers. You first notice her on a night when the sirens rise earlier than expected, just past dusk, when most people are still finishing their evening chores. She moves quickly, not in panic, but in a rhythm shaped by repetition. One hand holds a lantern, the other supports her husband's elderly mother, guiding her down the stairwell that leads toward the bunker entrance. You follow at a distance with the others, caught in the same current of movement that sweeps through the building whenever the alarms begin. Even without speaking, it's clear she knows this routine well. Everyone does. Before you follow her story further, settle in. Let the night quiet around you, and if these calm histories help you drift or reflect, you can subscribe whenever the moment feels right. And let us know where you're listening from, or which moment stays with you the most. You're listening to Echoes of War. The air outside is sharp with cold, the sky already darkened by blackout curtains drawn across the city. People hurry through the courtyard in near silence, their footsteps echoing against the walls as they descend into the shelter. You see her again just ahead of you, adjusting her grip on the older woman's arm, steadying her through the rush of neighbors funneling toward the concrete doorway. Her movements are careful but practiced, her face composed in the way people become after months of knowing that fear must be managed, not displayed. Inside the bunker, the air is thick with damp coats and whispered instructions. You take a seat near the wall, and she settles 2 benches away, lowering the elderly woman gently before sitting beside her. She does not look around much. Her attention stays on the older woman, adjusting her scarf, brushing dust from her sleeve, offering quiet reassurance that the raid will pass as all the others have. You notice how her calm steadies those near her, even though no one acknowledges it aloud. The first distant thud rolls through the ground with a slow, heavy vibration. People shift slightly, but no one panics. She glances upwards, just once, before folding her hands in her lap. The elderly woman reaches for her arm, and she responds with a slight nod and a small, steadying smile. It's a private gesture, one meant for someone she loves, but its quiet resolve radiates outward. The sounds above grow louder, more defined. The dull boom of high-explosive bombs, the rattling windows, the faint trembling of dust drifting from the ceiling beams. Children cling to their mothers. Men sit stiffly, exhaling through their noses, avoiding one another's eyes. Yet she remains composed, even when the bench shudders under a closer strike. She places her hand over the older woman's, anchoring her through the vibration. There is tension in her jaw, but she does not let it surface. These nights have become the architecture of life, descending into the bunker, waiting, emerging, repairing, rationing, then descending again. She carries herself with a steadiness that suggests she has learned to live inside this endless cycle. Her husband is at the front, as are so many others, and she now carries the responsibilities of two households, her own and the emotional well-being of the woman beside her. Even without speaking to her, you recognize the weight she bears. It is written in the small efficiencies of her movements, in the quiet way she watches everything around her. As the bombing continues, the bunker settles into its familiar silences. Someone near the door whispers a prayer. A warden checks the passageway. A candle sputters and is shielded carefully. In the dim light, there is a subtle change in the room. The tightening shoulders during each deep concussion, the soft release of breath during the brief pauses. And you notice how she responds to all of it, not with outward fear, but with a slow, deliberate composure that becomes its own kind of refuge. Hours pass like this. The raids rise and fall in waves, each one carving another layer of fatigue into the faces around you. When the all-clear finally arrives, soft, distant, almost anticlimactic, people hesitate, listening for any final explosion before standing. She helps the older woman to her feet, checking first to ensure her legs are steady. As the crowd begins to move, the two of them enter the tunnel ahead of you. Even in the cramped corridor, she maintains a quiet gentleness, guiding the older woman with a patience that seems almost impossible after such a long night. The air is cold, carrying the smell of smoke and damp earth. She pauses at the courtyard entrance, adjusting the older woman's coat before continuing toward their building. Her lantern casts a faint glow on the walls, revealing cracks that were not there the previous evening. She notices them, but only briefly. The priority now is reaching home, assessing damage, and preparing for whatever the next day brings. You follow the same path, moving in parallel without crossing her steps. This is how you first come to recognize her, not through conversation, but through repeated presence. A steady figure in the same bunker, on the same streets, living through the same nights of uncertainty. You do not share words, only the silent familiarity of people who cross paths under falling bombs. In time, she becomes a point of quiet continuity. As the raids intensify, as shortages grow worse, as despair settles deeper into the city, you see her again and again, always composed, always steady, always carrying more than her share, and doing so without drawing attention. Through her, you begin to understand the life German women built beneath the ruptured skies, a life shaped by endurance, quiet courage, and the weight of ordinary moments stretched across extraordinary circumstances. The rhythm of descent. You see her again 2 nights later, moving through the courtyard the moment the first siren begins its long, rising call. She doesn't rush, not in the frantic way newcomers sometimes do, but she wastes no motion. Her husband's mother clings to her arm, and together they navigate the stairwell with a practiced coordination that speaks to countless repetitions of this exact journey. There is a flow of people behind them, carried by the same momentum that overtakes the building whenever the alarms cut through the evening air. The courtyard is dim beneath the blackout curtains, lit only by a few shielded lanterns held by residents guiding one another across uneven cobblestones. She adjusts her pace to match the older woman's slower steps. Even through the haze of urgency, there is a softness in the way she supports her. Steady, calm, protective. You move a few paces behind, noticing how she tilts her head slightly whenever the engines in the distance shift pitch, listening for signs of how close the danger is. Inside the bunker, she guides the older woman to the same bench as before. Some shelters are chaotic, but this one has developed its own informal order. Families sit in familiar clusters. The elderly gather near the corners where the shaking feels less severe. Mothers with infants settle along the walls for support. She moves through this arrangement with ease, placing herself beside the older woman and offering a quiet greeting to the neighbors who recognize her. The air grows heavy quickly, coats dripping with melted snow, bodies pressed close, the mixture of candle smoke and concrete dust settling in the stillness. Her lantern flickers on the floor beside her, casting a muted glow over her face. She folds her hands in her lap, and for a moment, the shelter seems to inhale collectively, bracing for what's coming. The first explosions arrive slowly, distant, muffled, like a storm forming beyond the horizon. People exchange glances, assessing, calculating. The elderly woman beside her stiffens, and she responds by placing a steadying arm around her shoulders, murmuring reassurance. It doesn't matter. The older woman closes her eyes, breathes more evenly, and leans into the gentle pressure of that touch. As the bombing intensifies, dust begins to drift from the ceiling in soft, irregular pulses. A child across the room clutches a toy tightly, eyes fixed on the lanterns. A man near the entrance shifts his weight anxiously, hands pressed against his knees. Through all this, she remains composed, her attention moving between the older woman and the room itself, watching, listening, adjusting her posture as though grounding herself physically against the vibrations. When the explosions grow louder, she lowers her head slightly, as though sheltering the older woman within her presence. When there's a lull, she reaches into her basket and retrieves a folded blanket, placing it gently across the older woman's lap. These gestures, quiet and unadorned, carry the steadiness of someone who has long accepted her role: protector, caretaker, and emotional anchor. The hours stretch on. The shelter holds its collective breath through each wave of destruction. From time to time, someone whispers a guess about which district is being hit. Others shake their heads, unwilling to speculate. She stays silent, her focus constant. In her stillness, there is a determination that draws your attention again and again. Not heroic, not dramatic, but deeply human. When the all-clear finally sounds, a subtle release passes through the room. People gather their belongings slowly, as though waking from a long, heavy sleep. She rises carefully, supporting the older woman once more. Outside, the courtyard is littered with fresh debris. The glow of distant fires illuminates the rooftops. She pauses just long enough to brush dust from the older woman's coat, then continues forward. The night has changed the city again, but she moves with the same quiet resolve as always, prepared to face whatever the darkness has left behind. Small rituals of safety. By the time you reach the street, she is already guiding the older woman toward their doorway, their lantern casting a thin line of light across the broken pavement. The raid has ended, but the atmosphere still holds the weight of what happened overhead. Smoke drifting along rooftops, the faint crackle of a distant fire, the silence that follows shock rather than peace. She pauses once to look upward, not out of curiosity but out of habit, confirming that the sky holds nothing more than the fading glow of searchlights sweeping across the clouds. Inside the stairwell, her footsteps slow. A loose tile, a fallen beam, scattered plaster. She anticipates each one, adjusting her movements to keep the older woman steady. This part of the night feels as routine as the descent into the bunker, but there is a carefulness to it, a structure of small rituals she performs every time they return home. At their doorway, she slips the key into the lock with deliberate calm, keeping her body angled just slightly in front of the older woman. You've seen this posture before in others who carry responsibility for someone more fragile. It isn't dramatic, but it's unmistakable. The quiet instinct to shield, to absorb the moment before allowing it to reach someone else. As the door opens, a thin layer of dust shifts across the floor. The room beyond is dim, illuminated by the lantern she brings inside. Even without speaking to her, you can tell she notices everything at once. The cracked ceiling, the fallen books, the broken vase near the window. She doesn't react outwardly. Instead, she guides the older woman to a chair that has remained upright, brushing debris from the seat before helping her settle. Only once the older woman is stable does she allow herself a moment to assess the damage. She moves through the room methodically, checking for drafts, testing the integrity of the window frame, lifting fragments of plaster to reveal what lies beneath. You observe her steadiness, the way she approaches each task with quiet efficiency. It isn't denial, it's discipline. This is how she keeps the night manageable. When she picks up a framed photograph that fell from a shelf, a young couple smiling on their wedding day, it catches the lantern light for a moment. She studies it, brushing dust from the glass, her expression unchanged but not indifferent. She places it gently on the table, angled so the older woman can see it when she looks up. It's a gesture that carries more comfort than words ever could. You begin to notice the rhythm of her movements. Clean first, repair second, reorganize last. She sweeps the floor in slow, controlled strokes, gathering debris into a neat pile despite the exhaustion etched into the corners of her posture. She rehangs the blackout curtain, checks the hinges on the door, and straightens the chair that wobbled during the shaking. Everything she does contributes to the same purpose, to restore order, however temporary, before the next day begins. Across the hallway, another resident calls down to neighbors, checking whether anyone needs help. A child cries somewhere on the upper floor. The building is alive with the sounds of people taking stock of their homes. Yet she remains focused, creating a small sanctuary within the chaos. This is how she survives the war, through the discipline of small, deliberate acts that reaffirm control where so little of it exists. Before extinguishing the lantern, she kneels to check on the older woman, adjusting the blanket around her shoulders and offering a soft reassurance. The older woman reaches for her hand, and the younger woman holds it briefly, her expression softening in the low light. There is tenderness there, shaped not by ease but by endurance, an emotional familiarity forged in the rhythm of countless nights like this one. You retreat quietly to your own doorway, leaving her in the dim glow of her lantern's final flicker. As the light fades, the pattern of her nights has become the framework of survival for both women, a sequence of practiced gestures that protect, restore, and prepare them for whatever. Life between raids. Morning arrives with a pale, diluted light that slips through the blackout curtains, revealing a room still marked by the night's violence. She moves slowly, guiding the older woman with one arm while carrying a small basket of tools and rags in the other. Her expression is calm, but her eyes move with quick, searching awareness, taking in cracks along the walls, loose debris on the steps, and the subtle shifts in the building's structure. Outside, the street carries the aftermath in layers. Soot clings to the cobblestones. Windows across the block are shattered in jagged patterns. Smoke still rises in thin threads from a collapsed rooftop farther down the street. People gather in small clusters, whispering updates, comparing damage, and confirming which houses were hit worst. She listens but does not linger. Her priority is the elderly woman beside her. whose steps falter slightly on the uneven ground. She leads the older woman to a bench in the courtyard, one of the few still standing after weeks of raids. The bench has become a kind of morning ritual for many residents, a place to rest before the day's demands begin, to breathe, to orient themselves after the chaos of the night. She helps the older woman sit, smoothing her coat, then straightens to take in the street with a long, steady look. The day between raids always carries a strange duality. People work quickly, repairing what they can, knowing that the timeline until the next alarm is unpredictable. Yet there is also a kind of forced normalcy. Children playing quietly along the edges of courtyards, men sweeping glass from entryways, women hanging damp clothing on improvised lines stretched between cracked walls. She moves through this landscape with purpose. You watch her begin the small repairs she can manage alone, resetting the crooked door frame, collecting fallen bricks into neat piles along the wall, dusting soot from window ledges. When the older woman calls her name, she returns immediately, kneeling to adjust a shawl slipping from her shoulders. Their exchange is brief but gentle. Even here, where the day's work demands concentration and speed, she never rushes her care. Later, in the ration line, you see her again. She stands a few places ahead, holding ration cards in one hand and the basket against her hip. Her posture is straight, her breathing even, qualities that contrast sharply with the tension humming in the line. People speak quietly, exchanging news about shortages and deliveries that may or may not arrive. She listens but contributes little. Her focus stays on the official behind the counter, and when her turn comes, she steps forward with a calm efficiency, collecting bread, potatoes, and a small tin of fat before stepping aside. She returns home. She stops at the courtyard pump to fill a bucket with water, testing the temperature with her fingertips before lifting it with both hands. The older woman waits at the doorway, holding the wall for balance. When she sees the younger woman approaching, her shoulders loosen slightly. The two move inside together, their silhouettes merging briefly against the dim interior before the door closes behind them. Inside their apartment, she resumes the quiet rituals of life between raids. She boils water to wash soot from the older woman's hands and face. She cleans the dishes that survived the night's shaking. She folds the rationed bread into a cloth to keep it from drying out. Every action is small, unremarkable on its own, but each one restores a fragment of normalcy. From a window, her voice can be heard through the thin walls, not loud, not strained, but steady. She speaks to the older woman with a tone that blends reassurance and practicality, narrating the tasks at hand in a way that keeps fear at bay. It is a form of grounding for both of them. By late afternoon, the neighborhood carries an uneasy calm. People return to their homes, shop doors close, and the city seems to prepare itself for whatever the night will bring. She finishes washing a final dish, extinguishes the stove, and checks the blackout curtains with deliberate care. The older woman sits beside her, hands folded in her lap, watching her movements with quiet trust. The hours between raids are not peaceful, but they are necessary. They allow the city to reset, however incompletely, and they give her just enough time to gather strength for the next alarm. As evening approaches, she stands at the window, lantern in hand, the faint glow outlining her profile. She looks out not with expectation, but with readiness. This is the rhythm of her life now. Endurance measured in hours, steadiness held together by routine, and survival shaped by all the moments between the sirens. Holding together what the war tries to pull apart. The older woman sits near the window, far enough from the glass to be safe if it shatters, close enough to feel the faint breeze that slips through a crack in the frame. The younger woman kneels beside her, brushing dust from her shawl and straightening the cushion behind her back. These small gestures are constant, repeated dozens of times a day, forming an invisible thread of care that binds the two of them together. The room carries the signs of strain, patches of soot on the walls, a crack above the door frame, dishes drying on a towel because the cupboard where they once lived no longer has a door. Yet she moves through it as though the damage is simply another element of life, a variable she must work around like ration shortages or blackout restrictions. Her steadiness is not born from ease, but necessity. You watch from the stairwell as she begins preparing their evening meal. Ingredients are limited, but she works with deliberate calm, peeling potatoes with careful strokes, stirring a thin soup that simmers in a dented pot, adding small pinches of herbs saved from better days. She tastes the broth with the edge of a spoon, adjusts it slightly, then carries a bowl to the older woman. The routine is humble, but it holds the weight of continuity. In a world shaped by ruptures, she restores coherence one meal at a time. After they eat, she cleans their dishes in a shallow basin, her movements slow from fatigue but unbroken. The older woman watches her with a mixture of gratitude and worry. You've seen that expression before. Older residents who understand how much is being carried on young shoulders. The young woman senses it too. She answers with a small, reassuring smile, the kind that says, "I can manage this. I have to." She clasps the older woman's hand as they take a brief walk, both moving carefully along the path cleared of broken glass earlier in the day. The courtyard, damaged and dim, becomes a temporary refuge. Neighbors lean out of windows, calling soft greetings. Children collect pieces of brick, arranging them into imagined walls and houses. The young woman watches them for a moment, her expression caught between longing for normalcy and acceptance of the life she must navigate. You notice how she adjusts her posture when the older woman stumbles, a subtle shift of weight, a tightening of her grip, a gentle murmur of reassurance. None of it draws attention. It is simply what she does. Anticipate danger, soften impact, hold things together before they can break further. Inside again, she checks her emergency basket, making sure the documents are dry. The spare blanket is folded. The small tin of biscuits is still closed. She replaces the lantern oil, tests the wick, and lays the basket beside the door. The older woman watches her with tired eyes. For both of them, this ritual has become a form of emotional preparation, the quiet acknowledgement that the night may yet hold another descent into darkness. As the evening deepens, she sits beside the older woman and begins mending a tear in her shawl. The needle moves steadily through the fabric, each stitch small and precise. You've seen other women do the same, turning damaged items into usable ones, extending the life of garments that would be impossible to replace. But there's something in her expression as she works, a blend of concentration and calm acceptance, as though sewing were a form of meditation, a way of stitching herself back together while repairing the things the war keeps tearing open. Through the thin walls, voices of neighbors drift in and out, soft conversations, the clatter of someone repairing a loose board, a child's brief laughter quickly hushed. The building is worn but still alive, its residents bound together by shared endurance. And she is part of that quiet network, contributing to its steadiness without needing acknowledgement. When the lantern is finally dimmed and the room grows dark, she returns to the older woman, adjusting her blanket and whispering something you can't hear. The older woman relaxes slightly, her shoulders easing. The young woman settles beside her, not to sleep, but to listen, to the stillness, to the wind, to the distant hum that may or may not be the beginning of another night of sirens. You step back into your own room, understanding that what she holds together each day and night is far greater than the tasks themselves. She maintains not just the household, but the fragile emotional balance that keeps both of them moving forward. Her resilience is not loud. It is not dramatic. It is a series of quiet acts performed in the spaces between alarms, acts that shape survival long before anyone reaches the bunker. Shelter hierarchies and the weight of shared space. When the next raid arrives 3 nights later, you descend into the bunker with the same flowing crowd of neighbors, but now you notice the patterns more clearly. the unspoken rules that shape how people inhabit this underground world. She is already inside when you enter, guiding the older woman to the bench she always uses. It isn't assigned, but everyone treats it as hers. These informal territories have become essential in a place where privacy is impossible and comfort is scarce. Around you, people take their places with subtle deference to age, frailty, and habit. A family with 2 small children moves toward a corner where the shaking feels less severe. An elderly man positions himself near the wall he's leaned against since winter began. She keeps her bench not because it offers special protection, but because routine provides structure, something predictable in a night defined by chaos. The older woman sits slowly, gripping her hand until she's steady. The young woman doesn't let go immediately. She keeps her hand there a moment longer, as if transferring calm through touch. Only after the older woman exhales does she sit beside her, folding her coat neatly and placing it between them for warmth. Across the bunker, small tensions flicker like sparks. Someone mutters about the overcrowding. A mother shushes a child who cannot keep his feet still. A man complains under his breath that newcomers have taken the seats nearest the wall. These frictions are familiar. They surface every night, born not of ill will but of frayed nerves and exhaustion. People are polite until fear begins to stretch their patience thin. She navigates these moments without speaking. When a woman with a limp enters and finds no seat, she shifts slightly, tilting the older woman's knees so space opens up beside them. No words, just a gesture. The limping woman nods in gratitude and sits. These small negotiations maintain the fragile balance of the room. The warden closes the bunker door, and a hush spreads through the crowd. People know this sound well, the metallic finality that signals the beginning of waiting. Lanterns flicker. The damp air thickens. You see her take the older woman's hand again, holding it gently, as if reminding her of something familiar before the fear has a chance to rise. The first explosion arrives moments later, a distant concussion rolling down the tunnel. Heads lift, shoulders tense. Children shift closer to their mothers. The older woman flinches, and the young woman responds instantly, leaning slightly toward her, murmuring something soft, her presence becoming a shield without requiring distance from anyone else. Hierarchy in the bunker takes shape through these gestures, not through authority, but through stability. People look toward those who appear calm, even if that calm is only surface deep. People's eyes drift toward her during louder blasts, not in expectation, but in reassurance. If she remains steady, perhaps they can too. A new family enters late, bringing with them a wave of cold air and a sense of disruption. The father asks if there is room on a nearby bench, but receives only tight shakes of the head. Before tension can rise further, she lifts her lantern slightly, illuminating the space beside her. She shifts, guiding the older woman closer to her own side, making just enough room for the mother and child. Again, no dialogue, just an unspoken offering that diffuses what could have become conflict. People adjust subtly, and the room absorbs the newcomers. The family settles, breathing out as though they have been holding their lungs since the first siren. You realize then how quickly cohesion can fracture, and how easily one steady presence can hold it together. Above ground, the bombing intensifies. The bunker absorbs the sound in layers. First the distant hum, then the percussive thuds, then the sharper cracks of impact closer to the district. Dust falls in faint patterns. A lantern flickers. A child whimpers. But the people here do not panic. They simply tighten themselves inward, each relying on the familiar arrangement of bodies, benches, and silent agreements. You watch her throughout the vibrations, noting how she prepares for each one, tensing slightly before the next shockwave arrives, bracing the older woman with an arm, steadying her own breathing so quietly that it becomes part of the bunker's rhythm. She looks around occasionally, but only to assess, not to seek help. This is a role she has accepted, though no one assigned it to her. In this underground world, people like her shape the emotional landscape. Her composure creates a buffer, something that softens the atmosphere just enough for others to remain steady. The raid continues above, indifferent to the lives gathered below, but the bunker remains intact, held together by more than concrete. It is held together by the people inside it, their quiet negotiations, and the unspoken dependence on those who seem capable of withstanding a little more than the rest. And tonight, as on so many nights, she is one of those people. Tension, fatigue, and the fragile calm underground. As the raid stretches deeper into the night, the bunker shifts into the uneasy stillness that always follows the first wave of explosions. People settle into positions meant to conserve strength, backs straight, hands clasped, eyes fixed on nothing in particular. It is in these long stretches that the strain becomes visible. Fatigue softens postures, tempers edge closer to breaking, and even the familiar rituals of endurance begin to feel thin. You notice it in the way someone across the room rubs their temples, in the way a mother quietly counts breaths between her child's questions, in the way shoulders slump under the weight of another sleepless night. The air grows warmer, thicker, more crowded. A lantern flickers, and the shadow it casts makes the walls seem closer than they are. The young woman sits at the center of this quiet unraveling. Her expression remains composed, but the signs of exhaustion surface in small human ways. A slow blinking of her eyes, the way she rolls her shoulders back after each tremor, the deeper breath she draws when the older woman squeezes her hand too tightly. She doesn't hide her fatigue. She manages it, shaping it into something functional rather than letting it spill outward. When a muffled blast lands unexpectedly close, the older woman startles violently, letting out a sharp gasp. A few people glance over, their nerves already frayed enough that any sudden sound feels intrusive. But the young woman reacts instantly, leaning close and speaking softly, soothing, steady, a private lifeline threaded through the heavy air. Her voice is too quiet for you to hear, but the effect is unmistakable. The older woman's shoulders lower, her breathing slows, and the moment of tension passes before it can ripple across the room. Not everyone has the same steadiness. A man near the entrance mutters anxiously each time the bombers pass overhead, his leg bouncing rapidly. Someone shushes him. Someone else asks for quiet. The irritation builds, thin and brittle. Normally, such frictions would be ignored. But here, underground, every sound matters. Every gesture carries weight. She responds not by intervening. She never tries to correct others, but by becoming a point of calm within the rising tension. When another tremor rattles the benches, she shifts her lantern slightly, its warm glow expanding to cast softer light across her immediate corner of the bunker. The effect is subtle but grounding. People nearby seem to breathe more evenly in the steadier circle of light. A child begins to cry on the far side of the room, worn down by exhaustion rather than fear. His mother rocks him, whispering promises that dawn is coming, that bombs cannot last forever. The crying grates on some, but no one says anything. The bunker's emotional boundaries are stretched thin, yet somehow still holding. People endure by allowing each other these moments. The young woman closes her eyes briefly, not in sleep, but in a moment of inward gathering. When she opens them, her posture is straighter. She reaches for the older woman's hand, clasping it with a firmness that seems to anchor them both. Her endurance becomes a quiet influence, helping those around her maintain their composure simply by witnessing her own. The raid enters another wave, deeper and more intense. Dust shakes loose from overhead beams, drifting like ash. The bunker vibrates with the force of explosions landing somewhere too close to ignore. A few people flinch. Someone swears under their breath. But no one breaks. The fragile calm holds, stretched but intact. Through the haze, you observe the young woman's face in the lantern light. It is tired, yes. Strained, certainly. But steady. She absorbs the vibrations with a slight tightening of her shoulders, then releases them in a controlled breath. She keeps her gaze forward, not fixed on any single point but open, alert, grounded, aware. In her presence, the bunker feels less claustrophobic. Not safer, but more bearable. She does nothing extraordinary, nothing dramatic. She simply endures well, and that endurance has a quiet gravity that influences everyone nearby. Hours pass this way, slow, tense, filled with faint tremors and the shifting weight of fatigue. The bombers eventually move on, the concussions becoming more distant, then fading entirely. A long silence settles in the bunker, and people look toward the door, waiting, hoping. The young woman straightens her coat. The older woman releases her hand only when the all-clear siren finally wavers through the night. Relief sweeps through the room in small, exhausted exhalations. The danger has passed, but the night has left its mark. Picking through the morning after. The all-clear has long faded by the time the bunker empties, but the night's thunder still lingers in the air. Echoes trapped in the stones, the dust, the strained muscles of people climbing back toward the surface. When you step outside, she is a few paces ahead, guiding the older woman carefully through the doorway and into the courtyard. Dawn is just beginning to press against the horizon, a thin band of grey light revealing a world altered once again. The street is quieter than usual. Not still, never still, but suspended, as though everyone is waiting to see the extent of what the darkness has done. She pauses at the threshold, adjusting her grip on the older woman's arm as they take in the sight before them. The building across the street has lost part of its upper floor. Smoke rises in slow, reluctant threads. Piles of brick spill onto the roadway. Windows have been blown inward, scattering glass in wide, glittering arcs across the ground. A warden moves between the debris, marking unstable areas with chalk. A group of neighbors stands nearby, whispering the names of people who once lived in the damaged section. She guides the older woman forward with careful steps, avoiding jagged fragments, shifting loose stones with the edge of her shoe. You follow at a distance, noticing how she scans the rooftops first, checking for weakened chimneys or beams that might collapse without warning. Only after she is certain the path is safe does she continue. As she rounds the corner toward her own building, her pace slows. A section of the roof has shifted, leaving tiles scattered across the courtyard. A window on the upper floor hangs open, its frame crooked. Her expression remains composed, but you see the small tightening around her eyes. The moment of internal calculation as she imagines the work ahead, the repairs, the adjustments, the possibility of hidden damage. Inside the stairwell, the air smells of dust and lingering smoke. The walls carry new cracks, thin but widening toward the ceiling. She touches one lightly with her fingertips, assessing its depth, then guides the older woman up the steps with renewed care. Each footfall is deliberate. She pays attention to every creak of the wood, every shift in the plaster, listening for anything that might indicate structural weakness. When they reach their door, she opens it slowly, keeping her body slightly ahead of the older woman. The room inside is dim, but even in the low light, the new damage is visible. The table has been pushed against the wall by the shock wave. A cupboard door has torn loose from its hinge. A chair lies toppled beside a pile of fallen soot. She takes a breath, not deep, not dramatic, just enough to steady herself, then begins the familiar ritual of restoration. She helps the older woman to her seat, brushing dust from the cushion, ensuring the chair is stable. Only then does she turn to the room. You watch her methodically gather the scattered items, the spoon that rolled beneath the table, the book whose pages are now streaked with gray, The cracked jar she examines briefly before deciding whether it can still be used. Her movements are slow, careful, and almost meditative. She sorts what can be repaired from what must be discarded, creating small piles that will guide her work through the morning. Neighbors move through the hallway, calling out to each other, checking whose homes are intact. A woman from the floor above stops at the doorway to ask if they need help. The young woman thanks her quietly, but shakes her head. She knows her tasks. She has done this many times before. As she cleans, you notice the small details. The way she lifts each object with respect, as though acknowledging the life it belonged to before the war began. The way she keeps glancing toward the older woman to ensure she's comfortable. The way she restores order piece by piece, even when the room itself feels beyond reclaiming. These clearing rituals are more than practical necessity. They are emotional fortification. They allow her to reclaim the space from the night's violence, to assert that life continues, that the room is still theirs despite the damage. By mid-morning, the light strengthens. She pauses at the window, gently brushing shards of glass into a bowl. The breeze lifts the dust from the sill. For a moment, she closes her eyes, letting the air cool her face. When she opens them, her expression is steady again. The morning after a raid is always heavy, but she moves through it with the quiet courage of someone who has learned to carry fear without letting it dictate the shape of her day. The work of repairing what never fully heals. By late morning, the neighborhood has shifted into its familiar post-raid rhythm, a blend of quiet urgency and exhausted determination. People move through the streets with tools in hand, sweeping debris, propping up splintered doors, and checking on those who live alone. You see her emerge from the stairwell, supporting the older woman with one arm while carrying a small cloth bag with the other. Its contents clink softly. Nails, a small hammer, a bit of string, items she has collected over months of learning to repair what the war continually tries to undo. She helps the older woman to her usual bench in the courtyard and settles her there with a shawl before beginning her tasks. Her steps are careful but purposeful as she walks the perimeter of the building, checking for new cracks and unstable sections of wall. You watch her bend to clear broken tiles, stacking them neatly to keep the walkway passable. Her movements are slow, deliberate, the exhaustion from the night showing in the slight heaviness of her shoulders, but she continues without hesitation. When she finds a loose shutter hanging at an angle, she stands on her toes to test its strength. The hinge gives slightly under her touch. She retrieves the hammer and taps the nail back into place with gentle, precise strokes, mindful of not startling the older woman nearby. These repairs won't last indefinitely. Everyone knows that, but they keep the building functioning for another day. And in times like these, another day matters. A neighbor approaches with a worried expression, pointing toward the roofline where several tiles have shifted dangerously close to the edge. The young woman listens quietly, nodding. She is not the kind of person who commands attention or organizes groups, yet people speak to her often. Perhaps it is her steadiness, the unspoken message that she will respond with calm even when the news is bad. She thanks the neighbor and promises to alert the warden when he passes through later. As she works, the older woman watches with a mixture of pride and sorrow. You see her reach out once, calling the young woman back for a moment's rest. The young woman kneels beside her, listening to a soft remark you cannot hear. She gives a gentle smile, squeezes the older woman's hand, and then returns to her tasks. They are small exchanges, but they hold the emotional architecture of their relationship: care, trust, duty, and quiet affection. Later, as the sun lifts higher, she returns inside to tackle the interior repairs. You follow at a respectful distance, passing neighbors carrying buckets of water, boards for bracing walls, or salvaged belongings wrapped in blankets. The building feels alive again, though strained, an organism knitting itself back together with the collective effort of every resident. Inside her apartment, She begins by clearing the largest fragments of plaster into a woven basket. She pauses only briefly to stretch her back before moving to the cracked cupboard. The hinge, bent and stubborn, resists her attempts to straighten it. She breathes out slowly, then tries again, applying steady pressure until it gives. When the door closes more or less properly, she nods once, not proud, but satisfied enough to continue. Midway through the repairs, a sudden noise, a dropped bucket from upstairs, startles the older woman, who calls out anxiously. The young woman responds immediately, leaving her tools behind and crossing the room in a few quick strides. She reassures the older woman with a calm voice and a touch to her shoulder. Only when the older woman's breathing steadies does she return to her work. Moments like these repeat often. It's clear she has learned to balance physical tasks with emotional tending, holding both roles without complaint. As afternoon approaches, she sits for the first time in hours. The room is cleaner, more orderly, though still bearing scars the repairs cannot hide. She studies the space in silence. The patched cracks, the neatly stacked salvage, the rearranged furniture. It is not the home it once was, but through her labor, it becomes livable again. You recognize something in her expression then, not hope exactly, but determination wrapped in acceptance. She cannot stop the destruction. She cannot prevent the next raid. But she can restore enough order to make the room feel like theirs again, despite everything. Outside, the city continues its quiet hum of repair. Inside, she rises once more to check the blackout curtains, adjusting the fabric so it will hold through the evening. The light is fading. Another night is coming. But for now, for this moment, she has done what she can. The work of repair never fully heals the wounds, but it keeps life moving, and that is enough to face whatever tomorrow might bring. Ration lines and the quiet arithmetic of survival. You see her the next morning in the ration line, standing with the same composed posture she carries into every task. The older woman sits on a low stool beside her, wrapped in a heavy shawl against the cold. The line stretches down the street and around the corner, a slow-moving column of fatigue and necessity. People speak in low voices, conserving energy, calculating what they might receive and what they will have to go without. She holds her ration cards in one hand and a small cloth bag in the other, the bag folded neatly so it rests flat against her hip. The smell of smoke still lingers from the previous night's fires, and the street bears the marks of fresh damage. Cracked windows patched with cloth, a shattered cart overturned near the curb, a shop sign bent at an angle, the letters distorted by shrapnel. She takes in these details the way she takes in everything, quietly, without outward reaction, as though storing the information for later use. Her eyes move over the line ahead, assessing how long the wait will be, whether the supplies will hold, whether they will need to return tomorrow. The line moves slowly. Children shuffle their feet, restless despite the early hour. A man coughs repeatedly into a handkerchief. A woman behind her murmurs prayers under her breath. She doesn't join in, but the rhythm of the prayer seems to quiet the space around them. When the older woman shifts uncomfortably, she adjusts the shawl on her shoulders and offers a soft word that brings the older woman's gaze back into focus. As they approach the front of the line, the tension thickens. Supplies have been inconsistent for weeks. Some days bring a small blessing, an extra loaf, a delivery of potatoes, a tin of meat. Other days, the shelves empty before half the line has made it through. Everyone senses the uncertainty. You feel it in the way people lean forward slightly, watching each transaction carefully, estimating what remains. When it is her turn, she sets the ration cards on the counter with precise, deliberate movements. The clerk checks each card, then hands her a loaf of bread, a handful of potatoes, and a small tin of cooking fat. It is not much, but it is enough for today. She accepts the items with a quiet nod and steps aside, making room for the next person before slipping them into her bag. Outside the shop, she helps the older woman stand, then begins the slow walk home. She moves with a protective awareness, shielding the older woman from passing carts and guiding her around patches of broken glass. The weight of the bag is modest, yet she carries it carefully, mindful of the fragile supplies inside. You follow at your own pace, watching how she adjusts to each obstacle without complaint. Back in the courtyard, a neighbor approaches her, asking if she has heard rumors about a new flower shipment expected next week. She listens attentively, but offers no speculation. Rumors are constant. She has learned to rely only on what she sees. The neighbor asks after the older woman, and she answers with a small smile that masks the deeper fatigue beneath. Inside their apartment, she unpacks the food onto the small table, arranging each item in its place. She slices a thin portion of the bread for breakfast, setting it beside a cup of weak tea. The older woman sits quietly, watching with gratitude. The young woman's movements are measured, almost ceremonial. In a world where every meal must be stretched, the act of preparing it becomes its own form of stability. She eats little herself. A small piece of bread, a sip of tea, nothing more. But she ensures the older woman's portion is slightly larger, adding an extra slice without comment. It is a pattern you've seen many times, the quiet selflessness that becomes second nature in households stretched thin by war. After the meal, she wraps the remaining bread in cloth to keep it from drying out. She portions the potatoes into separate bowls, each destined for a different day, and places the tin of fat in a cupboard she reinforces with a folded blanket to help insulate it from the cold. These acts are not just practical. They are the arithmetic of survival, a careful calculation of what must last, what can be spared, and how to make a meager supply carry a family through another week. Rationing demands discipline, and she meets that demand with a steadiness shaped by experience. She doesn't waste. She doesn't indulge. She makes each item count. In her hands, scarcity becomes something structured, manageable, almost orderly. It is not a triumph. Nothing in this life feels like triumph, but it is a kind of quiet mastery. Later, she sits beside the older woman with a bowl of warm water, washing her hands and face with gentle strokes. The older woman leans into the touch, comforted by the ritual. When the water cools, the young woman replaces it without hesitation. You watch her through the doorway, understanding more clearly now how rationing shapes not only meals but the cadence of their entire day. Pacing energy, conserving strength, responding to scarcity with a calm rooted not in optimism, but in necessity. In this world, survival is not loud. It is measured in careful portions, quiet endurance, and the steadiness of those who make do with what the war leaves behind. Making do with less, and less again. By afternoon, the limits of the day's ration become clearer. The loaf is small. The potatoes are few. The tin of fat must last far longer than it reasonably can. You see her scanning the shelves in her apartment, not with frustration, but with the practiced eye of someone who has learned to calculate scarcity down to the smallest crumb. Every item carries weight. Every decision echoes through the week. She brings the older woman a cup of thin broth warmed on the stove, stirring it slowly to distribute the last traces of flavor. The older woman sips carefully, closing her eyes for a moment as though savoring something richer than it is. The young woman watches her, waiting to see if she will finish, then quietly eats the portion left behind. It is not intentional generosity. It is simply habit, the body adjusting to hunger in ways the mind no longer wastes energy resisting. Later, she begins the quiet work of stretching ingredients. She lifts the small tin of fat and taps out the slightest measure into a pan, letting it melt before adding scraps saved from previous meals. The scent is faint, barely enough to fill the room, but the warmth it produces seems to ease the older woman into a calmer posture. Each movement is deliberate. She cooks not to satisfy hunger, but to sustain duration, to ensure the food lasts as many days as possible. Neighbors are discussing substitutions. One has traded fabric scraps for a handful of dried beans. Another has found someone willing to barter a spoonful of sugar for a piece of firewood. Bartering has become an economy of necessity, built on improvisation and trust. She listens quietly as the voices drift through the thin walls, but does not join the exchange. She trades rarely, not out of pride, but because she knows every household is stretched thin. She will not take from others unless the need becomes absolute. When she does make substitutions, it is with quiet ingenuity. Leftover bread becomes crumbs. Crumbs become a thickener for soup. Potato peels are saved for broth. Even the water used to boil vegetables is reserved, poured into jars to be used later. Nothing is discarded unless it is truly useless. She turns each small scrap over in her hands before deciding its purpose. In this world, waste is unthinkable. Every fragment might hold potential. As she works, the older woman watches her with a mixture of admiration and sorrow. There is love in her gaze, but also a quiet ache. The knowledge that her daughter-in-law, so young, carries burdens meant for two people. The young woman senses the emotion but never speaks of it. Instead, she offers a warm cloth for the older woman's hands, or a blanket to soften the chill drifting through the cracks in the window frame. Coal is scarce, and the ration never lasts the full week. She heats only one room, the kitchen, and even that sparingly. When the temperature drops, she wraps blankets around their shoulders, lights a single candle, and positions them both close to the stove for whatever warmth it can offer. She checks the floorboards for drafts and stuffs small rags into gaps between the planks. Every touch is purposeful, managing discomfort with a calm acceptance of someone who no longer remembers luxury as anything but a story. Laundry becomes another exercise in adaptation. Water must be fetched from the pump and heated sparingly. Soap is stretched by shaving it into thin slivers. She scrubs each garment by hand, wringing them with quiet efficiency, then hangs them on lines strung across the kitchen. The clothes drip steadily into bowls placed beneath them. Nothing wasted, not even the water that carries the day's dirt away. The rhythm of scarcity shapes everything. How she cooks, how she cleans, how she moves through the room, how she plans tomorrow. Even the way she breathes seems calibrated to conserve energy. Yet none of it feels desperate. Her calm does not hide the struggle. It absorbs it, transforming necessity into routine. Late in the evening, as the older woman rests, she checks their supplies once more. A few potatoes, divided for the coming days. A loaf now reduced to half its size. A tin of fat, carefully closed. She folds the cloth around the bread again, tucking it in as though protecting it from the cold. She pauses for a moment. She isn't thinking of hunger or fear. She's calculating, quietly, steadily, how to carry them both through the next few days. This arithmetic of survival has become her second language, measured not in numbers, but in endurance. Through her routine, rationing becomes more than a system. It becomes a way of thinking, a way of living, a discipline that reshapes every moment of the day. She stands in the dim lantern light, gathers the remaining scraps for tomorrow's meals, and closes the cupboard gently, as though sealing away their small measure of stability for the night. The weight that settles in the quiet hours. The psychological toll of the war does not arrive all at once. It settles slowly, almost imperceptibly, in the spaces between alarms, in the quiet moments after rationing is done, after repairs are finished, after the older woman has gone to sleep. You notice it first in her posture, not when she is carrying water or navigating rubble, but in the stillness of late evening, when her responsibilities briefly loosen their grip. Her shoulders drop in a way they never do during the day. Her eyes remain open longer than necessary, fixed on a point just beyond reach. She sits at the small table, the lantern casting a muted glow across her face. The older woman sleeps in the corner, her breathing shallow but steady. The silence here is different from the bunker silence. There is no imminent threat, no expectation of explosions, no claustrophobic proximity to others. But the quiet is not restful. It amplifies thoughts she cannot afford to dwell on while she is moving. You see her trace a crack in the table with the tip of her finger, following its shape absently. The gesture looks simple, almost idle, but the heaviness in it is unmistakable. A woman sorting through fears she rarely allows to surface. Will tomorrow's line have food? Will the next raid hit closer? Will her husband write? Will he come home? Will she manage if the older woman's health fails further? These questions accumulate like dust, gathering in corners of her mind. When a sound outside startles her, a distant cart rattling on stones, nothing more, she flinches before catching herself. The body reacts faster than reassurance can. You see the instinctive fear in her eyes, the reflex shaped by too many nights when harmless noises preceded catastrophe. The emotional fatigue does not make her fragile. It sharpens her, in some ways. But it costs her something. Small moments of stillness pull memories forward. Quieter times, routines that once felt effortless, a future she expected to build with her husband before the war rewrote all plans. She does not indulge the memories long. The war has taught her the discipline of turning away from what cannot be reclaimed. During the day, she carries herself with steadiness. But here, in these late hours, you see the subtle tremors, the signs of a mind stretched thin. She closes her eyes for a moment, pressing her fingers gently to her temples. She inhales slowly, then opens them again, grounding herself in the room. She does not cry. Tears would offer no relief. She has learned to absorb her fear and transform it into action. Fatigue weaves itself through her thoughts. Not the physical exhaustion of climbing stairs or carrying water, but the deeper fatigue of always being on alert. Even in sleep, her senses never fully rest. Her ears remain tuned for the sirens. Her body remains ready to move. She sleeps lightly, rising at the slightest shift in the building structure, the smallest tremor that might signal danger. The older woman stirs in her sleep, murmuring something unintelligible. The young woman is beside her instantly, adjusting her blanket, touching her forehead, whispering a reassurance meant as much for herself as for the older woman. Once the older woman settles again, the young woman returns to the table, but her composure is thinner now. A lantern flickers. She reaches out to steady the wick, then watches the flame right itself. The movement seems to calm her. She aligns the ration cards in a neat stack, then folds the cloth that covers the remaining bread. These rituals are small, but they anchor her mind, giving her something tangible to hold when her thoughts begin to drift toward fear. The psychological weight is not a single burden. It is an accumulation. It grows in the gaps between tasks, in the silence after repairs, in the nocturnal hours when the city lies shadowed and tense. Eventually, she extinguishes the lantern. In the darkness, she sits for a moment longer, listening to the breath of the older woman, the creak of the settling building, the distant hum of a city bracing itself for whatever comes next. Then she stands, checks the basket by the door as she always does, and lies down beside the older woman, not to sleep, but to rest in a way that keeps her ready. The weight she carries will rise with her at dawn, and she will shoulder it again, quietly, without hesitation. What she carries inside. By the next morning, life resumes as if the night's unease were just another layer folded into the day. but you can still see traces of the quiet struggle she endured in the hours before dawn. They linger in the slower way she ties her headscarf, in the careful pause she takes before lifting the older woman from her bed, in the faint hollowness beneath her eyes that no amount of rest can soften. The psychological weight she carries does not vanish in daylight. Instead, it reshapes itself into the coping behaviors she performs almost automatically. You see it in the way she checks the blackout curtains repeatedly, even though the sun is high. You see it in her habit of touching the doorframe gently before stepping outside, as though grounding herself in something solid. You see it in the way her breathing changes whenever an engine growls in the distance, a subtle tightening of her posture, a quiet readiness tucked beneath her calm exterior. The older woman senses this, too. She watches the younger woman more closely now, offering small smiles, asking fewer questions, leaning into her arm with a tenderness that acknowledges both gratitude and concern. The young woman never discourages this attention, but she does not dwell in it either. She carries her worries inward, folded carefully into the corners of her thoughts where they will not interfere with the tasks she must complete. Throughout the day, moments of vulnerability appear briefly, almost invisibly. When she kneels to scrub soot from the floor, her hand pauses for a fraction of a second too long. When she slices the day's portion of bread, her eyes linger on the smallness of the ration. When she stands by the window, watching neighbors assess their own damage, her gaze drifts upward as though imagining the sky she once trusted to hold nothing but clouds. These moments pass quickly, but they accumulate, and because she does not speak of them, they remain inside her, unshared, unsmoothed by conversation. She finds steadiness in routine. The repetition of tasks becomes a form of psychological scaffolding. Washing laundry, stirring soup, mending a tear, checking on the older woman's breathing. These actions anchor her, giving shape to days that might otherwise dissolve into anxiety. Routine is not escape, it is survival. But beneath the surface, other strategies form. You notice how she sometimes reaches for an object that holds emotional weight, a photograph tucked behind a jar, a letter folded and refolded so many times that the edges have begun to soften. She does not linger on these for long. She lets herself feel whatever rises, longing, fear, memory, then returns them to their place with a steadying breath. In the courtyard, when neighbors gather to exchange small fragments of news, she listens more than she speaks. She hears rumors of cities burned, of shortages worsening, of letters that never arrived. She absorbs this information with the same restrained composure she shows in every part of her life. But you can sense how each piece of news adds another layer to the weight she carries. Her emotions do not flare outward. They draw inward, shaping a private landscape of quiet endurance. The older woman occasionally touches her hand, offering a grounding presence. The gesture is small, but it reveals the underlying truth of their relationship. Each depends on the other, one for physical care, the other for emotional purpose. They are two lives held together by necessity, but also by a bond forged through repeated acts of mutual trust. In the early evening, as she prepares the stove for another modest meal, a distant rumble rolls across the sky. Not a siren, not yet, but enough to bring tension into her shoulders. She sets down the pot, crosses to the window, and listens. You watch the transformation, the way her breath catches, the way she tilts her head slightly, trying to decipher the direction of the sound. When the noise fades without warning, her composure returns, but something in her eyes stays sharpened. She returns to her tasks, but her movements are more deliberate now. You can feel the shift, the subtle readiness that comes from recognizing how fragile each sense of calm truly is. She does not fear the next raid. Fear implies choice. Instead, she anticipates it, preparing her mind for the moment when routine will dissolve into urgency. Later that night, she sits with the older woman in the dim glow of a candle, her expression softer than before. The older woman's hand rests on hers, their fingers intertwined. Neither speaks. The silence between them feels purposeful, a space where words would fall short, where presence alone offers comfort. In that stillness, you understand how much she carries internally. Not despair. That would require surrender. What lives inside her is something more complex. A blend of vigilance, weariness, determination, and a longing for a peace she rarely allows herself to imagine. She extinguishes the candle, guides the older woman to bed, and then stands for a moment longer in the dark, her face faintly illuminated by the glow from the street. Her eyes reflect not just fatigue, but a quiet strength shaped by every night she has endured. The weight she carries does not break her. It shapes her, and she meets it again and again with the same quiet resolve. The first glimpse of a changed world. The morning after a heavy raid, the city feels suspended, not fully awake, not entirely broken, caught in a fragile balance between what has survived and what has been lost. You see her step outside with the older woman, moving more slowly today, as though bracing for what the daylight might reveal. Even before she looks down the street, you sense in her posture a quiet readiness for bad news. The air is sharp with smoke. Ash drifts lightly across the courtyard, settling on shawls and windowsills like a grim snowfall. People gather in small knots, their faces drawn, their voices hushed. They speak not with excitement or panic, but with the subdued tone of people who have grown accustomed to confronting damage before breakfast. She pauses at the threshold, guiding the older woman's hand to the railing. Only when the older woman is steady does she raise her eyes to the scene ahead. A building 2 streets over has collapsed entirely, its facade crumbled into a mound of brick and twisted beams. A roof lies folded inward like a punctured lung. Windows blown from their frames glitter across the pavement. A horse-drawn cart overturned during the night sits at an odd angle, one wheel still spinning faintly from the morning wind. She studies the destruction without flinching, not because it doesn't affect her, but because she has learned that emotion must be paced. There is too much to do, too much to manage, too many tasks waiting. Shock is a luxury she cannot afford. As she and the older woman walk down the street, you follow at a distance, noting how others glance toward her, not expecting her to lead, not looking for instruction, but acknowledging her steadiness. People gravitate toward those who seem rooted, even when the ground is unstable. She stops occasionally to assess damage along the way. A leaning chimney, a shattered window precariously held by its last splinter of wood, a staircase partially blocked by fallen plaster. She traces the contours of these hazards with her eyes, weighing whether they pose immediate danger. Each evaluation is quick, instinctive. She has built an internal map of risk from months of living in a war zone. Neighbors emerge onto balconies and doorsteps, their expressions shadowed with fatigue. A woman calls down to her, asking if she has seen the family who lived in the corner unit. She shakes her head gently, offering a sympathetic look but no speculation. Rumors and assumptions tear at communities faster than bombs. She knows to avoid feeding either. When the warden arrives with a clipboard, she listens carefully as he outlines which areas must be avoided and which walls may still collapse. The older woman clutches her arm tighter, unsettled by the sternness of his voice. The young woman responds by placing her hand soothingly on the older woman's back, a small gesture that restores some measure of calm. As they continue walking, you see children gathering bricks, building small towers along the edge of the courtyard. Their play is subdued, their movements slow, but the instinct to create persistently pushes through the wreckage. She pauses to watch them for a moment, her expression softening just slightly. The older woman notices too, and for an instant her face brightens. These tiny signs of continuity matter more than anyone admits aloud. Then they reach the stretch of road where the devastation deepens. A house has been split open, its interior exposed like a cross-section in a book. A bed sits at an impossible angle, half suspended above the rubble. A wardrobe has toppled, spilling clothes into the dust. Someone has placed a single chair upright in front of the ruins, a silent marker of what once was. She hesitates here, just long enough for the older woman to notice the tension in her hand. You observe her jaw tighten, her breath draw in just slightly. She is seeing not just destruction, but the echo of her own vulnerabilities. Homes like hers, families like hers, futures like hers. But she does not allow the moment to take hold. After a quiet exhale, she guides the older woman onward. As they return to their building, she crouches to examine a crack in the exterior wall. It has widened since yesterday. Without a word, she reaches for a small piece of chalk she keeps in her pocket, a simple tool used by many residents to track structural changes. She marks the edge of the crack with a thin line. If it expands by tomorrow, she will know. She always knows. When she helps the older woman back inside, her movements are gentler than before, as though the morning sights have made her more aware of fragility, not in herself, but in everything around them. From your vantage point in the hallway, you see her pause before closing the door. Her eyes drift briefly toward the staircase, toward the world outside, toward the destruction that has settled like a weight on the whole neighborhood. Then she closes the door softly, as if sealing the room against the harshness of the morning. The world beyond it may be fractured, but inside, she will rebuild whatever she can. Sorting through ruins, one fragile memory at a time. Inside the apartment, she pauses for a moment to let the older woman settle into her chair. The morning's walk has taken more strength from both of them than she allows herself to admit. The older woman exhales shakily, her hands trembling slightly from the cold and the shock of what they saw outside. The young woman kneels beside her, smoothing her shawl and offering a warm touch to her shoulder before standing again to face the room. The damage is not catastrophic, but it is always enough to feel like a setback. A small cascade of plaster along the wall, soot streaks across the floorboards, a cracked frame where a picture fell overnight. Nothing here surprises her anymore, but each new wound the room carries represents one more thing to mend, one more layer of strain to absorb. You watch her approach the scattered debris with quiet determination. She begins by picking up the photograph that lies face down beneath the table, the same wedding portrait she rescued days ago. It survived again, though the glass has cracked further, splintering across the image like a map of all the places life has fractured since that day. She brushes the dust from the bride's dress with gentle fingers, then sets the frame upright on the table. She doesn't look at it long. Looking too long invites longing, and longing is more dangerous than any falling plaster. Next, she moves to the shelf where books have fallen in uneven stacks. She sets them upright again, tapping each one lightly against the wood to shake out the grit that has drifted between their pages. The older woman watches her with soft, tired eyes. There is a fragile comfort in seeing the younger woman restore these familiar shapes, the small rituals that reclaim the room from disorder. When she bends to gather broken pieces of pottery from the floor, she doesn't discard them immediately. She turns each fragment in her hand, assessing whether it can be mended with string or heat or a bit of glue someone might loan her. Only when she is certain a piece is beyond repair does she set it aside. Her instinct is always toward preservation, not because the objects themselves matter, but because each repaired thing becomes a quiet declaration. The war can take much, but not everything. She moves with a rhythm, slow, steady, deliberate. Each task is a way of reasserting control in a world that constantly strips it away. She gathers fallen soot with a damp cloth, wipes the surfaces with practiced strokes, sweeps debris into piles that she arranges along the wall. Her actions are not hurried. They are thoughtful, measured, almost meditative in their repetition. Occasionally, she pauses to check on the older woman. A nod, a touch to the hand, a whispered reassurance. These brief exchanges form the emotional scaffolding that holds the two of them upright. The older woman's gratitude is visible in her gaze, in the way she reaches out as the younger woman passes, her fingers brushing the fabric of her sleeve for the comfort of closeness. As the room slowly returns to a semblance of order, neighbors drift past the open doorway, offering updates about the damage farther down the street. Someone mentions a family who lost everything. Someone else reports that the bakery's windows shattered, but the oven still works. The young woman listens, nodding where appropriate, but does not leave her tasks. She cannot carry anyone else's burdens today. She is managing enough of her own. At one point, she stops beside the window and touches the jagged edge of a broken pane. Her reflection appears in the remaining glass. Thinner now, more worn, the faint shadow of worry living permanently between her brows. She inhales slowly and steps back. The damage can be patched with cloth for now. The winter drafts will seep through, but she has weathered worse. When the major cleaning is done, she kneels to inspect the crack in the wall, the same one she traced with her fingertip the night before. It has widened, only slightly, but enough for her to notice, enough for her to worry. She presses her palm gently against the plaster, as though trying to feel the building's pulse. It holds. For now. She marks its edge with chalk again, then stands, wiping her hands on her apron. The older woman watches her intently. She knows what the chalk means. She knows what widening cracks can signal. But neither of them speaks. Words would only make the fear more real. Finally, she sits beside the older woman, taking her hand in a gesture of quiet reassurance. The room is not whole, but it is theirs again. It has survived another night, and so have they. As she sits there, you sense in her a complex mixture of resignation and resolve. She cannot stop the destruction. She cannot protect everything she cares about, but she can restore small pieces of her world each morning, and in doing so, she gathers the strength to face whatever darkness comes next. The war fractures their lives daily. She answers by piecing them back together, one quiet gesture, one repaired object, one deep breath at a time. Scarcity in every corner of the day. By the time afternoon settles in, the reality of scarcity makes itself felt in every corner of her routine. You see it not only in the small portion meals or the thin slices of bread, but in the way she moves through her home with an awareness of limits so deeply ingrained it has become instinct. Nothing is wasted. Every item is evaluated for how long it can serve, how far it can stretch, how many purposes it might fulfill before it is truly gone. She begins by checking their supplies with the quiet precision of someone who has repeated this ritual hundreds of times. The small tin of fat is opened, examined, and closed again without using any. The remaining potatoes, 3 uneven in size, are set on the table and touched lightly, as though she can gauge their potential simply by weighing them in her hand. The loaf of bread wrapped in cloth is unwrapped briefly, inspected for dryness, then wrapped again and placed carefully in the coolest corner of the room. The older woman watches her with a mix of trust and regret. She remembers days when food was plentiful enough that meals were chosen, not rationed, when bread was bought fresh, not stretched across a week, when cooking involved flavor rather than strict arithmetic. But she does not speak these memories aloud. The young woman carries enough weight without being reminded of what once was. When the young woman begins preparing the midday meal, the kitchen fills with the faintest aroma, thin broth simmering on the stove, enhanced by leftover vegetable water saved from the day before. She drops in a small handful of dried herbs, more for comfort than flavor, and lets the steam rise in soft curls toward the cracked ceiling. The older woman inhales the scent as if drawing warmth directly into her chest. As she stirs, her eyes drift toward the window, scanning the street below. A coal delivery cart rattles by, its wheels creaking under the weight of a meager supply. She watches, calculating silently whether she has enough coal left to last through the week. Her gaze shifts to the stove, then to the small pile of coal in the corner. She knows the answer before she even counts. They will need to conserve more than ever. Her coping strategies unfold quietly. She lights the stove only long enough to warm the broth, then extinguishes the flame. She breaks the bread into 2 thin slices, giving the larger one to the older woman without hesitation. She eats slowly, deliberately, dividing her portion into smaller bites so it lasts longer. The older woman tries to offer her a bit of her own slice, but the young woman gives a gentle shake of her head, her smile soft but firm. After the meal, she places the leftover broth into a small jar, sealing it tightly. Nothing is discarded, not even the water used to rinse the pot. She pours it into another jar for future use in washing or cooking. These acts may seem small, but each one forms a protective layer against the uncertainty of the coming days. Later, she takes out a garment in need of mending. The sleeve is torn, and the fabric has thinned from repeated wear. She sits near the window to catch the afternoon light, threading a needle with quiet concentration. Each stitch is small, tight, and deliberate. The rhythm seems to soothe her, grounding her mind as her hands work. The older woman watches, recognizing this ritual as one of the young woman's few moments of internal rest, not relaxation, but focus that softens the edges of fatigue. Outside, you hear neighbors discussing rumors of shortages. Less flour next week, fewer potatoes, soap nearly impossible to find. The young woman listens without joining the conversation. Rumors are air, constant, shifting, unreliable. She prefers to depend on what she can measure in her cupboard, in her basket, in the palm of her hand. When the older woman asks whether they have enough for tomorrow, the younger woman answers with calm assurance. She always does. She does not lie, but she frames the truth gently. We have enough for today. And tomorrow, we will manage. As dusk approaches, she begins preparing for the blackout. She checks the fabric over the windows, tightening the edges so no light escapes. She tests the lantern's wick, ensuring it will burn slowly and sparingly. She gathers the emergency basket near the door. Documents, a blanket, a few biscuits, making sure nothing is missing. These routines are as reflexive as breathing, shaped by months of adapting to scarcity and danger. The older woman leans back in her chair, her eyes heavy with fatigue. The young woman touches her shoulder softly, offering reassurance through presence rather than words. Then she returns to the table, examining what little remains of their supplies with a quiet steadiness that defines her entire life now. Scarcity circles every part of her day, but she meets it with discipline and care, shaping each hour into something survivable. Where others might see deprivation, she sees structure, a set of constraints she must navigate so the two of them can endure another night, another morning, another uncertain stretch of days. Her world has narrowed to essentials, yet within that narrowness she finds a kind of strength, the ability to make the most fragile routines hold, even when everything around her threatens to fracture. Blackouts and the quiet defense of the home. By the time evening settles over the neighborhood, the blackout preparations are already underway. You see her securing the layers of fabric over the windows, pulling the heavy cloth taut so no glimmer of light can slip through the seams. The older woman sits nearby, watching her work with silent understanding. This ritual has become as essential as breathing, a nightly defense shaped by caution, habit, and the memory of what a single mistake could mean. When she finishes with the windows, She lowers the lantern's wick until the flame shrinks to a faint, steady glow. The dimness softens the lines of her face, making her look momentarily younger, though the weariness in her shoulders remains. The blackout changes the rhythm of life. Tasks that would take minutes in daylight require slow, careful navigation. She moves through the room with deliberate steps, one hand tracing along the walls to keep her bearings. The older woman follows her movements, comforted by the sound of soft footfalls and the rustle of fabric. In the darkness, sounds from the street carry differently. A neighbor closing a door, a distant clatter of boots, the faint scrape of someone adjusting a shutter that refuses to stay closed. Each noise makes her pause briefly, listening for the undertone that distinguishes everyday sounds from danger. Her body has become a tuning fork, attuned to frequencies of threat that others might overlook. She lights a second candle only long enough to heat a small pot of water. The flame is shielded carefully by her hand, her body angled so none of its glow reaches the curtains. Even a moment of carelessness could bring a reprimand from the wardens patrolling outside, or worse, draw unwanted attention if enemy pilots scan the streets from above. She works swiftly, extinguishing the flame as soon as the water warms. The older woman relaxes when offered the warm cloth, pressing it gently to her face. The heat seems to ease the tension in her shoulders. The young woman watches her for a moment, then sits across from her, sipping her own cup of warm water. Not a luxury, but a comfort that helps soften the cold. In the silence that follows, the blackout becomes almost peaceful. Not restful, but intimate. A closeness shaped by necessity, where voices drop naturally into softer tones and movements become more mindful. You sense how the darkness forces a reorientation of the mind, turning attention inward, narrowing the world to a circle of faint lantern light and familiar breathing. But beneath the quiet, vigilance remains. The young woman listens constantly, to the older woman's breaths, to the distant echoes of footsteps, to the subtle creaks of the building settling after days of strain. Her awareness does not subside simply because the night is calm. Calm is often the hour before the siren. She keeps their emergency basket near the door, checking its contents once more. Documents, a blanket, a small tin of biscuits, a folded scarf. Her fingers linger on the scarf, a soft, well-worn piece of fabric that holds memory and comfort. Then she closes the basket gently. As darkness deepens, she guides the older woman to the bed, helping her lie down slowly to avoid aggravating her aching joints. She tucks the blanket around her, smoothing the edges with a tenderness that speaks to more than routine. The older woman's hand rises briefly, brushing the young woman's cheek. For a moment, the young woman leans into the touch, allowing herself the briefest release of tension before stepping back. When she finally sits at the table, she does so in near silence. The lantern flame flickers softly, casting shadows that dance across the walls. She folds her hands in front of her, steadying herself in the dim light. There is nothing left to do for now, no task to occupy her hands, no immediate danger demanding action. The stillness is heavy. Through the thin blackout fabric, you hear the muted hum of the city enduring its own version of the night. Somewhere, a baby cries briefly before being soothed. A pair of neighbors whispers about ration rumors. A bicycle rattles down the cobblestones, its tires hissing through debris. Life continues, but always under constraint. She listens to these sounds with a face that reveals only the slightest shifts. A tightening of her brow at a distant explosion from another district. A softening when the wind carries the scent of something familiar, perhaps bread from a bakery still attempting to operate. But most often, she waits. Not passively, but with a readiness shaped by months of nights like this, where calm can pivot to chaos in the span of a single siren. Waiting becomes its own form of endurance, its own test of composure. Eventually, she dims the lantern further, bringing the room into an almost complete darkness. She sits for a moment longer, allowing her mind to settle, then lies beside the older woman, her arm draped lightly across her as a protective instinct. The blackout holds the city in a quiet, heavy pause, a moment suspended between danger and reprieve, and in that suspended stillness, she becomes the anchor of the room, a quiet guardian through the long hours until morning. Letters that do not come. By the next morning, the weight of uncertainty has deepened. Not the uncertainty of raids or ration lines, these have become routine, but the quieter, more personal kind that settles around the absence of news. You see her pause at the base of the stairwell, scanning the row of mail slots with a familiar mixture of hope and restraint. The older woman stands beside her, leaning heavily on the rail, her eyes fixed on the same small compartment they check every day. It is empty. Again. She does not sigh, does not slump, does not allow her disappointment to show in any outward gesture. Instead, she closes the slot gently, almost reverently, as if careful handling will somehow coax a letter into existence. The older woman touches her arm softly, a small gesture of shared understanding. They both know how long it has been. As they walk back toward the apartment, her steps are slightly slower, her gaze lower. The absence of letters is not new, but each day without news carves a subtle hollow deeper inside her. The war has taught her to expect silence, yet hope finds its way into her routine, returning each morning like a persistent visitor she cannot turn away. Inside, she sets the kettle on the stove, lighting it with the smallest possible flame to preserve their coal. As the water warms, she reaches into the cupboard and removes a small tin box. It once held sweets, long since gone, and now contains neatly folded letters wrapped in a strip of cloth. She opens the tin just enough to glimpse the edges of the paper, the handwriting she knows by touch alone. She does not read them. She never does during the day. Reading invites longing, and longing weakens resolve. Instead, she closes the tin and places it carefully at the back of the shelf. The older woman watches her with sad familiarity. She has witnessed this ritual too many times to misunderstand it. At breakfast, the silence between them holds a tension neither can name. The older woman eats slowly, her appetite diminished by worry. The young woman notices and quietly offers her the larger portion, though she herself has eaten little. When the older woman attempts to protest, the young woman gives a small shake of her head and a faint smile, an answer that allows no argument. Later, as she prepares the day's tasks, you sense how her emotions shift beneath the surface. She moves with her usual precision, but there is an inwardness to her today, a subtle withdrawal that places her in two worlds at once, the present moment and the distant unknown where the man she loves is either safe, or wounded, or already beyond reach. Routines continue. They must. She checks the window coverings, repairs a fraying seam on the older woman's shawl, sweeps the hall outside their door. But small cracks appear in her composure. When she sits to thread a needle, her hand hesitates briefly. When she lifts the broom, her breath falters for just a moment. These breaks are tiny, almost invisible, but you see them clearly because you have learned her rhythms. Neighbors discuss rumors of wounded soldiers returning from the front. Some whisper about hospitals overcrowded with casualties. Others speak of transport routes disrupted by bombings, delaying mail even further. She listens, but she does not ask questions. She has learned that rumors offer only two outcomes: false hope or sharpened fear. She accepts neither. Later in the afternoon, she steps outside to shake dust from a blanket. She pauses in the courtyard, staring toward the street where the postman usually appears. Her expression remains composed, but something in her posture betrays the thought she will not speak aloud. What if the letters have stopped because he no longer can write? The older woman approaches slowly, leaning on her cane. She stands beside the young woman and offers a soft, weary reassurance. The young woman listens, but does not respond. Her silence is not rejection. It is preservation. Words, once spoken, might crack the fragile layer keeping her fear contained. As they return inside, she closes the door gently, resting her hand on the wood for a moment before turning the key. The gesture is small, but meaningful, a way of grounding herself, of reclaiming the space as a refuge from the uncertainty outside. That evening, after the older woman has gone to bed, she takes the tin box from the cupboard and sits at the table. The lantern flickers softly, illuminating the folded letters. This time, she allows herself to unfold one, just one, and read a few lines. The ink is faded, the paper worn, but the words still carry the warmth of someone who loved her in a world that felt stable. She reads only long enough to steady her breath, then returns the letter to the tin and wraps the cloth around it with the utmost care. The box is not a treasure. It is an anchor, a small, fragile proof that connection once existed and might exist again. But tonight, as she places it back on the shelf, her hands linger just a moment longer than usual. Fear in the silence between words. The next days unfold with an unnerving sameness. No letters, no news, no confirmation of anything at all. Silence, once merely disappointing, begins to take on a sharper edge, a shape capable of cutting into her thoughts. You see the change before she does, in the small tension that now lives between her movements, as if she is bracing herself for something she refuses to name. The older woman senses it too. She watches the younger woman closely, her eyes lingering on her hands as she works, on her face when she pauses, on her posture when she stands at the window a moment too long. The absence of news has become its own kind of presence, a shadow that enters the room before either of them speak. One morning, while sweeping the entry hall, she hears footsteps echoing through the stairwell. Quick, uneven, too purposeful to be a neighbor. She freezes mid-motion, holding her breath. For a heartbeat, you see fear flash through her eyes. What if it's an official? What if the news that does come is the kind no one wants to receive? But the footsteps pass. Just a boy delivering coal to another apartment. She exhales silently and resumes sweeping, but you can tell the moment has unsettled her more deeply than she will admit. Inside, the older woman asks quietly, "Did the post come?" The younger woman shakes her head with a carefully neutral expression. She answers gently, but the older woman recognizes restraint when she hears it. She reaches out, squeezing the young woman's wrist with a frail, trembling hand. The gesture carries more comfort than words could offer. As the day continues, the young woman tries to anchor herself in routine. She washes laundry, mends a kitchen towel, checks the cupboard with the same composed method she always has. But today the movements lack their usual steadiness. Her hands shake when she threads the needle. Her breath catches when a pot clatters against the stove. She miscounts potatoes before correcting herself with a frustrated blink. Grief has not arrived, but the fear of grief presses on her with an almost physical weight. In the afternoon, when neighbors gather in the courtyard, talk shifts toward soldiers missing in action, delayed postal routes, and rumors of heavy fighting near his division. She stands among them, silent, her expression polite but impenetrable. She doesn't ask questions. She knows any answer could become a wound she cannot easily close. But one comment makes her still. A woman mentions that mail delays often precede difficult news. The young woman's face remains controlled, but her posture tightens, her hands drawing close to her body as if protecting something fragile inside her. She steps away politely, returning to the stairwell before her composure can slip. Back in the apartment, she prepares tea for the older woman, her movements more mechanical now. When the older woman thanks her, the young woman offers a small smile, but it is thin, shaped more by duty than emotion. After the older woman naps, The young woman sits at the table with her mending basket. She arranges the items inside: thread, needles, cloth scraps, then rearranges them again without purpose. Her mind is far from the table. Her gaze drifts often toward the shelf where the tin box is hidden. She doesn't reach for it, not yet, but her body angles subtly in its direction, as if the letters inside are calling to her. She forces herself back to her tasks. She stitches a seam. She patches a tear. Her fingers move with practiced skill, but her thoughts remain suspended in the same fraught unknown. If no letter comes, does that mean the worst? Or merely that the world has fallen too far into chaos for words to find their way to her? By evening, the silence becomes unbearable. She retrieves the tin box and brings it to the table. This time, she does not wait for the lantern to dim or for the older woman to sleep. She opens it slowly, running her fingers along the folded edges of each letter as though trying to feel something familiar in their weight. She unfolds one, smoothing it flat with gentle hands. But tonight, the words do not soothe her. They feel distant, belonging to a world too far removed from the one she now inhabits. The promises of return, the jokes about ration queues, the soft declarations of love, all of them feel suspended in a time she cannot quite reach. Her eyes begin to hurt, not from tears, she does not cry, but from the effort of holding everything inside. When she refolds the letter, she does so with more care than usual, aligning the edges perfectly before placing it back into the tin. She closes the box with a soft click, sets it on the table, and rests both hands on its lid. For a moment, she allows herself a single, quiet breath, an exhale that carries the weight of all she cannot voice. Then she stands, returns the box to its place on the shelf, and begins preparing the blackout for the night. She does not know whether the silence means loss or delay. But tonight, the uncertainty feels like a shadow that stretches farther than the room itself. Rumors, and the way fear travels through a city. Rumors begin the way most dangers do in wartime, quietly, almost politely. A phrase overheard at the pump, a whisper exchanged in a ration line, a hurried conversation that stops abruptly when someone unfamiliar approaches. In a city under bombardment, rumors travel faster than facts, and they often strike deeper. You see the shift immediately in the younger woman's posture when she steps into the courtyard that morning. Conversations around her are tighter, voices lowered, faces drawn with a new kind of worry. At first, she cannot make out the words. Neighbors cluster in small knots, turning their bodies inward, glancing toward the street as if expecting something. The older woman grips the railing beside her, uneasy. The air itself feels different, less like the stillness before a raid, and more like the moment before a truth no one wants to hear. Then the fragments reach her. Heavy losses. Several units cut off. Mail halted again. A whole regiment missing. The words are vague, but their tone is unmistakable. Something has shifted at the front. She does not react outwardly. She stands with composed stillness, listening without appearing to listen. But you notice the way her fingers curl just slightly at her side, the subtle tightening of the muscles around her jaw. The older woman looks at her anxiously, waiting for reassurance. The young woman offers a quiet smile, small, steady, but thinner than usual. A neighbor approaches with deliberate steps. A man in his late 50s, always kind, always careful with his words. He greets them softly, then lowers his voice. They say the division near Lviv took heavy casualties. No confirmed lists yet, but some women are already waiting at the district office. The young woman's breath stills for a moment, almost imperceptibly, before she inhales again. She thanks him politely, her voice calm, measured. She does not ask questions. She will not risk hearing speculation shaped by fear rather than truth. But the older woman understands the implication. She squeezes the young woman's hand, her eyes wet with dread she cannot hide. The young woman responds by guiding her gently toward a bench, seating her with a care that masks her own trembling undercurrent of fear. Once the older woman is settled, the young woman steps aside for a moment, moving to the edge of the courtyard where fewer people stand. She does not pace, does not wring her hands. She simply stands in the cold morning light, looking toward the distant street where the postman usually appears, where families gather on days when news, good or terrible, is expected. You sense her thoughts unfolding behind her stillness. If his regiment is affected, if the rumors are true, if the mail has been stopped because they cannot confirm who survived, she does not let the thoughts complete themselves. She cuts them off sharply, the way one clamps down on a wound before it bleeds too quickly. A woman approaches, someone she knows well. Her face is pale. "They say lists might be posted soon," the woman whispers. "At the commandant's office." The young woman does not flinch, but her eyes narrow by a fraction, not in anger, but in focus. She thanks the woman and turns away, her expression unreadable. When she returns to the older woman, she kneels beside her. "We will wait," she says softly. Her tone is steady. Her hands, however, shake very slightly as they settle over the older woman's. Inside the apartment, her composure begins to crack at the edges. She sets her shawl on the table, but forgets to fold it. She fills a pot with water, then sets it down without lighting the stove. She checks the window coverings twice, then a third time. These are not routines. These are reflexes driven by unrest. For a moment, she stands in the middle of the room, unsure where to direct her hands. You see the war's pressure closing in from all sides, not through bombs or hunger this time, but through a possibility so painful she cannot even allow herself to speak it. The older woman watches her with a fragile, silent grief. She has seen this fear before, decades earlier, in another war. She recognizes the particular stillness, the particular way the younger woman breathes. Shallow, steady, deliberately controlled. Finally, the young woman forces herself back into motion. She begins straightening the room, not because it needs to be straightened, but because order gives her something to hold on to. She picks up the shawl. She folds it carefully. She aligns the cups on the shelf. She checks the emergency basket again. These small acts are not about tidiness. They are about anchoring herself against a tide of fear that threatens to rise too quickly. As the morning wears on, the rumor spreads beyond the courtyard. You hear it in the market line, in the hushed conversations of women clutching ration cards, in the way people glance nervously at the sky as if expecting news to fall from it. Each retelling adds uncertainty. Each uncertainty deepens her dread. And yet, she does not break. She does not panic. She does not let the older woman see how deeply the silence has pierced her. Instead, she sets the kettle on the stove again, lighting the flame this time, and begins preparing tea. Not because tea will steady her, but because making it is something she can control in a world that feels suddenly, terrifyingly uncontrollable. Waiting for news that might break a life. By late afternoon, the rumor has settled over the neighborhood like a heavy fog. No one knows anything for certain, yet everyone behaves as though confirmation is only a breath away. Women hover by windows, their eyes darting toward the street. Men return home early from what work they still have, sensing their families need the reassurance of their presence. Even children play more quietly, absorbing the tension in the air without understanding its cause. Inside the apartment, she sits at the table with the older woman, a pot of weak tea between them. Neither drinks. The older woman folds and refolds the edge of her shawl, her hands shaking slightly. The young woman keeps her posture steady, her back straight, her gaze soft but unfocused, as if she is looking at something far beyond the walls, something only she can see. A knock echoes faintly from somewhere in the building, a simple, ordinary sound, but it makes her flinch. She turns her head sharply toward the door, breath held, waiting to hear whether footsteps approach their apartment. When none do, she exhales, but the tremor in her hand betrays her. The older woman reaches across the table, placing her trembling hand on the young woman's. The gesture is small but carries the weight of unspoken fear. "He is strong," the older woman murmurs. "He will come home." The young woman nods, but her eyes lower to the table. She does not speak. To speak would mean choosing between truth and hope, and she cannot bear the burden of that choice. After a moment, she stands and begins tidying the kitchen again, though nothing is out of place. She rearranges the cups, straightens the cloth on the table, moves the tin box on the shelf a fraction of an inch, then sets it back. Each action is precise, controlled, a way to keep the rising tide of fear from overwhelming her. But in the middle of these small tasks, she stops abruptly. Her hands rest on the edge of the counter. Her breath halts. For a moment, the facade slips, and you see the turmoil inside her, the swirl of dread, longing, and helplessness colliding beneath the surface. Then, slowly, she gathers herself and returns to the table. Outside, footsteps approach the building. Slow, measured, purposeful. The young woman freezes once more, her eyes fixed on the door. The older woman grips the edge of the table, her knuckles whitening. The steps climb the staircase. 1 floor, 2. Then they stop. A moment of silence. A soft knock. Not at their door, but close enough to steal the breath from the room. Voices murmur in the hallway. A woman cries out, a sharp, broken sound, followed by the low rumble of men offering condolences. The young woman closes her eyes briefly, her throat tightening. The older woman covers her mouth with her hand. They listen, their bodies rigid, as grief takes shape just beyond their door. When the footsteps move away again, descending slowly, the silence that follows is worse than the knock itself. A silence full of implication, full of possibility. The young woman does not speak. She does not cry. She simply places her hands in her lap and sits very still, as though any movement might invite fate to turn its gaze toward them next. As evening approaches, she insists on preparing supper, though neither of them has an appetite. She slices the bread with careful precision, her hands steady despite everything. She places a portion on the older woman's plate, then sits down with her own untouched piece. The older woman watches her, her eyes glistening. "You must eat," she whispers gently. The young woman shakes her head. She cannot swallow anything today. Hunger and dread occupy the same space in her body, and dread has won. When darkness comes and the blackout curtains are drawn, the room feels even smaller, even tighter. The young woman sits on the bed beside the older woman, her hand resting lightly on the older woman's arm, not to comfort, but to steady herself. They remain like this for a long time, listening to the sounds of the city settling into night. Then, almost imperceptibly, the young woman leans forward, her forehead resting against her folded hands. Her shoulders shake once, barely a tremor, before she regains control. It is the closest she has come to breaking. The older woman places a hand on her back, her voice soft with both love and fear. "We will face whatever comes," she murmurs. "Together." The young woman nods, lifting her head. Her expression is composed again, but her eyes carry a depth of sorrow that cannot be disguised. She extinguishes the lantern, lies beside the older woman, and waits for sleep that will not come. Tonight, the silence feels sharper than any siren, because tomorrow, News might finally arrive, and whether it brings relief or devastation, she cannot yet know. The day when news finally breaks through. Morning arrives with an uneasy stillness, not the calm of a city at rest, but the suspended quiet of people bracing themselves for whatever the day might bring. You see her rise earlier than usual. Moving through the room with a muted urgency, she tries to hide from the older woman. She checks the kettle, the window coverings, the emergency basket, not out of necessity, but to anchor herself in routine. Her hands move quickly, almost mechanically, as though speed might keep her thoughts from catching up. The older woman watches her with gentle concern. She knows today feels different. She can sense it in the young woman's silence, in the way she avoids looking toward the door, in the hesitant pauses between her movements. The fear that has lingered like a shadow now seems to press from every corner of the room. After breakfast, a quiet meal neither of them finishes, the young woman wraps a scarf around the older woman's shoulders and helps her into her coat. They step into the hallway together, the air cold and heavy, and walk toward the mail slots with the same mixture of hope and dread that has shaped so many mornings. But today, the atmosphere in the stairwell is different. A cluster of neighbors stands silently near the entrance, their expressions tight, their eyes fixed on a notice pinned to the wall. Paper flutters slightly under a draft, its edges worn from the hands that have already touched it. The young woman slows her steps, her breath tightening in her throat. When she reaches the notice, she reads the heading. Notification of units affected. Postal disruption expected. Below it is a list. Names of divisions, battalions, companies, typed in a neat, impersonal format that strips them of all humanity. She scans the list quickly, then again more slowly, her eyes searching for the number she knows by heart. The older woman grips her arm. "Is it there?" she whispers. The young woman does not answer at first. Her gaze hovers over the line that matters, the line she had hoped not to see. When she finally speaks, her voice is steady, but her pulse reveals the truth. "Yes," she murmurs. "His unit is listed." The older woman closes her eyes, a quiet cry escaping her lips. The young woman's face remains composed, but the stillness is too controlled, too rigid, the only shield she has left. Neighbors step aside respectfully as they move back toward their apartment. Some offer sympathetic nods, some avert their eyes, unsure whether acknowledgement helps or harms. In wartime, even empathy becomes complicated. Inside, the young woman removes her coat with slow, deliberate movements. She sets it on the chair, smoothing the fabric with her palms even though it does not need smoothing. The older woman sits heavily, staring at the floor, her grief raw and uncontained. "Listen," the young woman says softly, kneeling in front of her. "This notice, it does not say what happened. It does not say who survived. It only says there has been disruption." She speaks calmly, choosing each word as if selecting stones to build a small bridge away from despair. "Until we know more, nothing is decided." The older woman nods through tears, but fear has already taken hold. "Disruption," she repeats, the word breaking unevenly from her lips. "That means, it could mean." The young woman gently takes her hands. "It could mean many things. We will not assume the worst. Not yet." Her voice does not tremble, but her hands do. Later, when the older woman lies down to rest, worn out by the weight of uncertainty, the young woman steps to the window. She lifts the blackout cloth slightly, enough to let in a narrow band of cold winter light. Her face is partially illuminated, pale, tired, but resolute. She rests her forehead briefly against the window frame. Just one breath. Just one moment where she allows herself to feel what she cannot show. Then she straightens. She puts water on the stove. She folds blankets. She sweeps the floor. Not because these tasks need doing, but because they are the only things within reach that she can control. The only way to hold herself steady until more news comes. And beneath every movement lies the same quiet prayer, unspoken but unmistakable. Let him be alive. Holding steady while the world tilts. The hours after reading the notice pass with a heaviness that settles into every movement she makes. Not panic, that would be simpler, but a deep, quiet disorientation, as though the world has tilted just a few degrees off its axis, and she must continually adjust her balance to keep from sliding into fear. You see it first in the way she moves between tasks. She prepares tea, but forgets to heat the water. She folds a blanket, then refolds it, unable to remember whether she finished the edges. She starts to mend a tear in the curtain, but sets the needle down halfway through a stitch, staring at it without seeing it. These small hesitations punctuate her day, revealing the frayed concentration beneath her outward calm. The older woman senses the shift. She sits near the stove, hands folded tightly in her lap, watching the young woman's face with a kind of heartbreaking tenderness. She wants to speak, to comfort, to reassure, but she knows any words might unravel the fragile composure the young woman is clinging to. Instead, she reaches out and lightly touches the young woman's arm as she passes. A small gesture, a warm anchor in a day filled with cold uncertainty. The young woman stops. She takes the older woman's hand, squeezing it just once, her expression softening for a moment before she resumes her tasks. It is a brief exchange, but it steadies them both. By midday, the neighborhood has become a chorus of speculation. Through the open window, you hear fragments of conversations drifting upward from the courtyard. Mail stopped for 3 whole battalions. Someone said the losses were severe. My cousin hasn't heard anything either. They're posting updates tomorrow. Maybe names. Each rumor sharpens the tension. Each version of events pulls at her composure like fraying thread. She closes the window, partly to keep out the cold, partly to quiet the noise. Inside, the silence grows. She returns to the shelf where the tin box is stored. This time, she does not open it. She rests her fingers on the lid, tracing its worn edges as if drawing strength from the memory of words inside. But she knows reading the letters now could either fortify her or break her, and she cannot risk either outcome, not when the older woman needs her steady. She places the box back on the shelf and smooths the fabric covering it. Then, with a breath that is barely audible, she resumes tending to the day. Later, when she steps into the courtyard to fetch water, neighbors approach her gently. One offers a sympathetic look. Another touches her arm in quiet solidarity. A third asks softly whether she plans to go to the district office in the morning. She nods once. Yes, she says. Her voice is composed, but her eyes are tired. I will go. As she walks back inside, she notices a piece of rubble near the steps, small fragments of brick loosened by the recent raid. Something about the way it crumbles under her thumb makes her pause. She holds it for a moment, then sets it carefully beside the wall. It is as if she cannot bring herself to discard anything today, not even debris. Inside, the older woman has prepared the table for supper, though neither has much appetite. The young woman sits down opposite her, breaking the bread into thin slices with unusual gentleness, as if the loaf might bruise under her touch. They eat in silence, forcing down small bites so the older woman will feel steadier, more grounded. The younger woman barely swallows hers. Afterward, she lights a small candle, only briefly, to warm the room before blackout preparations. The glow illuminates her face softly, revealing the exhaustion she has kept hidden beneath the surface all day. The older woman breaks the silence first. "We will learn the truth soon," she whispers. "And whatever it is, we will endure." The young woman nods, but her gaze drifts toward the window again, the direction from which news, good or terrible, always arrives. When she speaks, her voice is quiet, steady, and almost tender in its restraint. "I just need to know, one way or the other." The older woman nods, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. That night, after the blackout is secured, the young woman lies beside her, eyes open in the darkness. She listens to the distant hum of the city, footsteps, muffled voices, a cart rolling over uneven stones, every sound heightened by the pressure of what tomorrow might hold. She does not cry. She does not break. But she does something she rarely allows herself. She imagines his face, not in despair, not in longing, just to remember him fully, before any news tries to redefine what he means to her. Eventually, her breathing steadies, but she does not sleep. The night holds too much of tomorrow inside it. At the district office, facing what might be lost. She rises before dawn, long before the older woman wakes, long before the first footsteps echo through the courtyard. The air is cold enough to sting, but she moves quietly through the apartment, careful not to disturb the fragile calm of the early hour. She prepares the older woman's shawl, folds a small cloth with their papers inside, and gathers the items she knows they may need, though she cannot name exactly what purpose they serve on a day like this. When she kneels beside the older woman's bed, she wakes her gently, her voice soft but steady. "It is time." The older woman nods, her expression solemn. No one speaks of hope, or fear, or possibilities. All of it hangs between them, unspoken and heavy. Outside, the streets are still dim, lit only by the thin lavender glow of early morning. They walk slowly toward the district office, moving through a city that feels emptied out, not because no one is awake, but because those who are awake walk with the same purpose they do, their steps taut with dread. Women move in small groups, whispering, glancing at one another with a quiet solidarity reserved for those who share the same fear. When they reach the office, a line has already formed. Not a restless line, not a loud one, but a silent procession, as if the entire street understands the weight of gathering here. Some women clutch letters. Others hold photographs worn soft at the edges. A few carry nothing at all, their hands clasped tightly in front of them as though empty palms could somehow brace against the truth. She takes her place at the end of the line, helping the older woman settle on a low bench against the wall. The cold stone seeps through their coats, but neither comments. The young woman keeps her face composed, her posture straight, her breath measured. Yet you see the small signs of strain, the way her thumb presses into the palm of her hand, the way her gaze flickers briefly to the door each time it opens. Inside the building, you can hear voices, quiet, tired, strained. A clerk calling names, papers rustling, low sobs, the muffled collapse of someone whose world has just changed forever. These sounds seep through the walls like damp, settling into the bones of everyone waiting. The older woman takes the young woman's hand, gripping more tightly than her fragile fingers usually allow. The young woman squeezes back, but her eyes remain fixed ahead, refusing to let emotion surface until she knows which direction it must take. As the line moves, she steps forward with measured pace, offering her arm to the older woman, ensuring she does not stumble. Inside, the hall is cramped and dim, lit by a few lanterns hung unevenly along the wall. A long table stretches across one side, where officials sift through lists, typewritten sheets marked with numbers, units, statuses. The air smells faintly of ink, wet wool, and fear. When it is her turn, she steps forward. The clerk, a middle-aged man with tired eyes, looks up at her. "Name of the soldier?" She says it clearly, without hesitation. The words feel heavier spoken aloud, as if naming him in this place risks pulling him closer to danger. Unit. She gives the number. He nods, scanning the sheet in front of him. The pause that follows is unbearable. A pause shaped like a blade. A pause long enough for every terrible possibility to rush at her all at once. His eyes move across the page again, slower this time. He exhales quietly, as if bracing himself. The young woman's hands tighten around the strap of her bag. The older woman beside her murmurs a quiet prayer under her breath. Finally, the clerk looks up. His expression is not relief, not horror, something in between, something ambiguous and fragile. "We have no confirmation," he says gently. "No casualty notice. But no letters confirmed either. Mail from this division is severely delayed, possibly interrupted." The young woman's breath leaves her chest in a slow, controlled exhale. Her shoulders drop by the smallest fraction, not in relief, but in the release of a tension held too tightly for too long. The older woman grips her arm, tears forming. "He is not on the list," she whispers. The clerk continues, voice steady. "If there had been a loss confirmed, it would be here. But until communication is restored, I cannot give you certainty." Certainty. The one thing she cannot have. She nods, thanking him with quiet dignity. She does not ask for more. She knows he has given all he can, and that the absence of his pen on the casualty list is not hope, but something softer, thinner, more precarious. They step away from the table. A woman behind them collapses into sobs as her verdict is delivered. Another sinks onto a chair, her face drained of all color. Another lets out a gasping cry of relief. The young woman stands motionless for a moment, absorbing the weight of all these lives shifting around her. Then she turns to the older woman. "We keep waiting," she says softly. The older woman nods. But for the first time in days, the young woman's eyes flicker with something new. Not hope, but the faintest spark of renewed endurance. Uncertainty remains the shape of her world. But today, it has not shattered her. Strength that does not announce itself. The walk home from the district office is quieter than the walk there. Not because the fear has lifted, it hasn't, but because uncertainty has taken on a new shape, one she can finally carry without feeling crushed beneath it. The older woman leans on her arm, exhausted yet visibly lighter than before. The young woman's steps are slow, steady, deliberate. She does not allow herself to rush, or falter, or show how deeply the morning has unsettled her. But you see the truth in the small things. Her hands tremble slightly as she adjusts the older woman's shawl. Her eyes linger a fraction longer on the window where the postman usually appears. Her breath catches once, just once, when she passes a woman crying on a doorstep. These signs are quiet but unmistakable. The morning has cost her more than she will ever admit. Inside the apartment, she helps the older woman into her chair, kneeling for a moment to make sure her feet are warm enough. Only once the older woman is settled does she finally allow herself to exhale. The sound is soft, unsteady, almost defeated, but beneath it lies something stronger, something resilient. She sets water to boil, though she knows they have little tea left. She folds her coat over the back of a chair, smoothing the fabric twice, a grounding gesture. She wipes a patch of soot from the window frame, though she cleaned it only yesterday. These small actions are not distractions. They are stabilizers, things she can control in a day that offered her very little. When the tea is ready, she brings a cup to the older woman, holding it steady as she sips. The older woman watches her carefully, searching her face for signs of collapse. But the young woman meets her gaze with the same quiet steadiness she has always carried. "He is not lost," the older woman whispers, as though repeating it will keep the truth intact. The young woman nods. "No, not lost." But the words come out soft, thin around the edges. Later, she steps onto the small balcony to shake out a blanket. From here, the city feels too large, too damaged, too full of possibilities she cannot control. Smoke rises from a distant building where repairs are underway. A cart rattles by on the cobblestones below. A woman calls after her child, her voice sharp with worry. Ordinary sounds. But none of them feel ordinary anymore. She grips the blanket tightly, her knuckles whitening. For just a moment, she lets her shoulders fall forward, the weight of everything pressing against her spine. You can almost hear the thought forming inside her. If he is alive, he is somewhere out there in all of this. If he is alive, he is enduring things I cannot imagine. If he is alive, I must endure too. She straightens, folds the blanket, and re-enters the apartment. The rest of the day unfolds slowly. She checks their supplies, mends another seam, prepares a modest meal. But her movements have changed. They are gentler now, less sharp with fear. The knowledge that his name was not on any list is not relief, exactly. But it forms a ledge she can stand on, narrow, uncertain, but solid enough to pull breath into her lungs again. In the afternoon, a neighbor visits, offering a small loaf of bread in exchange for a bit of sewing work. The young woman accepts, grateful not just for the food, but for the simple act of human kindness. The older woman watches the exchange with soft eyes, understanding how these small gestures help keep despair at bay. Later, after supper, the young woman retrieves the tin box from the shelf. She does not open it. She simply holds it in her hands for a long moment, running her thumb along its edge. The older woman looks up from her chair. "You can read a letter," she says gently. But the young woman shakes her head. "Not tonight," she whispers. "If I read them now, I will start imagining what comes next. And I need to stay steady. For both of us." The older woman nods. She understands. Steadiness is the young woman's refuge, and her burden. When night falls and the blackout is secured, the young woman sits at the table, lantern dimmed to a soft glow. The flicker illuminates her face with a warmth that feels almost fragile. She closes her eyes, breathing slowly, gathering her strength for another day of waiting. She is not calm. She is not unafraid. But she is steady, and that steadiness is its own kind of courage. Tomorrow may bring news, or silence, or another list on another wall. But tonight, she allows herself one quiet truth. She has endured this much. She can endure a little more. Learning to live in the long uncertainty. Days pass, and the uncertainty does not resolve. Instead, it settles into the rhythm of her life, becoming something she must navigate rather than endure in single bursts. You see the gradual shift, not dramatic, not spoken aloud, but woven through the way she moves, plans, and thinks. She no longer listens for the postman with sharp, breathless attention. She listens with a quieter vigilance, the way one listens for rain that may or may not arrive. Hope and dread now share the same space inside her, neither strong enough to silence the other. Each morning begins the same way. She rises before the older woman, checks the mail slot even though she knows it is still too early, and returns to the kitchen to light a small flame under the kettle. Sometimes she stands at the stove longer than necessary, watching the flame flicker, letting its steadiness remind her of her own. She has not broken. She does not plan to. The older woman joins her slowly, leaning on the doorway for support. The young woman greets her with a soft smile, not bright, but warm enough to comfort. They share their modest breakfast in silence. It is not a heavy silence anymore, nor a relieved one. It is simply the space where they both exist now, waiting for a world they cannot predict. After breakfast, she resumes her routines, though they unfold at a gentler pace. She mends clothing with more focus. She sweeps with slower, measured strokes. She checks the cracks in the walls and marks them with chalk, maintaining quiet vigilance. These tasks give her shape, anchoring her day in something tangible. Yet beneath the surface, the uncertainty continues shaping her in ways even she does not notice. You see it in the way she pauses before stepping outside, a fraction of a second where she gathers herself. You see it in how she clasps her hands tighter when neighbors speak of the war's progress. You see it in how her posture straightens slightly when someone mentions casualty lists. Rumors have not stopped. If anything, they have multiplied. Women speak of entire battalions rerouted, of hospitals overflowing, of mail sacks destroyed in transit. But the young woman does not absorb these rumors the way she once did. She listens, nods, then quietly steps back out of the conversation, holding herself apart from the emotional currents of others. She cannot afford to drown in speculation, not when the older woman depends on her steadiness. In the courtyard, she finds small tasks to busy her hands. She helps a neighbor lift a heavy pail, adjusts a loose shutter, pulls aside a fallen branch blocking the walkway. She works not to distract herself, but because helping others gives her a sense of purpose stronger than fear. The older woman watches her with admiration and worry. "You are always moving," she says gently one afternoon. The young woman smiles faintly. It helps, and it does. Movement keeps her thoughts from spiraling. Action becomes reassurance. Each task completed is a small declaration that life continues, even under the long shadow of uncertainty. Inside the apartment, she checks the tin box again, not to open it, but to make sure it remains where she left it, unchanged, waiting. She touches the cloth wrapping with the same careful reverence as always, each gesture slow and protective. But today, instead of placing it back on the shelf immediately, she holds it in both hands for a moment. A silent dialogue passes between her and the memories folded inside. Not yet, she thinks. Not today. Reading would hurt more than it helps. She returns the box to its place and closes the cupboard gently. As the afternoon light dims, neighbors gather to discuss the next food delivery. She listens with calm attention, but her gaze often drifts toward the end of the street, the direction the postman would appear if the postal service resumes. She no longer flinches at every sound, but a quiet alertness remains, like a candle flame protected by cupped hands. Later, after supper, she sits by the window, watching the sky fade into charcoal gray. The older woman sits beside her, their shoulders nearly touching. Neither speaks. The silence feels shared now, no longer isolating. They are two lives bound not just by fear, but by companionship, by enduring together what neither could face alone. In the growing darkness, she finally speaks. "We will know something," she says softly. "Maybe not soon, but someday. We will know." The older woman nods, her eyes glistening. For the first time in many days, the young woman allows a slow breath to fill her lungs fully. She is not free from fear. She is not free from grief. But she is learning to live inside the uncertainty, to carry it without letting it swallow her. And as night settles around them, you sense a quiet truth emerging in her. She does not need certainty to keep going. She needs only the strength to meet each day as it arrives. Small steadies, quiet collapses. In the days that follow, life resumes its careful rhythm, but the uncertainty remains, woven into every task. It does not overwhelm her anymore, but it does alter her, leaving traces in her gestures, her expressions, the way she listens to the world. She moves with a calm exterior, yet you can see how her inner balance shifts from hour to hour. Some mornings, she rises with renewed steadiness. She tidies the room with brisk efficiency, braids her hair with quick, practiced motions, and straightens the older woman's shawl with a faint but genuine smile. On these days, she seems to stand a little taller, her breath deeper, her gaze clearer. And then there are other mornings. On those days, she stands too long at the window before opening the curtains, as if preparing herself for whatever she will see, or not see, outside. She hesitates before checking the mail slot, her hand hovering in midair for a beat too long. When nothing is there, she closes the compartment slowly, her fingers lingering on the metal as though absorbing its cold steadiness. But she never lets these small collapses show fully. She absorbs them, tucks them away, and continues. Inside the apartment, she maintains order not by force, but by quiet persistence. She boils water even when she knows they have only herbs, not tea. She sweeps the floor even when the dust returns each day from the damaged walls. She checks on the older woman frequently, offering small reassurances with touch rather than words. It is in the smallest details that the truth reveals itself. When she folds laundry, her hand sometimes pause mid-motion, resting on a garment that reminds her of him, a shirt he once wore, a scarf she knitted for him before he left. She does not cry, but the moment stretches, her breath caught between memory and longing. When she mends a tear in the older woman's apron, her stitches are steady, but her gaze drifts beyond the fabric, following thoughts she does not speak aloud. When she prepares a meal, she arranges the plates with care, as though creating order on the table might help stabilize the disorder inside her. The older woman sees all of this. She watches from her chair, hands folded in her lap, eyes full of a sorrow shaped not only by her own fears but by the young woman's quiet struggle. Sometimes she reaches out to touch the young woman's arm, offering wordless solidarity. And sometimes, when the young woman turns her face away too quickly, the older woman pretends not to notice the shimmer in her eyes. In the courtyard, neighbors continue to speak in hushed tones about the war's progress, about shifting front lines, missing men, disrupted mail routes. The young woman listens only long enough to stay informed, then steps away before the talk becomes too heavy. She has learned the boundaries of what her heart can carry, but she also finds steadiness outside. A neighbor gives her a few scraps of fabric for mending. Another brings word of a possible flower delivery. A child hands her a small wooden toy he found among the rubble. These small gestures soften the sharpness of her days. Evenings bring their own rituals. She dims the lantern early to conserve oil. She checks the blackout cloth with practiced hands. She places the tin box, the one holding his letters, on the table, but does not open it. She no longer reaches for it reflexively. Instead, she rests her fingertips on its lid, letting its familiar weight steady her. Sometimes she sits with the older woman and listens as she recounts stories from her youth, stories of hardships survived, losses endured, quiet triumphs earned over years of difficulty. The young woman listens attentively, absorbing the wisdom hidden in those memories. These stories do not erase her fear, but they wrap it in context, a reminder that human hearts have carried impossible loads before. On one particular night, you see a quiet shift. The young woman steps onto the balcony after blackout preparations are done. The city is dark, silent except for the distant thrum of repair work. She grips the railing, breathing in the cold air. For a long moment, she lets her shoulders drop, releasing the tension she has held so tightly. And then, unexpectedly, she closes her eyes and whispers something. Not a prayer, not a plea, but a simple acknowledgement. "I miss you." It is the first time she has allowed the words to form aloud. She opens her eyes, steadies herself again, and returns inside. The older woman looks at her closely. "Are you all right, child?" The young woman nods, and for once, the answer is neither forced nor false. "I will be," she says quietly. "Whatever comes, I will be." This is not certainty. This is resilience. The quiet kind that grows in the cracks of ordinary days, sustained by routine, responsibility, and the stubborn refusal to abandon hope entirely. Tonight, she does not feel strong. She feels steady. And sometimes, in a world built on uncertainty, steadiness is the truest strength a person can hold. A hint of spring, and the fragile return of light. Winter loosens its grip slowly, almost reluctantly. The air is still cold, but something has shifted. A softness at the edges of the wind, a faint brightness in the early morning light. You see her notice it first when she opens the window to air out the room. Instead of the usual sharp chill, a gentler current drifts in, carrying with it a smell she hasn't sensed in months. Damp earth. She pauses with her hand on the windowsill, her expression still careful, but touched by the smallest flicker of relief. Not joy, not yet, but a recognition that the season is changing, that the world outside their battered walls is trying, in its quiet way, to begin again. The older woman senses it too. She sits a little straighter, her eyes following the young woman's gaze toward the courtyard below, where patches of thawing ground break through the dirty snow. A few green shoots have dared to emerge beside the cracked fountain. Small, fragile things, but so unmistakably alive. When they step outside, the air feels different on their skin. No warmer, truly, but less hostile. The sky above the damaged rooftops is a pale blue, streaked with thin clouds that drift as though unburdened by the weight the city still carries. Some neighbors are already in the courtyard, sweeping away debris revealed by the melting snow. Their movements are slow, tired, but purposeful. Life has not become easier, but it has become slightly more possible. The young woman helps the older woman to her usual bench, placing a folded blanket beneath her to soften the cold stone. Then she begins her own work, clearing broken branches, shaking out winter-worn rugs, gathering a small pile of coal left from the delivery before the last raid. She works with the same quiet discipline as always, but there's something else now. A steadiness that no longer feels forced, a rhythm shaped not only by survival but by the promise of small renewal. It becomes visible in her posture, in the way she lifts her face toward the sun, in the way her breath releases, long and slow, as if her lungs finally remember what ease feels like. Neighbors greet her with warmer tones today. A woman offers her a sprig of dried herbs for cooking. Another shares news that the markets may open earlier next week, now that the worst of winter has passed. No one mentions letters or casualty lists, not out of avoidance, but because they sense she needs a brief reprieve from that weight. Still, as she sweeps the walkway, her eyes drift occasionally toward the end of the street where the postman used to appear. The hope remains there, quiet, cautious, but it no longer sharpens her expression into fear. It rests beside her other burdens, softened by the changing light. When they return to the apartment, she opens the windows fully for the first time in months. Fresh air flows through the room, carrying away stale smoke and the heavy scent of winter. Dust lifts into the sunlight, turning the air golden for a moment before settling again. The older woman watches with a soft smile, touched by the simple act of light entering the room. "It feels different today," she murmurs. The young woman nods. Yes, it does. She begins to clean with renewed purpose, not the frantic cleaning of anxiety, but the hopeful kind. She scrubs the kitchen table until the wood shows through beneath the soot. She beats the blankets with more energy than usual, sending clouds of dust out into the open air. She even hums under her breath, a sound so quiet the older woman almost doesn't catch it. Later, she stands at the window, inspecting the small green shoots in the courtyard below. She doesn't smile outright, but her lips soften, the corners lifting just enough to reveal how deeply the sight moves her. It is not that her fears have disappeared. They haven't. The uncertainty remains, a constant companion. But today, for the first time in a long while, the uncertainty is not the only thing shaping her. There is another force now, slower, gentler, fragile as a new leaf pushing through thawing soil. The beginning of spring. The beginning of possibility. She touches the glass lightly, as if acknowledging the shift. For a moment, the war feels a little farther away. Not gone, but softened by the faint promise that life, even here, can still find a way to return. Moments of ordinary life returning. As the days grow incrementally longer, you begin to notice something subtle in her behavior, the gradual return of habits she had abandoned during the hardest months. They are small things, almost invisible unless you know her well, but each one signals a quiet reawakening, the way early spring flowers push through cold soil without announcing themselves. One morning, after sweeping the courtyard, she pauses beside the cracked fountain and brushes a strand of hair behind her ear, not out of weariness, but with a faint instinct for neatness she has not shown in a long time. The older woman watches from the bench, recognizing the gesture and smiling to herself. It is a glimpse of the young woman she once was, before fear narrowed her world. Inside the apartment, the shift becomes even clearer. She begins rearranging the shelves, moving items into more thoughtful order instead of the purely functional placements of winter. She goes through the mending basket with a different eye, setting aside a garment to repair not because it is necessary, but because she wants it to look nice. That small desire, for something to be not just useful, but lovely, signals the slow return of part of her spirit. She even adds a bit of dried herb to their midday broth, though she knows they must ration it carefully. When the older woman tastes it, her eyebrows lift in surprise, and the young woman laughs. Softly, briefly, but with warmth. The sound fills the room in a way that feels unfamiliar and deeply welcome. In the courtyard, she notices other signs of life returning. Children play slightly louder, their voices no longer muffled by winter's severity. A neighbor pins laundry outside for the first time in months, letting it flutter in the timid sunlight. A man repairs a bicycle that has sat idle all season. These are not acts of denial, they are acts of resilience. She finds herself drawn into these small currents. When a neighbor asks for help lifting a basket, she responds with a steadier step. When an elderly man struggles with a window shutter, she joins him without hesitation. She does not overextend herself. She still carries the weight of waiting, but she allows herself to be part of the neighborhood again, instead of standing slightly apart as she did during the darkest weeks. Yet the uncertainty does not disappear. It lingers in quiet moments. When she hangs laundry on the line, her gaze still flicks toward the street where the postman may or may not appear. When she folds blankets, her hands occasionally pause, her fingers tightening on the fabric. When a distant explosion echoes from another district, a sharp reminder that the war continues, she stiffens for a moment, then forces her breath to steady. But the difference now is that fear is no longer the sole voice inside her. It shares space with other emotions, cautious optimism, gratitude for small comforts, the faint hum of the life she is rebuilding piece by fragile piece. One afternoon, she helps the older woman outside to feel the sunlight directly on her face. The older woman closes her eyes and smiles, lifting her chin toward the warmth. The young woman watches her, a soft expression settling over her features. She slips her hand into the older woman's, and for a brief moment, they simply stand there, two figures shaped by hardship, holding onto a sliver of gentleness in a harsh world. Back inside, she opens the window again, letting the fresh air move through the room. The light lands on the table, illuminating the tin box where the letters are kept. She hesitates, then walks toward it. But this time, she does not pick it up. She simply smooths the fabric covering it and lets her hand rest there. It is not avoidance. It is acceptance. She will open it when she needs to, not to pull herself out of despair, but because she is strong enough again to read without unraveling. Later in the evening, she prepares supper with slower movements, not sluggish, but deliberate, as if she is allowing herself to savor the quiet moments rather than rush through them. She sets the table neatly, aligning the bowls and slices of bread with care. The older woman watches her from across the room, her eyes warm. "You are lighter today," she says gently. The young woman pauses, then nods. "Yes. Just a little." She doesn't smile widely. That kind of joy would feel out of place in a city still bearing wounds. But she allows her lips to soften, the faintest curve forming at their edges. It is not happiness. Not yet. But it is the beginning of something that could become happiness someday, if the world allows it. A small ember, faint but real, glows inside her now. Spring has only just begun. So has she. The letter that changes the shape of waiting. The change arrives quietly, the way most life-altering moments do. Not with ceremony, not with warning. Just a sound in the stairwell that does not belong to routine. Footsteps, measured, unhurried, familiar in their rhythm. You see her freeze at the table, one hand resting on the edge of a bowl she has just washed. The older woman looks up at the same instant. Neither speaks. They have learned not to speak when sound alone carries this much weight. The footsteps stop at the ground floor. A pause. Then the soft metallic scrape of the mail slots opening. Her breath stills. Not held deliberately. Simply forgotten. She moves toward the door without thinking, her steps slow, controlled, as if moving too quickly might fracture whatever fragile balance holds the moment together. The older woman follows as best she can, gripping the back of a chair for support. The slot is no longer empty. An envelope rests inside, plain, slightly creased, dust smudged at the edges from a long journey. The handwriting is uneven, hurried, as though written under difficult conditions. But she recognizes it instantly, not by the name, not by the return address, but by the pressure of the pen against the paper. She has traced those letters before with her fingers, memorized their shape through repetition and longing. For a moment, she does not reach for it. This is the most dangerous second of all, the one where hope threatens to rise too fast. Then she lifts the envelope gently, as if it might dissolve in her hands. Alive does not enter her mind yet. Neither does loss. Only this. He wrote. The older woman leans closer, her voice barely audible. Is it? The young woman nods once. Yes. They return to the apartment together. She closes the door softly, deliberately, sealing the world outside away for just a moment. She sets the envelope on the table and sits down across from it, hands folded in her lap. She does not open it immediately. You see her steady herself first, a slow breath in, a slower breath out. She presses her thumb lightly against the edge of the paper, grounding herself in its physical reality. After so many weeks of imagining worst-case outcomes, she will not let relief overtake her before she understands what this letter contains. The older woman sits opposite her, hands clasped, eyes fixed on the envelope as if it might speak on its own. Finally, she breaks the seal. The paper inside is thin, creased, marked with dirt and rain stains. She unfolds it carefully, smoothing it flat on the table. Her eyes scan the first line, then stop. Her shoulders sag, not in collapse, in release. She does not cry. Tears would come later, if at all. What moves through her now is something quieter, deeper, the loosening of a knot pulled too tight for too long. "He's alive," she says softly. The older woman exhales a sound that is half sob, half prayer. Her hand flies to her mouth. She bows her head, whispering thanks to no one and everyone at once. The young woman reads on. The words are spare, practical, written by someone conserving ink, paper, energy. He writes of delays, of dislocation, of confusion, of how mail has been impossible, of cold nights and long marches, of being safe, for now. For now. But that is enough. As she reads, you see her transform, not into joy, not into celebration, but into something steadier than both. Her spine straightens. Her breathing deepens. The tension that has lived behind her eyes for months finally releases its hold. When she reaches the end, she folds the letter slowly, carefully, aligning the creases as she always does. She does not rush to reread it. She does not clutch it to her chest. Instead, she rests her hand flat over it on the table. The older woman reaches across, placing her own hand over the young woman's. Their fingers overlap, trembling slightly. "He will come home," the older woman whispers. The young woman does not answer right away. Then she nods. "Yes," she says, not as a promise, not as certainty, but as something she finally allows herself to believe again. Outside, the city continues its battered routine. Carts rattle. Voices rise and fall. Somewhere, a siren sounds faintly and then fades. But inside the room, something fundamental has shifted. The waiting is no longer shapeless. It has a center again. After the letter, life breathes again. For a long moment after the letter is folded, neither of them speaks. The room feels altered, not brighter, not lighter in any dramatic way, but steadier, as if something invisible has settled back into place. You sense it in the way the young woman's shoulders remain relaxed instead of coiled, in the way her breath no longer catches between thoughts. She stands first, not abruptly, but with calm purpose. The movement itself feels significant. For weeks, every action has been weighed down by uncertainty. Now, motion comes more naturally. She pours fresh water into the kettle, this time without hesitation, and lights the stove. The flame catches quickly. She watches it for a moment, then turns away, trusting it to burn. The older woman wipes her eyes with the edge of her shawl, smiling through lingering tears. "I knew," she murmurs, not because she truly did, but because hope has a way of rewriting memory once it is rewarded. The young woman smiles faintly in response. Not the careful, restrained smiles of recent weeks, but something warmer, more genuine, still measured, still cautious, but real. She reads the letter again once the kettle begins to steam. This time, she moves more slowly, allowing herself to take in every word. She traces the uneven handwriting with her eyes, imagining the conditions under which it was written. The cold, the fatigue, the brief stolen moment to put pen to paper. The knowledge no longer wounds her. It connects her. When she finishes, she places the letter back on the table. Not hidden away, not sealed back into the tin box yet. It stays where it is, a quiet presence rather than a fragile secret. The older woman reaches for it, touching the edge reverently. "May I?" she asks. The young woman nods. They read it together then, the older woman mouthing the words silently, nodding at familiar phrases, lingering on the simple declaration that matters most. "I am alive." Outside, the courtyard hums with its usual sounds. A broom scrapes stone. Someone laughs briefly, a sharp, surprised sound, quickly stifled. A door closes. Life goes on. But inside the apartment, time seems to slow, allowing the moment to settle fully into them. After tea, the young woman does something she has not done in months. She begins to plan. Not in grand gestures, not in declarations about the future, but in small, practical thoughts. She checks their supplies with a different eye now, not counting only what must last, but what might be needed if letters come more often. She considers setting aside paper, ink, a clean envelope. She thinks about what she will write back, and how she will keep her words steady so he will not worry. She opens the window wider, letting fresh air carry the faint scent of spring into the room. The light touches the table, illuminating the letter once more. She does not rush to hide it. She lets it exist in the open, like a promise that does not need guarding. The older woman watches her move through the room with renewed strength, her gaze filled with something close to peace. "You are different," she says softly. The young woman pauses, considering the words. Then she nods. "Yes," she replies. "I think I am." That night, when the blackout curtains are drawn and the lantern burns low, she finally places the letter back into the tin box. But she does so gently, almost ceremonially, laying it on top of the others instead of folding it away at the bottom. It belongs where it can be reached now. She sits beside the older woman on the bed, holding her hand as they listen to the city settle into darkness. For the first time in a long while, the night does not feel like a threat waiting to unfold. It feels like a pause, a necessary one, before another day. She lies down, closing her eyes without bracing herself. The war is not over. The danger has not passed. Nothing is resolved. But the waiting has changed. It is no longer empty. It is filled with a voice that crossed distance and chaos to reach her. Proof that endurance can be answered, that patience can be met, that even in war, life can still send something back. And as sleep finally comes, it comes gently, not as escape, but as rest. Writing back across the distance. Morning arrives without urgency, not because the world has softened, it hasn't, but because something inside her no longer feels brittle. You see it in the way she wakes, in the unhurried stretch of her fingers, in the calm breath she takes before rising from the bed. The older woman is still asleep, her face eased by a rest that feels earned at last. The letter waits on the table. She approaches it quietly, as though approaching a living thing. For a moment, she only looks at it. The creased paper, the familiar handwriting now etched into memory with new meaning. Then she reaches for the small stack of paper she has kept untouched for weeks, saving it for a moment she did not know how to name. This is that moment. She sits, smooths the page, and lifts the pen. Her hand hesitates, not from fear, but from care. She understands now that what she writes will travel far, through hands and machines and uncertainty, and arrive carrying more than words. It must carry steadiness. It must carry reassurance. It must not burden him with the weight she has been holding. She begins simply. She tells him they are safe, that the older woman is well enough. That winter has loosened its grip. She does not describe the raids. She does not describe the hunger. She does not describe the weeks of silence that nearly hollowed her out. Instead, she writes about small truths: the green shoots in the courtyard, the return of light to the kitchen table, the way the city keeps moving even when it is wounded. She tells him she received his letter, and that it arrived like something precious rescued from a fire. Her pen moves steadily now, confidence building with each line. You sense how carefully she chooses her words, shaping them not as confession, but as shelter. She wants him to picture her standing, capable, enduring, because knowing that will help him stand too. At one point, she pauses, staring at the page. There are words she wants to write, words that press hard against her chest, but she sets them aside. Love, fear, longing. These will wait. There will be time for them later. She signs her name slowly, deliberately. When she finishes, she folds the letter with practiced precision, aligning the edges as she always does. She slips it into an envelope and seals it, pressing the flap flat with her thumb. The act feels ceremonial, like closing a door gently rather than slamming it shut. The older woman wakes as she finishes. She watches silently from the bed, then speaks softly. "You wrote to him." The young woman nods. "Yes." The older woman smiles, not with relief, but with something deeper, recognition. This is what forward motion looks like in a war. Not triumph, not certainty, just connection restored, one letter at a time. They step outside together later that morning. The young woman carries the envelope carefully, protected inside her coat. The postman is not yet visible, but she walks to the mail slot anyway, as though rehearsing the act. When the time comes, she slips the letter into place without hesitation. It is done. As they walk back inside, you see how the act of writing has shifted her. The waiting still exists, it always will, but now it runs in both directions. A line has been cast outward again, carrying her voice into the vastness of the war. She has spoken back. And in doing so, she has reclaimed something essential. The knowledge that she is not only enduring history, she is participating in it, shaping it quietly with ink and resolve. Life resumes its careful forward motion. After the letter is sent, the day unfolds with a gentler rhythm, not lighter. The war has not loosened its grip that easily, but steadier, as if the ground beneath her has firmed just enough to support another step forward. You notice the difference immediately in her movements. They are no longer driven solely by necessity, nor shadowed by the same tight vigilance. Purpose has returned to them, quiet, restrained, but unmistakable. She returns to the apartment and begins her routine anew, yet it feels subtly altered. When she sweeps the floor, she does not rush. When she prepares the midday meal, she allows the pot to warm a moment longer, letting the faint aroma linger in the room. These are not indulgences. They are acknowledgments that time exists again in small pockets, that not every action must be shaped by urgency alone. The older woman sits by the window, watching the courtyard with renewed interest. She comments on a neighbor hanging laundry, on the sound of children's voices drifting between buildings, on the faint warmth of the sun against the wall. The young woman listens, responding with brief smiles and nods, content to let these observations fill the space where fear once dominated. Later, she opens the cupboard and checks the tin box of letters. This time, she arranges them carefully, not as relics of absence, but as markers of continuity. His latest letter rests on top, no longer something fragile she must protect from herself, but something stable she can return to when she needs grounding. In the afternoon, she mends clothing near the window. The light is good, the air mild. Her stitches are even, confident. At one point, she hums again, not unconsciously, but with intention, a quiet tune remembered from before the war. The sound surprises even her, and she pauses, then continues, allowing it to exist without question. Neighbors pass by the open door, exchanging small courtesies. Someone asks if she might help with a repair later in the week. Another mentions that postal service seems to be improving, slowly, in fits and starts. She listens, absorbing the information without letting it pull her back into anxious anticipation. What will come will come. For now, she has done what she can. As evening approaches, she and the older woman share supper. Modest, familiar, but eaten with a different presence. They talk a little more than usual. Nothing profound. Just observations, recollections, quiet plans for the next day. These exchanges feel precious precisely because they are ordinary. When darkness falls and the blackout is secured, she sits by the lantern and opens the tin box once more. This time, she rereads one of the older letters. Not the most recent one, but an earlier one, written before everything became so uncertain. She reads it calmly, without bracing herself, allowing the memory it carries to exist without pain. She folds it carefully and returns it to its place. Then she extinguishes the lantern and lies down beside the older woman. Her thoughts do not spiral. They drift, touching briefly on the letter she sent, the one that will now travel outward into the war, carrying her steadiness with it. She knows waiting has not ended. She knows fear may return. She knows the war will continue to demand things of her. But she also knows this. She has learned how to endure without disappearing, how to hope without unraveling, how to move forward without certainty. And tonight, that is enough. The city breathes around them, wounded, restless, enduring. Inside the darkened room, she breathes with it, no longer bracing against every sound. Life, in its careful way, has resumed its forward motion. When waiting becomes a way of living. Waiting does not leave her life after the letter is sent. It changes its posture. It no longer stands directly in front of her, blocking the path forward. Instead, it walks beside her, present, quiet, manageable. You see this in the way she structures her days now, no longer arranging everything around absence, but around continuity. Each morning still begins early. She rises before the older woman, checks the window coverings, lights the kettle, and listens to the city awaken. But the tension that once lived in these moments has softened. She no longer scans the street with sharp urgency. She glances, registers, then turns back to the work of the day. The older woman joins her at the table, moving more easily now that winter has loosened its grip. They share breakfast in calm silence, broken occasionally by small observations. The weather, a neighbor's repairs, the sound of carts on the street. These conversations do not fill space. They confirm it. They are proof that life has widened again, even if only slightly. The routines remain disciplined. Rations are measured carefully. Coal is conserved. Blackout habits stay in place. But the meaning behind them has shifted. These are no longer acts performed under constant fear of collapse. They are practices, learned, internalized, and sustained with quiet competence. You notice how she handles interruptions now. When rumors surface in the courtyard, she listens without absorbing them. When sirens sound in the distance, she responds with readiness rather than panic. When days pass without new letters, she acknowledges the absence without letting it hollow her out. Waiting has become something she carries, not something that consumes her. In the afternoons, she gives herself small windows of rest. Not idleness, rest with intention. She sits near the window and sews. She steps into the courtyard to help a neighbor. She allows sunlight to touch her face without immediately retreating into vigilance. These moments are brief, but they matter. They signal trust, not in the world, but in her own capacity to adapt. The older woman notices the change and names it one evening as they prepare for nightfall. "You are no longer counting the hours," she says softly. The young woman considers this, then nods. "Yes," she replies, "I am counting the days." There is no drama in the statement, just recognition. Days are survivable units. They can be shaped, filled, endured. Hours were too sharp, too immediate. Days allow breathing room. That night, as she secures the blackout curtains and dims the lantern, She feels no rush to lie down immediately. She sits at the table for a moment, hands folded, listening to the sounds of the building settling around her. A child laughs somewhere below. Someone coughs in the stairwell. A door closes gently. Life, imperfect and strained, continues. Waiting has not ended, but it has been integrated. It is no longer the center of her existence. It is simply part of how she lives now. The shape of strength that remains. Over time, the waiting reshapes her, not into someone hardened or numb, but into someone precise about where she places her energy. You see it in the way she chooses what to carry and what to leave behind. She no longer reacts to everything. She responds only to what requires her. In the courtyard, when conversations drift toward fear or speculation, she listens politely, then steps away. She does not cut herself off from others, but she does not allow their anxieties to become her own. This is not detachment. It is discernment, a skill learned through long exposure to uncertainty. Her strength now shows itself in quiet decisions. She agrees to help a neighbor repair a damaged window, knowing it will take time and effort, because it contributes to a shared stability. She declines another request that would overextend her, offering a gentle explanation without apology. She has learned that endurance depends not on doing everything, but on doing enough. Inside the apartment, she keeps things orderly but not rigid. Objects return to their places, but she no longer straightens them compulsively. The tin box of letters remains accessible, not hidden away, not handled obsessively. Some days she opens it. Some days she doesn't. Either choice feels acceptable now. When she reads his letters, she does so with a steadier heart. She notices details she once rushed past. Small observations, dry humor, brief mentions of other men, of places passed through quickly. These details ground her. They make him real again, not just a figure shaped by fear or hope. The older woman watches her with something like pride. "You have learned how to live inside this," she says one evening, not as praise, but as recognition. The young woman nods. "Yes," she answers, "I had to." As the weeks pass, the city remains wounded, but functional. Repairs continue. Markets reopen sporadically. Postal routes stabilize, then falter again, then stabilize once more. Letters arrive irregularly, but they arrive. Each one reinforces the rhythm she has built. Receive, read, respond, return to life. And yet, she does not let the letters become the axis of her days. They are part of the fabric now, not the loom itself. On a quiet afternoon, she sits by the window and realizes something with mild surprise. She is thinking about the future without immediately stopping herself. Not in grand terms, not in promises, just in possibilities. Where they might live, what work might look like after the war, how the older woman will manage when the world changes again. These thoughts no longer feel dangerous. They feel earned. At night, when the city darkens and the blackout settles in, she still prepares carefully. Habit does not vanish simply because fear recedes. But she no longer lies awake counting distant sounds. Sleep comes more easily now. Not always, but often enough. Her strength has taken a new shape. It is not vigilance alone. It is balance. It is knowing when to brace and when to rest. Waiting remains part of her life. It always will. But it no longer defines her. She has built something durable inside herself. A quiet, resilient center that does not collapse when the world shifts. And from that center, she continues, one day at a time, not as someone merely surviving the war, but as someone who has learned how to live within it. News that does not hurry. The next letter does not arrive quickly. It comes after days that blend together. Days shaped by routine, by patience, by the practiced art of not leaning too hard toward expectation. You see how she manages this now. She no longer positions herself near the door at certain hours. She no longer listens for footsteps with the same intensity. She lets the day move first. When the letter does arrive, it does so quietly, almost anonymously, slipped into the mail slot without ceremony. There is no knock, no warning, just paper where there had been nothing. She notices it not immediately, but when she goes to check the kettle and passes the door, her gaze flicks downward, registers the envelope, then stills. For a moment, she does nothing, not because she is afraid, but because she understands the importance of pace. She picks it up gently, weighing it in her hand. The handwriting is familiar again. Steady, controlled, a little firmer than before. Alive is no longer a question that strikes her like lightning. It is an assumption she holds carefully. She brings the letter to the table and sits. The older woman senses the shift in the room and joins her without asking. They sit together, facing the envelope as they have learned to do, not as supplicants, but as witnesses. She opens it. The words are calmer this time, less urgent. He writes of movement, of waiting between orders, of boredom that presses harder than fear. He mentions letters received, hers among them, and thanks her for the steadiness of her words. He tells her they helped him sleep. He tells her they reminded him that life exists beyond mud and marching. She pauses there, her fingers tightening slightly on the page. This is new. Not survival. Not reassurance. Connection moving in both directions again. He does not promise anything. He does not speculate about timelines or outcomes. He writes as someone who understands the fragility of such things. But beneath the restraint, something steadier has formed, a rhythm of correspondence that no longer feels like rescue, but like continuity. When she finishes reading, she folds the letter slowly and places it atop the others. The motion is unhurried, confident. The older woman exhales softly, not in relief, but in recognition. He sounds stronger, she says. Yes, the young woman replies. So do we. The rest of the day continues unchanged. She prepares food. She helps a neighbor mend a shutter. She listens to the city breathe through broken walls and temporary repairs. But something subtle has shifted again, not dramatically, not outwardly, but inward. Waiting is no longer the dominant posture. Living is. She no longer measures time by letters alone. She measures it by completed days, by shared meals, by evenings that end in rest instead of tension. The war continues. The uncertainty remains. But she has learned something essential. News does not always arrive to change everything at once. Sometimes it arrives to confirm that what you have built inside yourself is strong enough to hold. What endures when nothing is certain? After the letter is folded away, the day settles into its familiar shape, and this time, that familiarity brings comfort rather than strain. You notice how naturally she returns to her tasks, how little effort it takes now to move from one moment to the next. The letter has not lifted the war from her shoulders, but it has confirmed something vital. The life she has built here, under pressure and uncertainty, is holding. In the afternoon, she sits by the window mending a tear in a coat. The light is steady, pale but sufficient. Her stitches are precise, unhurried. She no longer works as if racing against loss. She works as if investing in continuation. Each repair is an act of belief, not in a promised future, but in the value of the present being cared for. The older woman dozes nearby, her breathing even. From time to time, she stirs and offers a comment about the street below. A delivery cart passing, a neighbor pausing to speak with someone, the sound of distant construction. These observations no longer carry urgency. They are simply markers of a world that persists. When the young woman finishes her mending, she folds the coat carefully and sets it aside. She opens the cupboard and looks briefly at the tin box of letters. She does not open it this time. She knows what is inside. She knows what it gives her. There is no need to reach for it every day anymore. Later, she steps into the courtyard to help draw water. The air is cool, touched with the promise of another mild evening. She exchanges a few words with a neighbor, listens to a small complaint, offers practical help. Her presence is calm, grounded. Others sense it. People gravitate towards steadiness in uncertain places. As dusk approaches, she prepares the evening meal with practiced ease. The portions are still modest. Scarcity has not vanished. But the act of cooking feels less like calculation and more like care. She tastes the broth, adjusts it slightly, then serves it without apology. They eat together in quiet companionship. The older woman smiles more easily now. She speaks of things she would not have mentioned weeks ago. A childhood memory, a recipe she once knew by heart, a hope for seeing the countryside again someday. The young woman listens, absorbing these fragments of a life that extends beyond survival. When night comes, blackout routines are followed as always. Habit remains. Discipline remains. But fear no longer drives either. The room settles into darkness without tension. Before lying down, the young woman stands at the window one last time, looking out over the city. The lights are hidden. The streets are subdued. But beneath it all, life continues, imperfect, wounded, persistent. She thinks briefly of him, not as someone lost or endangered, but as someone moving through his own version of endurance, sustained now by words she sent and words she received. The connection does not eliminate distance. It makes the distance survivable. She lies down beside the older woman and closes her eyes. What endures is not certainty, not safety, not even hope, as people like to imagine it. What endures is rhythm, care, the ability to keep living well enough, even when answers remain incomplete. And in that endurance, quiet, uncelebrated, deeply human, she has found something that cannot be taken from her. The city learns to breathe between sirens. By late in the war, the city does not feel safer, exactly. It feels practiced. The buildings are more damaged, the streets more worn, the faces more lined. But beneath the fractures, a kind of hard-won rhythm has taken root. People know how to move through danger now. They know how to resume life in the spaces between alarms. You see it most clearly in her, and in the way the world around her has begun to mirror the quiet steadiness she carries. You follow her down the familiar stairwell as she descends with the older woman on her arm. The walls bear new cracks, old chalk marks, and faint fingerprints from 100 hands that have steadied themselves here. The older woman moves slowly, but more surely than in the deep winter months. Her steps are small, but her grip is not as desperate. She has learned, like everyone else, how to live inside this strange normal. Outside, the courtyard looks changed and unchanged all at once. New rubble has appeared. Old rubble has been cleared away. Windows once shattered are now patched with mismatched glass or layered cloth. A makeshift garden, only a few rows of stubborn plants, clings to the edge of a wall that leans but still holds. Children play around it, careful not to trample the fragile shoots. Their laughter, though quieter than before the war, is no longer entirely cautious. She helps the older woman settle onto the familiar bench and adjusts the blanket beneath her. The older woman lifts her face to the pale light, closing her eyes for a moment in something close to contentment. The young woman stays standing, scanning the courtyard as she always does. Not anxiously, not obsessively, but with the practiced alertness of someone who has accepted that calm and danger will always exist side by side. You remember the first nights in the bunker, the raw fear, the unsteady rituals, the way every sound felt like a threat. Those nights still come, sometimes, but they no longer erase the days. The days now have weight of their own. The postman passes at the far end of the street. He nods toward her. There is no envelope today, but his presence alone feels like confirmation that the line between here and there remains intact. Letters arrive irregularly now, but they arrive often enough that silence no longer feels like a verdict. It feels like part of the landscape. She turns back to the courtyard. A neighbor waves her over to help move a broken door frame. Another asks if she has any spare thread. Someone calls out a brief update about food deliveries, about changes in ration schedules, about rumors of the front shifting further away. She listens, nods, responds when needed. She does not rush. She does not withdraw. She simply occupies her place in this shared, damaged, enduring world. You follow her as she returns upstairs with a bucket of water, her steps even, her breathing steady. Inside the apartment, the room feels less like a shelter pressed tightly against the wall, and more like a home adapted to it. The table is worn but clean. The cupboard is organized with quiet care. The tin box of letters sits on the shelf, not hidden, not displayed, just present. She sets the bucket down, wipes her hands on her apron, and pauses by the window. The courtyard below is framed by cracked plaster and patched glass, but the view holds. A woman hangs laundry. A boy bounces a ball, its dull thud echoing off the walls. A warden walks past, his pace no longer frantic, just steady. You feel the shift in her as she watches. Once, every sight out that window was filtered through a single question. Will we survive this? Now, another question stands beside it. What kind of life can we hold while we do? She turns away, checks on the older woman, then moves through the room with the ease of someone no longer testing the floor beneath her feet. She knows where everything is. She knows what each object can withstand. She knows that if the siren sounds, she will be ready. She also knows that until it does, the day is hers to inhabit, not merely to outlast. Later, as she prepares the midday meal, you notice small signs of this new balance. She measures the rations with the same care as always, but her movements are less tight. She sets an extra bit of potato aside, not because she must, but because she chooses to save for tomorrow, to share with a neighbor, to hold as a small act of control that is no longer born only of fear. The older woman watches her, eyes soft with something more than gratitude. "You have become very strong," she says quietly. The young woman smiles, a real, unguarded smile that reaches her eyes. "I have had to," she answers. "We all have." You recognize the truth in that. Strength here is not a sudden transformation, not a heroic gesture. It is cumulative, built from every night in the bunker, every morning of repair, every ration line, every unanswered day at the mail slot. It is the strength of someone who has learned to stand in a world that does not promise her anything, yet still finds ways to give, to mend, to care. When afternoon light slants across the room, she sits briefly at the table, resting her hands on its worn surface. The war has not ended. No one knows exactly when it will. Peace is not a date circled on a calendar. It is a distant possibility, somewhere beyond the horizon of the next siren. But for the first time, she does not live pressed against that horizon. She lives here, in this room, in this courtyard, in this city that has learned to breathe between sirens. You remain beside her as she listens to the faint sounds outside. A cart, a voice, a door. Each noise blends into a quiet, imperfect ordinary. She closes her eyes just for a moment, not to escape, but to rest inside that ordinary, the one she has helped to preserve piece by piece. She knows danger may still come. She knows loss may yet arrive. But she also knows something she did not know at the beginning, that even under falling bombs, even underground, even in the longest stretches of not knowing, there is room for lives that are more than fear. The war is still shaping her days. But it no longer defines her entirely. She has built something that endures alongside it, a life that, in its careful, unremarkable way, continues. A life that no longer waits to begin. As evening settles, you notice how little ceremony now surrounds the end of the day. Once, nightfall meant bracing, counting supplies, rehearsing escape, tightening fear into something manageable. Now it means continuity. She closes the windows, adjusts the blackout cloth, and lights the lantern to its lowest flame. The motions are practiced, calm, unremarkable. That is the point. The older woman sits nearby, knitting slowly with salvaged yarn. Her hands are steadier than they were months ago. Not strong, but capable. The young woman moves through the room, placing things where they belong, not because order must be imposed, but because it already exists. The apartment carries the marks of war, but it also carries a lived-in confidence. This space has held, and will hold again. You see how the city has taught her restraint. She no longer looks toward the street with expectation each time a sound rises. She no longer measures her hours against what might arrive. Letters come when they come. Sirens sound when they sound. Between those moments, life proceeds. Quietly, deliberately, without apology. She sits at the table for a moment, hands folded, listening. Somewhere below, a radio plays softly before being turned down. Footsteps pass in the stairwell. A neighbor laughs, briefly, surprised by the sound of her own voice. These details no longer feel fragile. They feel earned. The older woman breaks the quiet. "Do you remember," she says, "how the nights used to feel?" The young woman nods. She does not answer immediately. When she does, her voice is level. "Yes, but I don't live there anymore." You understand what she means. The past still exists. The fear, the bunker, the long silence. But it no longer claims her attention by default. Memory has found its proper scale. It informs her without ruling her. She rises, checks the emergency basket by the door out of habit, then leaves it untouched. Everything is in place. If the siren comes, she will move. If it doesn't, she will rest. Either way, the choice no longer costs her. Before sleep, she opens the cupboard and glances at the tin box of letters. She does not open it. She does not need to. The connection it represents is stable now, present without constant confirmation. She closes the cupboard and turns off the lantern. In the darkness, the room does not tighten around her. It settles. She lies down beside the older woman, listening to the steady rhythm of breathing, her own and another's, aligned without effort. You remain with her in that quiet, sensing the final shift that has taken so long to complete. This is not relief, not victory, not even hope, as it is usually told. It is something more durable, the ability to inhabit a life fully, even when the future refuses to clarify itself. Waiting once dominated her days. Now it has a place, not a throne. The war continues beyond the walls. The city remains damaged, alert, unfinished. But inside this room, And inside her, a life has taken root that no longer asks permission to exist. It moves forward without announcement, sustained by habit, care, and the knowledge that endurance, when practiced long enough, becomes a way of living. She does not know how the war will end. She does not need to. Tonight she sleeps, not as someone suspended in fear, but as someone present in her own life, ready to meet whatever comes next without surrendering what she has learned to hold. What remains when the sirens fade? Afterward does not arrive as a single moment. There is no clear dividing line where war ends and peace begins. Instead, the noise recedes unevenly, like water draining from broken streets. Some days are quiet, others still tremble, and through it all, life continues in a way that feels unfamiliar, cautious, and strangely exposed. You see her in this afterward not as someone transformed, but as someone revealed. The routines remain. She still wakes early, still checks the windows, still measures food and light with care. Habit does not disappear just because danger lessens, but the reason behind the habit has changed. It is no longer driven by fear alone. It is driven by memory, by the knowledge of what happens when attention lapses, and by respect for the life that survived because it did not. The city wears its scars openly now. Buildings stand half-repaired. Streets are uneven. Gaps remain where houses once held families, conversations, ordinary mornings. People move differently through these spaces. Slower, more deliberate, as if aware that the ground itself remembers what it carried. You walk with her through these streets and notice how she navigates them. She does not avoid the damaged places, nor does she linger in them. She passes through with quiet acknowledgement. This happened. We lived. We continue. The older woman walks beside her, still leaning, still careful, but present. Their bond has shifted too. Once it was built on protection and necessity. Now it rests on something steadier, shared endurance. They have seen each other at the edge of exhaustion, at the edge of fear, and have learned what survives there. When they sit together, they speak more freely. Not about heroism, not about meaning, but about ordinary things. How the bread tastes now, how the light falls differently in the afternoon, how sleep feels deeper than it once did. These observations matter. They are proof that attention has returned to life itself, not just to its defense. You notice how she listens now, not for sirens, not for footsteps that might carry news, but for tone, for intention, for what is said and what is no longer avoided. Silence no longer feels like a threat. It feels like space, something that can be inhabited rather than endured. She still thinks of him, often, but the thought no longer collapses her inward. It has weight without sharpness. He exists somewhere beyond her immediate reach, shaped by his own version of endurance. They are no longer frozen in the same moment of fear. They are moving forward on parallel paths, connected not by desperation, but by continuity. This is what aftermath looks like from the inside. Not relief, not triumph, but a careful reckoning with what has been carried. You see it in how she handles objects now. The tin box of letters is still there, but it no longer feels like an anchor holding her in place. It is part of a larger landscape of memory, something she can open, close, revisit, or leave untouched without losing balance. Memory has found proportion. The nights are quieter, but not empty. She still wakes sometimes, not from fear, but from habit. When she does, she listens, not for danger, but for confirmation that the world is still there. The building settles. Someone turns in their sleep. A distant train passes. These sounds no longer trigger movement. They confirm presence. You understand, watching her, that survival has taught her something permanent. Not resilience as a slogan, but discernment. She knows now what deserves her energy and what does not. She knows when to act, when to wait, and when to simply be. The war took many things: time, certainty, illusion. But it did not take this: the ability to live attentively, to care without being consumed, to stand inside uncertainty without shrinking. As the days move forward, not marked by dates or declarations, she becomes part of the city's slow reassembly. Not as a symbol, not as a survivor to be admired, but as a person who knows how to live when guarantees are gone. This is the true aftermath. Not the absence of war, but the presence of people who have learned how to carry life through it, and who refuse to surrender that knowledge when the noise finally begins to fade. What you carry forward. When the war finally loosens its hold, not ending cleanly, not announcing itself, what remains is not silence, but adjustment. You notice it in her first, in the way she no longer flinches at every distant sound, yet never fully forgets how quickly sound once meant danger, in the way her body still remembers how to move when alarms rise, even as her mind begins to accept mornings that arrive without them. You walk with her through this afterward, and you understand that survival does not conclude when fighting slows. It continues in quieter forms, in learning which habits to keep and which to loosen, in deciding how much vigilance is protection and how much becomes a cage. She keeps some routines. Others fall away naturally. She still measures light carefully at night, but no longer counts minutes in the dark. She still stores food thoughtfully, but no longer eats as if tomorrow is always in question. The difference is subtle, but profound. Fear once dictated every decision. Now memory advises them. The city around her is learning the same lesson. Rubble is cleared not all at once, but steadily. Scars remain visible. Some will always remain. Yet life moves among them without apology. Children adapt fastest. Adults follow more slowly. Everyone carries something invisible that does not announce itself, but shapes the way they stand, listen, speak. You see how she has changed in conversation. She no longer explains herself when she pauses, no longer apologizes for silence. She understands now that silence can be a form of listening, and listening a form of respect, for herself, for others, for what was endured. Sometimes she thinks back to the bunker, to the weight of bodies pressed together, to the sound of earth trembling overhead. Those memories do not arrive as wounds anymore. They arrive as reference points. This is how far I can bend. This is what I can survive. This is what must never be taken lightly again. The older woman remains beside her, slower now, but steady. Their relationship has settled into something unspoken and strong. Not gratitude, not dependence. Partnership. They share space without filling it. They understand each other's silences. They know which memories need words, and which ones need only presence. And sometimes, quietly, without ceremony, she allows herself to imagine beyond endurance. Not fantasy, not promises, just continuation. A room repaired fully, one day. A table without ration marks carved into it. A window opened without calculation. She does not rush these thoughts. She has learned what happens when hope outruns reality, but she no longer forbids them either. They belong now, alongside caution and care. You understand, standing here with her, that what she carries forward is not trauma alone. It is knowledge. She knows how communities hold when structures fail. She knows how people become lifelines without ever naming themselves as such. She knows that strength does not roar. It organizes, adapts, repeats. These are not lessons she wanted, but they are lessons she will not lose. When letters arrive now, they are read with steadiness. When they do not, the absence no longer defines the day. She has learned how to live between confirmations, how to let uncertainty exist without letting it rule. At night, she sleeps more deeply. Not every night, but often enough to trust rest again. Dreams come and go. Some are heavy. Some are ordinary. The ordinary ones surprise her most. You feel the story settling, not into an ending, but into a landing. This is where the war leaves her. Not whole, not broken, but shaped. A person who understands limits, and therefore understands value. A person who knows what quiet costs, and what it offers in return. And as you step back from her life, from this city, from these years of strain and adaptation, you recognize the truth that remains when history grows quiet. What matters is not how loudly suffering announces itself, but how gently people learn to live again afterward. What endures is not the violence, but the ways people carried one another through it. What stays is not fear, but the discipline of care learned in its shadow. You've been part of echoes of war, where stories rise on quiet wings, and the past still circles above us, refusing to land.